It could be said that this feat was accomplished entirely behind the scenes. The matter with Kirigakure has been resolved. Now, I can return to my normal life. Aoba was in a very good mood. In his memory, in the Third Ninja World War, only Uegakure had not appeared. After Kirigakure's 7 ninja swordsmen were persuaded back by his scheme, something will definitely happen. Aoba deliberately used Rentaro's identity to show the talent that made Kirigakure see hope in front of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Then, he would not be a person who could be easily sacrificed. Now, the 7 ninja swordsmen cared about the overall situation and sent the scroll of water release ninjutsu they had in their hands back to Kirigakure's elder Gen. But after that, if they had not received any news about Rentaro, Aoba was very sure. The 7 ninja swordsmen would still return to the Third Ninja World War battlefield to search for information about Rentaro and finally find Kumigakure. There was one thing that Aoba had buried here. It was a matter of saving Harry. No matter what Harry ended up like, being trapped by Konohagakure until death, being killed by Danzo, or if Kumigakure saved him, all of this was possible. Moreover, with the strength of the 7 ninja swordsmen, they could obtain relevant information. But, no matter what, it was impossible for them to obtain any information regarding Rentaro. In other words, there would not be any information about Rentaro in Hari's information. Then, the final information about Rentaro would be directed at Gasui. Gasui was the same as Rentaro. There would be no more information about them after that. But these things, for the 7 ninja swordsmen, they would only think that it was Kumigakure's doing and suspect all the questions to Kumigakure. The reason was very simple. They did not get any information about Rentaro and Gasui dying at Konohagakure, the last place where these two people appeared. Both were outside of Konohagakure. This way, it had nothing to do with Konohagakure. Gasui will never appear again. Rentaro will also not appear. These two people will disappear from where they are. There will be no news of them in the ninja world. It will only leave behind a puzzling mystery. This mystery will always be between Kirigakure and Kumigakure. It will never be solved. Aoba lay on the iron bed and stared at the ceiling with a smile. He had already done what he needed to do. The rest would be left to 7 ninja swordsmen. What kind of understanding these 7 ninja swordsmen would have towards this matter and what kind of measures they would take in the end would all determine the relationship between Kirigakure and Kumigakure. And the forces of the Third Ninja World War against each other and the direction of the final battle. At the very least, Aoba was certain of one thing. During the Third Ninja World War, the 7 ninja swordsmen would not attack Konohagakure again. He gave the 7 ninja swordsmen a very deep concept. This concept had never been broken when he was showing off his skills. That was, it's all about the big picture. This might seem simple, but it would restrict a person's hands and feet, reduce their passion and fighting spirit, and cause them to become calm and rational. At the same time, it would create a great restriction. Just like in the process of showing off his skills just now. If the 7 ninja swordsmen did not take the so-called big picture seriously, if they directly attacked Gasui, there was still a chance of not getting the scroll of water release ninjutsu. It was these words that made the 7 ninja swordsmen think about it before doing something, and they became timid. According to the concept instilled by Aoba, there was no battle to fight. Because no matter who they deal with, they were all offending people. Kirigakure can't offend Konohagakure, nor can they offend Kumigakure, then it's fine. However, for the time being, Aoba was not sure if they would offend Kumigakure for the sake of Rentaro's disappearance. At least it had nothing to do with Konohagakure. It's time to go to work. Aoba felt very relaxed. He had dealt with a big problem. One had to know that he especially disliked trouble. In order to prevent trouble from finding him, he had to solve the problem first. Aoba got up from the iron bed and washed up. Then, he changed into Anbu ninja clothes and put on the cat face mask. Dong! 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 Just as Aoba was about to go out, there was a rapid and strong knock on his room door. Room check! Room check! Hurry up and open the door! An irritable voice came through the door and clearly entered Aoba's ears. They came quite quickly. The corners of Aoba's mouth curled up slightly. He deliberately let Gosui pretend to be an Anbu ninja and ran out from the main entrance so that they would check the Anbu. In this way, they would find the two people who had disappeared. The two who had sneaked into Konoha's Anbu were Kirigakura's spies. As for how Konohagakura would deal with them in the future, that was their business. Aoba was just doing a good thing. He just told everyone about this spy. Coming! Aoba immediately responded. He quickly walked to the door and opened it, then looked outside. Then, the scene in front of him shocked Aoba. There were a total of 5 Anbu standing at the door. 4 of them were wearing black cloaks, and the one standing at the front was wearing a white cloak, which made him look particularly prominent. Anbu directly under Hokage. As an Anbu, Aoba had some understanding of Anbu's different attire. These people were different from the ordinary Anbu. They were directly under the third Hokage and only listened to him. They did not listen to anyone except Hokage's orders and had the highest priority. Among Konohagakure, if there was a difference in opinion on what to do among them, the Anbu directly under the Hokage would participate. In the end, it was the Anbu directly under the Hokage who has as the final decision. For example, in the streets of Konohagakure, some ninjas invaded from the outside village. According to the Standard Administrative Division, this was under the management of the Konoha Military Police Force. However, when Konoha Military Police Force was catching people, the people directly under the Hokage came and said that this person deserved to die, should be killed, or should not be caught. Although Konoha Military Police Force's opinion was to catch. However, the final judgment would still be killed. Aoba stood at the door and looked at the Hokage's Anbu. This was the first time since he came to Konohagakure that he had come into contact with the Hokage's Anbu. Only you. Among the 5 Hokage's Anbu, the ninja in the white cloak standing at the front asked. Just from the difference in clothing, one could see the difference in the identity of this person. He was the captain of Hokage's Anbu. Yes, I am the only one. Aoba nodded. He took a step back and gave way so that they could see the inside of the room more clearly. I'll come in and take a look. The white-robed Anbu directly walked in. His tone was not a request, but a notice. Just look. Aoba was very calm. He had not done anything wrong and was not afraid of investigation. After all, those things were done by advanced paper clones. It had nothing to do with him. Is your dormitory so clean? The white-robed Anbu asked. His tone seemed very casual, but there was a hint of doubt. After all, being so clean was also a very abnormal thing. I'm very poor. I don't have the money to buy things. If there are fewer things, it will naturally be clean. Aoba replied with a smile. It's pretty good to be clean. The white-robed Anbu nodded. He wore a mask on his face, so he couldn't tell who this person was, let alone his expression. He flipped through Aoba's wardrobe and found that there were only 2 sets of casual clothes inside. The entire room was empty. There was nothing under the iron bed. There were no clues at all, but this place was so clean that he felt that something was not quite right and that it was not very good. Did you go out in the morning? The white-robe Anbu looked at Aoba. His eyes looked through the mask's eye holes and carefully sized up Aoba. No, Aoba shook his head and said, I just woke up. Have you found anything out of the ordinary recently? The white-robed Anbu asked. No, Aoba shook his head again. It's all right. The white-robed Anbu waved his hand and walked out of Aoba's room. He vaguely felt that this room was not normal, but he could not find any problems. It can't always be a problem for people to have less stuff. Not at all. The white-robed Anbu knew that he had come to investigate the identities of the two Anbu who had left the village. Those two people were probably the people who had protected Gosui during this period of time. As long as they were still in Anbu. Basically, the suspicion could be eliminated. After all, the two Anbu had already left the village. However, he had to follow a strict principle. The white-robed Anbu still wanted to investigate the Anbu as a whole. After all, Anbu was not under Konoha military police forces' control. They were almost never investigated. No one knew if there were any other problems. Thank you for your hard work. Aoba looked at the departure of the 5 Hokage's Anbu. He said this softly. He knew that the 5 people could hear him, but the 5 people completely ignored his words. It's getting late. It's time to go to work. Aoba turned around and glanced at Anbu's dormitory. He was somewhat glad in his heart. Fortunately, he had transferred the messy things to the secret base at that time. Otherwise, it would be easy for something to happen. According to the details of the white-robed Anbu examination just now, whether it was the 2 large boxes of books that Minato had given him, the scroll of water release ninjutsu that he had obtained, or the scrolls and paper tags that were piled up here, it was easy to expose his identity. At that time, his weak disguise would no longer be able to be concealed. He couldn't just kill the direct subordinate of the Hokage, who had discovered these things. No matter what he did. At that time, it would be extremely troublesome. Aoba closed the door and walked out in the direction of the Konohagakure Intelligence Division compartment along the dark corridor. Just as he had taken a few steps, in his ears, he could hear the white robe Anbu knocking on the dormitory door. If nothing unexpected happens, the 2 disappeared Kirigakure ninjas would soon be found out. At that time, the information that Satsuma Rentaro had left Konohagakure and never returned would also be transmitted to the ears of Kirigakure ninja through some unknown means. A few minutes later, Aoba entered Konohagakure Intelligence Division's compartment. At this time, there were 2 prisoners who had been tied up. Do you want to write a confession letter? When Aoba came in and saw the dull eyes of the 2 people, he immediately felt bored. These 2 people were really... They can't even move. They were like dead people. They don't know how to resist at all. Although resistance had no effect at all, if the other side resisted, Aoba would feel better. Right. The 2 people tied to the wooden pillar immediately widened their eyes when they heard Aoba's words. Their originally dim eyes instantly reflected the light of hope. Well, you are quite obedient. You don't want to come again, do you? Aoba asked with a deeper meaning. When he asked the 2 of them, he had already taken out 2 confession letters from the compartment's cabinet. I won't come, I won't come, I definitely won't come in the future, I won't come in this life, I will become a new person. One of the prisoners shook his head repeatedly. He was already frightened by Aoba, and he had already developed a shadow over Konohagakure Intelligence Division's place. As long as I can get out of here alive, I won't do anything like stealing chickens and dogs in the future. Another prisoner also quickly expressed his opinion. Ha 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 ha, good attitude. Write a confession letter. When Aoba saw the appearance of the 2 people, he could not help but smile. He handed the paper in his hand to the 2 people and untied the ropes on them. In an instant, because the 2 of them were free, they felt an unprecedented sense of freedom. They had never felt that freedom was so precious. Life was so difficult. Suddenly, the 2 of them took the pen Aoba handed over. They began to write his own crimes on it, not daring to miss anything. They wrote everything they could think of clearly on it. After they finished writing all of them, neither of them dared to speak. He placed the confession letter not far away. It was a signal that they were finished writing. Aoba walked over and picked up the 2 people's confessions. He looked at them carefully and then nodded silently. Not bad. It was written very clearly. This can be used as a template for the confession letter. Aoba's words. They immediately gave the two of them hope. The two of them had been staring at Aoba the entire time, and the desire in their eyes could no longer be suppressed. That gaze seemed to be saying, "I beg you. Hurry up and send us to prison. I really don't want to continue staying in this place." After all, the prison was a place where people could stay. This was not a place where people could stay. This place was even more terrifying than a prison. This was basically hell. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Aoba felt that the two of them had a strange look in their eyes. The face behind the mask frowned slightly and then walked toward the two of them. "Control yourself a little. Don't stare at me like that. I'm afraid." Aoba's words caused the two of them to be speechless. This caused them to have a very strange feeling. The word afraid. It came from the cat-faced demon. It seemed to have changed a little. Suddenly, under the gaze of the two, Aoba walked up to them. He picked up the rope on the ground and tied them up again. The expression of the two prisoners instantly went out of control. The rope instantly extinguished the fire of hope that they had just raised. "Are you not going to let us go?" One of the prisoners couldn't help but ask in confusion. The other prisoner also stared at Aoba with a puzzled expression. It was obvious that he had the same doubt. "Let you go? You are prisoners. How can I let you go? Didn't you just write a confession letter?" Aoba shook his head. Then his eyes swept over the two people. Of course, he knew what these two people meant. But if he did not destroy their will, how could he guarantee that they would not forget the pain in the future? "No, that's not what I meant. What I want to say is that we have already written the confession. Shouldn't we hand it over to the prison?" The prisoner continued to ask. He could still hold on here if he had not written the confession. Now that he had finished writing, he didn't want to stay at all. "That's what it means. Can we go to prison now?" Another person hurriedly followed up. "Who said that after writing the confession, you must be transferred to prison?" Aoba asked the two of them. As soon as he said this, their mentality collapsed. "Good fellow. Why do you want us to write a confession so urgently if you won't send us to prison? We have already written confession, why aren't you sending us to prison? Are you really Konoha Intelligence Division? No way. This was clearly the Hell Division." The two of them were already on the verge of collapse. They had countless complaints in their hearts, but they did not dare to say a word for their own safety. "I'll send you to jail when I get off work today." The corners of Aoba's mouth curled up slightly. He had already redefined Konoha Intelligence Division. That was a more terrible place than prison. It was a relief to be able to be sent to the prison smoothly. Suddenly, the eyes of the two instantly regained clarity. After hearing that, Aoba promised that they could go to prison after working. They immediately felt that life has returned to the light. This seems to have dragged them up from hell. However, right at this moment, Aoba changed the topic. He said a few words that made them collapse again. "It wasn't easy for me to find 2 chickens. I have to use them for a day." When the two of them heard Aoba's words, they all fainted. They knew very well what a day meant. It turned out, they hadn't gone out yet. They were still in hell. Chapter 230. Aoba's words directly broke the two prisoners' defenses. They immediately realized that they still needed a day to get out of this hell-like Konoha Intelligence Division. Although it was only a day, they had a feeling. This day would be great torture. Both physically and mentally, it was very uncomfortable. Thinking of this, they wanted to cry but had no tears. Now, they only hoped that there would be fewer prisoners here today. After observing the previous day, they had already grasped the rules. Only when the new prisoner was brought in would this cat-faced demon give them harsh torture. But when no one came, this cat-faced demon had no intention of attacking them and even treated them to relieve some of their pain. This feeling was very strange. However, they could understand. After all, kill the chicken to warn the monkey. If the monkey had not appeared yet, there was no point in killing the chicken. He couldn't kill the chicken before the monkey appeared. After a minute, the guards of Konoha's prison came over. This time, only 2 people were brought, and the leader was the guard leader. After the guard leader came over, he waved to the guards behind him, signaling them to tie the 2 people up. The 2 prisoners who were waiting for the interrogation looked in the direction of Aoba as they walked into the compartment. They immediately turned pale when they saw the cat face pattern on Aoba's mask. When the guard leader saw this scene, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He had been a guard for so many years. This was the first time he had seen such a scene. Even Konoha military police force or the prison did not seem to have this kind of pressure. Cough, cough, cough. The leader of the guards cleared his throat and looked at Aoba. His gaze circled around Aoba's mask several times. If I'm not wrong, the rumored cat-faced demon in the village is you. A smile appeared on the face of the guard leader behind the mask. Since the start of the war, the crime rate in the village suddenly increased. The more chaotic the situation was, the more people who took advantage of the chaos appeared. But this situation continued for 10 days. The village's crime rate suddenly dropped, and the extent of the reduction was extremely exaggerated. After many people in prison were released, a piece of news made the repeated offenders fear. A cat-faced demon appeared in Konohagakure Intelligence Division. The people who entered Konohagakure Intelligence Division for the second time would face terrifying torture. Whether it was the tortured people or the people who witnessed the torture, it was as if a deep imprint had been left in their souls. It was with the release of these people from prison. There were more and more legends about the cat-faced demon in the village circle. Hurry up and switch professions. We can't continue in this line of work. If they hadn't met the cat-faced demon before, there would still be a chance, but there would be great horror if they met the cat-faced demon again. No one knew Aoba's name. But in this circle that often mingled in prison, the reputation of the cat-faced demon began to become familiar. As soon as the guard leader said this, the 2 prisoners who had just been tied up immediately trembled. They had already had a physiological reaction just from hearing the nickname cat-faced demon. Their faces were pale, their hearts were beating faster, and their breathing was difficult. These symptoms appeared on their bodies, making them feel like they were in the depths of hell. They looked at the guards as if they were begging, hoping to be changed. I have never heard of this name. Aoba shook his head lightly. He did not deny the identity of the cat-faced demon but expressed that he did not know about it. Ha 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 ha. The guard leader immediately raised his head and laughed. He turned to the 2 people who were tied up the day before, and his eyes suddenly became cold. This is your second time here, right? The cold voice of the guard leader was like a sharp sword that wanted to pierce through their souls. However, this level of reprimand, they no longer felt any fear toward it. Right now, they were in hell. In front of them stood the demon in charge of hell. They saw the demon. Would they be afraid of humans who only knew how to bluff? The 2 criminals looked up at the guard leader and nodded unwillingly. They did not dare to offend the guard leader. It was not that the guard leader was terrifying, but that they hoped that the guard leader would take them away now. If they offended the guard leader, even if they wrote a confession letter and were left here, they will fall into the abyss of despair again. You won't dare to come again, right? The guard leader said meaningfully. He had thought of many ways before, but he didn't think it would cause any changes to the crime rate. After the first Hokage and second Hokage left the world, the village became like this. Many regulations are just empty and have no binding force. The village from the original big family gathered together, and guarding each other turned into infighting. Of course, ordinary people would not be able to see this sort of thing. Many children were still born in the sun, and they felt the warmth of the village. They could not see the dark side of the village. However, for the guard leader, his profession and the environment he was in made him always look at Konoha on a different level. The brighter it was on the surface, the more dirty and messy it was in the dark. However, this situation, he had not expected it. It was actually slowly relaxing in this way. The cat-faced demon. The appearance of this terrifying figure caused those criminals to have misgivings when doing bad things, and the way they treated the Konoha intelligence division was like looking at hell. I will never dare to come again. I will be a good person after I go out. After hearing the question of the guard leader, the two prisoners suddenly had an idea, as if they saw an opportunity to go out. It seemed this guard leader had the intention to take them away. Ha 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 ha. When the guard leader saw their expectant eyes, how could he not understand what they meant? He directly shook his head in front of them. It's useless for you to beg me. The guard leader spread out his hands and made a helpless gesture. He was in a good mood today. Recently, the crime rate has constantly been decreasing. This also caused his workload to start decreasing. This is your second time here. It's useless to look for me. How long will it take for you to get out of here? How many complete parts will you have left when you come out? That will depend on your luck. The guard leader said meaningfully. He was also happy to help Aoba manage this cat-faced demon's character. This would not only be a blow to the village's crime rate, but it would also help the village develop in a better direction. It would also reduce his workload. The one before you was interrogated here for 10 days. When we take him back, I take a look, tisk tisk tisk. The guard leader began to threaten. His words were quite effective and instantly attracted the attention of the 4 prisoners here. Guess what? None of you can imagine it. That person was fine when he came. There was no problem at all. He turned into a woman when he went out. When the guard leader said this, he raised his hand and pointed below him. Then, he turned his hand into a knife and made a cutting motion. It's gone. That thing is gone. Don't you think it's scary? The guard leader said emotionally. Although the few prisoners present could not see his expression, everyone shivered at the same time. Terrifying. Too terrifying. So he was such a cat-faced demon. Heavens! All of a sudden, as the few of them sighed in their hearts, they all felt their bodies tighten as if something would be cut off at any time. Their faces became even paler, and they were all frightened by the words of the guard leader. When the guard leader saw the reaction of these people, his mood immediately became better. He had been unable to find a way to deal with these criminals, and now he had found an opportunity. Evil people still needed to be ground by evil people. This cat-faced demon was an existence even more terrifying than Konoha criminal. This is not the end. The corner of the guard leader's mouth curled up slightly. Facing the 4 most annoying gazes, he felt quite proud in his heart. He said again, that person became stupid as soon as he arrived in the cell. Every day, he foams at the mouth and doesn't even know who his own mother is. He ate and vomited every day. I'm afraid he won't be able to last much longer. Hiss. When the guard leader said this, the 4 prisoners inside the compartment gasped. Especially the 2 people who came here for the second time. They all felt chills all over their bodies. Ha 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 ha. When the guard leader saw the frightened appearance of these 4 people, the wicked taste in his heart was immediately satisfied, and his heart was extremely comfortable. That's it. I'm leaving. I'll leave them to you. Mr. Cat-Face Demon. When the guard leader left the compartment, he deliberately emphasized the title that Aoba had recently obtained. In an instant, the 4 criminals became even more frightened. After that, the guard leader left with the guards. They had just walked out of the compartment. The guard leader looked at the guards next to him and whispered. In the future, if you encounter troublesome criminals, unhappy criminals, and criminals who dare to resist you, send them here and let them know the danger of Konoha Intelligence Division. The guard leader said. Yes. The guards immediately responded. Sigh, what evil thoughts can we guards have? Aren't we just helping those habitual criminals change their ways and start anew? The guard leader sighed and led the guards away. The compartment. Aoba's gaze fell on the two new prisoners who were waiting for interrogation. Is this your first time? Aoba asked casually. When the guard leader said those words, he seemed to have realized his opinion. He could better complete his work in his post and bring positive influence to Konohagakure's public security. In that case, then the title of the cat-faced demon. It could still be used. At the very least, he felt pretty good right now. Yes, yes, yes. Me too. Me too. The two prisoners who had just been brought in nodded repeatedly. This was the first time they had come in front of the cat-faced demon. They did not want to face such a terrifying event. I see. The corners of Aoba's mouth curled up slightly behind the mask. This feeling of deterrence was very good. It could be said that he was quite accomplished in the field of his work. Then, Aoba took a step forward and walked towards the two recently tied up people until he was in front of them. He stood in front of one of them. He did not say a word. That pair of pitch-black eyes looked through the peephole of the cat face mask and stared at that person. I. The prisoner who Aoba was staring at could not help but tremble. He had no idea what this interrogator ninja, who was called a cat-faced demon in front of him, was going to do. However, his heart was already beginning to bear huge pressure. Suddenly. It was at this time. Aoba slowly raised his right hand and touched this person's head. As soon as this action was executed, this prisoner was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He couldn't take it anymore. He wanted to dodge, but he didn't dare to. Moreover, he was tied up and couldn't dodge at all. This kind of helplessness was like a knife stabbing into his heart, twisting and turning. I really did it for the first time. This person finally could not bear the pressure in his heart and quickly explained to Aoba. His eyes flashed with panic, afraid that the cat-faced demon in front of him would mistake him for a repeat offender. Tap. Aoba's right hand patted the head of this person. At this moment, this person's body trembled, and the fear in his heart reached its limit, and he was about to pass. Ding dong. Memory reading successful. Obtained, chakra increase. A crisp electronic prompt sounded in Aoba's mind, followed by a memory load into his mind. Aoba did not look at this person anymore but walked toward another person. In an instant, the prisoner who had just been waiting to be interrogated heaved a sigh of relief. His entire body was numb. After regaining his senses, he found that his crotch was wet. However, he could not care less about the awkwardness. He was extremely glad that the cat-faced demon in front of him no longer stared at him. That kind of oppression was too terrifying. As Aoba walked towards the second person, the second prisoner who was tied up began to tremble. Aoba also did not say a word. He stopped in front of the latter and raised his right hand to touch the latter's head. Ding dong. Memory reading successful. Obtained, chakra increase. Another crisp electronic prompt sounded. Another memory was added to Aoba's brain. Aoba nodded lightly. Both of them were right. It was indeed their first time coming to him in Konohagakure Intelligence Division. It was precisely because of the existence of the mind-reading system. Aoba did not need to remember the other person's appearance to determine whether the other party was the first time coming to Konohagakure Intelligence Division or not. To be able to read memories, it must be the first time. Those who couldn't read their memories were likely to be repeat offenders who had been here once. Of course, Aoba didn't just read their memories here. He also read the memories of many people on the street. At that time, he didn't see the existence of the crime in their memories, but he couldn't guarantee that he would misjudge them for the first time. Then he can only wish them good luck. Aoba felt that if that person he read when he was harvesting the camera. During this time, that person committed a crime and was caught and sent to him, then was mistaken to be the second time he came here. Since this kind of small probability could happen to that person, then he could only say that he was unlucky. After confirming that these two people were both the first time, Aoba turned to look at the two people who were going to be handed over tonight. Now the monkey had arrived. The chicken had to be killed. Suddenly, under the gaze of the four people, Aoba walked toward one of the two people. At some point in time, a sharp kunai appeared in his hand. Ah, ow, ah, ow. Screams rang out from Konoha Intelligence Division's compartment. These screams came from the chicken that Aoba had especially left here. From these sounds, it was still quite tragic. A day passed quickly. Of course, this was very fast for Aoba. Every second of these two criminals who had become chickens was like a year. After a day of torture, they had almost exhausted all of their strength. Now, I am going to send you to prison, Aoba said coldly to the two of them while holding their confession letters. After all, these two were Konohagakure's people. Punishment for 2 days. It was almost enough. With Aoba's constant accumulation of experience in this job, he also had some selfish motives. In his heart, he divided the ranks of these prisoners. The lowest level was the first time the prisoners came. They were given a chance and would not receive physical punishment, but more like a mental shock. Next was the second time the prisoners came. They would be subjected to both physical and mental abuse, but considering that they were Konohagakure's people, he would not go too far. 2 days of torture would be enough. Then there were the people who came from the outside village to commit crimes. Most of these people were bullying people. They believed that they were from the outside village with money on their hands. They could get rid of the disaster as long as they took the money. Based on the second time rule, Aoba would directly deal with these kinds of people and torture them for 2 more days. Finally, that's the kind of spy from the other village who can't be seen once in a few months. If Aoba were to encounter them, there would be no chance at all. Aoba could guarantee that they would be able to get out alive, but if they were still normal people after going out, then he wouldn't care. Aoba did not leave the compartment. Today, he had read a total of 7 people's memories. These people were all here for the first time. Instead, he saw a lot of things in their memories. Let me take a closer look at the changes in the village. Aoba closed his eyes and pressed his hands on his temples. He searched through the memories of the people he had read just now. These people were like cameras that had been delivered to his door. They had specially sent the contents recorded to Aoba. They were normal people. It was the first time they had made a mistake, and there were many recent situations of Konohagakure in their memory. He could just see what kind of state Konohagakure had been in under the background of the outbreak of war recently. These people met me just after making a mistake for the first time. They are so lucky. After going out, they can start anew. Aoba sighed lightly. Chapter 231. Memories flooded into Aoba's mind. These memories were the memories of the prisoners he had just read. Through their memories, Aoba saw the current situation of Konohagakure at this time. Because of the arrival of war. In the beginning, the villagers were in a state of panic, but later they became different. People began to gradually calm down. They accepted this matter. Because people found that the Third Ninja World War was no different from the Second Ninja World War. The flames of war were outside of the village. It did not spread into the village. If it is a relative of a ninja, there may be troubles with losing a loved one. But as ordinary people in the village, most people did not have this problem. They did not need to go to the battlefield, as long as they were protected by the ninjas in the village. Gradually, some people began to be tempted. This was also a key factor that led to the increase in crime rates during this period of time. However, these people were suppressed by a person called the cat-faced demon in Konoha Intelligence Division. Someone went missing again. Aoba frowned slightly behind the mask. He found that one of the recent events in the village was that there was another problem of missing people. But this time, it was a small area. The one who disappeared was not an ordinary person, but Chunin from a normal family. They did not stir up too much trouble like ordinary people. Instead, they were forgotten after being told. Some people even felt that they were afraid of the war and fled the village on an unknown night. About the disappearance of Chunin. All of a sudden, there were many different opinions. It could only be said that they were discussing, but it did not cause any real public opinion. This matter is not as simple as it seems. I hope you won't touch me, Aoba muttered to himself. Then, he opened his eyes. He had already briefly looked through the memories he had read just now. The main thing was still the changes in the village during the war. There were not too many big things happening. The waves caused by the remnants of the old era in the past few months could not be compared. Then, Aoba walked out of Konoha Intelligence Division's compartment and directly returned to the Anbu's dormitory. He saw a man wearing a black trench coat not long after he walked out. From this figure, he didn't even need to see his face to know that this person was Eden. Brother Eden. Aoba immediately waved to Eden and greeted him. He vaguely felt that Eden was waiting for him here. It didn't seem like a normal route from work. Aoba, did the Hokage's Anbus look for you this morning? Eden stared at Aoba and asked directly. Yes, they looked for me. It seems that someone has disappeared. They looked for me to understand the situation. I don't know either. It seemed to have nothing to do with him and gave a very simple answer. The Hokage's Anbus have investigated the entire Anbu. Recently, during the war, Anbu was not very peaceful. I am waiting for you here to remind you that you must be careful. You must be safe and not try to be brave. Eden said seriously. To him, Aoba was a very important person. Not only was he Tsunade-sama's personal student, but he was also the author of Teacher Bai of Ninja School. Nothing must happen to him. Brother Eden, don't worry. I am fine. No one knows me. Trouble won't find me. Aoba shook his head and said. That's good. Eden nodded, but he still felt uneasy. After thinking for a while, he added, during the war, there may be people from other villages lurking in the village. No matter when, don't let your guard down. I understand. Aoba took a deep look at Eden in front of him. No matter his purpose, he could see that Eden's concern for him came from the bottom of his heart. This made him feel a warm feeling in his heart. It's good that you understand. I have nothing else to do. I came here to remind you that the village is not peaceful now. There is no rush. You can write slowly. I am not in a hurry. I am not in a hurry at all. Eden waved his hand and explained. He pretended not to care at all and entirely like he was trying to cover it up. At the corner of Aoba's mouth behind the mask twitched slightly. This hint was too obvious. However, it was indeed possible to update a part for Eden. He couldn't always wait for Eden to urge him to update. In this case, he was not sure when Eden would run to his dormitory. Together with the matter of Hokage's Anbu checking his room this morning. If he left in the future, at least one shadow clone was left behind in the dormitory. But it was best to leave the original body in the dormitory, and the shadow clones could then cause trouble outside. After Aoba combined Shikigami no Mai, Dance of the Shikigami, and Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique, together with Kami no Shishin no Jutsu, Paper Person of God Technique, it could already reach a terrifying camouflage. That was a change that even the Sharingan could not see through. With this change, he could realize many scenes. Moreover, if there was an accident, those advanced paper clones could also turn into papers that filled the sky and disappeared in the eyes of others. Brother Eden, I will go back and write it now. I will give you a new chapter in the next few days. Aoba nodded and said. He felt that the modern society novels taken from the forum, after a little modification, had already achieved a dimensional attack on the authors of the Ninja World novels. This is what you said. Eden looked at Aoba with excitement in his eyes. Thinking that he had a book to read again, it was hard to hide the happiness in his heart. Ha 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 ha, yes, I said it. Brother Eden, wait for a while. I will show it to you after I finish writing. Aoba nodded and said with a smile. He found that Eden was also quite interesting. At least he had a hobby that belonged to him. He could go to his own liking and firmly control this leader. Aoba, I knew you could do it. Eden raised his hand and was about to pat Aoba on the shoulder, but he suddenly retracted it when his hand stopped in mid-air. The entire action was very smooth. It was obvious that he had repeated it countless times. It's a pity that this is the era of war. Otherwise, if your book were to be published, there would definitely be more readers who would like it. It would be a bit like missing a good era. Eden sighed. Now, both Konoha and Kyume were in a very subtle situation. This situation directly affected the entire war situation in the ninja world, and it would have a great impact on the publishing industry. It doesn't matter. Brother Eden, you read this book yourself. Besides, the war will end eventually. Aoba shook his head lightly. He actually did not have the idea of publishing these books. After all, he might become famous. It was difficult for this kind of book not to be popular. This feeling was quite strange. If it were in modern society, the authors would use all their strength for fame. But Aoba now had such an opportunity, but he could give it up very casually. The main reason was that he did not want too many people in the ninja world to know of his existence, especially his talent. Even if it were just a little, he was not willing to expose it. The more he was exposed, the more troublesome it was. He hates troublesome things very much. You are right, the war will end sooner or later. When the war is over, it can be released. Eden's eyes flashed with expectation. He had already foreseen the teacher Bai of the ninja school scene appearing out of nowhere and sweeping the ninja world. Let's talk about it when the time comes. A helpless smile appeared on Aoba's face behind the mask. However, he felt that he could also change his identity and release it. After all, he could use pen names. He had come to the ninja world. He could more or less use some cultural invasion. He'll see when the time comes. If he has the mood to do so. There's nothing else. I'm mainly here to remind you that this war will continue for a period of time. The undercurrents of various forces are surging. You have to be careful of your own safety. Eden warned again. Brother Eden, let me ask one more question. How is the situation now? Aoba asked curiously. He had never been to the front line, so he naturally did not know about the situation at the front line. Through the memories of the prisoners he read, there was nothing found on them. There was no information about the war. There was no good news. There was also no bad news. That feeling was that apart from the panic in the village, there didn't seem to be a war going on outside. It was very strange. This war is now in a testing phase. Eden looked deeply at Aoba. If this were asked by someone else, he would definitely not say anything. But the person in front of him was Aoba. It did not matter if he said anything. Still testing. The brows behind Aoba's mask twitched. They had been fighting for more than 10 days, but they were still testing each other? This battle involves too many things. After the first day, the emotions of both sides became less intense. Eden shook his head. He originally wanted to say something simple, but since he had already said it to this point, he felt uncomfortable in his heart and simply explained a few more words. In theory, the level of the Ninja World War is often a chaotic battle between multiple forces. In the battle, they maintained a balance and did not completely kill each other. Now, because of the incident of Kumagakure's invaders attacking Konohagakure, it directly broke the balance between the forces. However, there are only Konohagakure and Kumagakure on the battlefield. It is very difficult to have a too intense battle like this. I don't know if you can understand what I mean. There is Tsunagakure watching from behind Konohagakure, and Iwagakure is watching beside Kumagakure. If a large-scale battle breaks out rashly, it is easy for others to take advantage of it. We, Konohagakure, have indeed had a few small-scale battles with Kumagakure ninjas, but both sides have their own taboos. They only stop at the right time and immediately retreat when they are at a disadvantage. Those who have the upper hand do not go all out to chase after them. The two heads have something to fear, and they did not directly use all their strength. After Eden explained this to Aoba, he raised his hand again, wanting to pat Aoba on the shoulder, but he took it back again. I won't talk to you about these things on the battlefield. It's fine as long as you know what's going on. I think we still have to confront each other for a period of time, 10 days or half a month. The opportunity to fight is definitely not from Konohagakure or Kumagakure. I guess it is Iwagakure who is coveting beside us. If Iwagakure doesn't move, everything will be balanced. If Iwagakure moves, then this balance will be broken. All the chaos will come. After saying this, Eden waved to Aoba and turned to walk behind. I won't say any more. Aoba, go back and rest early. We still have work to do tomorrow. Eden did not want to talk too much about the details with Aoba. If Aoba knew about this, it would not be of any help to the war. Instead, it would bring some trouble to Aoba. He simply knew a little. It was enough for Aoba. Goodbye, brother Eden. Aoba looked at Eden's back and slowly nodded. He already understood the general situation. It seems that both sides are afraid. Kumagakure might be afraid of Iwagakure, or the captured Hari. What is Konohagakure afraid of? It's just that third Hokage doesn't want to start a war at all. Aoba shook his head helplessly. Even he could see that this was the best time to fight Kumagakure. Now that Konohagakure held Hari in their hand, they could attack Kumagakure under Kumagakure's fear. You should know. Iwagakure would not easily help Kumagakure. Both sides were enemies. If Konohagakure had the upper hand in the beginning, Iwagakure would have invaded Kumagakure to take advantage of the situation. At this time, there was no need to be allies. They had a common enemy. But Aoba felt that the third Hokage would miss this opportunity bit by bit. When Kumagakure recovered and attacked Konohagakure, it was time for Iwagakure to come in and get a piece of the pie. At that time, Iwagakure was also fighting with Kumagakure. However, it was not a battle between the two sides, but a competition to see who could tear off a bigger piece of fat on Konohagakure. Up to you. Aoba was already deeply helpless toward the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. He felt that it was about time for the Hokage replacement. Otherwise, wait until the third Hokage has destroyed the current high-quality resources of Konohagakure. All that was left for Minato was a mess. However, Aoba was not willing to meddle in these affairs. Aoba walked along the dark underground path towards Anbu's dormitory and soon returned to the dormitory. Aoba wondered if he should leave a shadow clone here to avoid any problems. However, after thinking for a while, half of his chakra would be taken away if he used the shadow clone now. He should go to the tower first. Then he would throw one of Tosh Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique, back to Anbu's dormitory to stand guard. This was enough. Suddenly, Aoba thought of something. He used his perception to lock onto the mark of the Hirei Shin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, left behind by the tower. He immediately used Hirei Shin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. Swish! His entire figure flashed and disappeared, leaving the empty dormitory. The tall tower, the first floor of the dojo. After Aoba appeared here, he quickly crossed his hands in front of him and posed Tosh Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique, hand seals. He never thought that the most used ninjutsu he used in Naruto's world was actually Tosh Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. This was too shocking. Tosh Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. Aoba's voice slowly rang out. In an instant, shadow clones that looked exactly like him appeared in the spacious dojo on the first floor of the tower. Then, Aoba looked at the closest shadow clone beside him and nodded at him. Swish! This shadow clone understood what Aoba meant. In a flash, he used Hirai no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, and returned to Anbu's dormitory. The shadow clone directly lay on the iron bed, as if it were going to sleep and rest. In the tower dojo. After looking around at each shadow clone and took out a huge scroll. I believe everyone knows what I am thinking. After all, we are all the same. Aoba's loud and clear voice echoed in the dojo, clearly entering the ears of every shadow clone. We are going to study Scroll of Water Release Ninjutsu now. Of course. Today's main task is not to study, but to recite. Everyone recite it together. Everyone recites a water escape ninjutsu. Let's first engrave the contents of Scroll of Water Release Ninjutsu into our mind. Aoba instructed the shadow clones. Even if he didn't say these things, the shadow clones would know in their mind. The appearance of Scroll of Water Release Ninjutsu. It made Aoba temporarily change his training strategy. The books that Minato gave him were temporarily delayed. The blank paper tags that had not been drawn were temporarily delayed, and the memories that had not been carefully studied were temporarily delayed. These things were not as important as Scroll of Water Release Ninjutsu. Now that he had obtained the Scroll of Water Release Ninjutsu, in order to avoid the long night and long dreams, he had to directly raise the Scroll of Water Release Ninjutsu to the highest priority level. Aoba wanted to memorize all the Scroll of Water Release Ninjutsu contents and then practice all of them to master all the Water Release Ninjutsu above. At that time, he had another trump card in his hand. Now, let's start. After Aoba finished his last sentence, the shadow clones on the tower's first floor nodded. The shadow clone at the front took the Scroll of Water Release Ninjutsu scroll from Aoba. The other shadow clones came over with huge blank scrolls in their hands, ready to transcribe the contents of Scroll of Water Release Ninjutsu. Aoba bought 10 of these scrolls. One of them fell into the hands of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The shadow clones used the remaining 9. After all, he could not allow so many shadow clones to pass around the same scroll. That would be a waste of efficiency. For a moment, these shadow clones began to work together. They were in different positions, doing different things. Some were transcribing, some were reciting. Aoba nodded with satisfaction. He left the dojo on the first floor and walked towards the watchtower on the third floor. When he was free, he would look at the scenery here. At this moment, Aoba sat on a chair on the watchtower and watched the setting sun and the forest fall into silence. Hey! All of a sudden, Aoba frowned slightly. His perception, which he had been raising all along, made him discover that 3 chakras were rapidly moving toward the tower's direction. 1 was in front. 2 were behind. From this posture, it was as if they were chasing each other. No. It was a chase. Aoba felt the killing intent surging out from the 2 chakra balls behind. What's going on? A big question mark appeared on Aoba's head. Now, this place was already deep in the forest. How could someone come here? Boom! Along with a crisp sound, the ball of chakra in front of him actually broke through the barbed wire and drilled into the fence where the tower was located. Such an unforeseen event. Aoba's expression immediately turned cautious. I hope they are just passing by, Aoba said indifferently. After that, he increased his perception ability and focused on whether there were any reinforcements within the range. Chapter 232. As the 3 bundles of chakra energy entered the fence in the area of Aoba's tower, Aoba's expression gradually changed. How come I can find someone here? Aoba felt that these people's ability to test their luck was too bad. No matter where he was, they would always meet him. Aoba still didn't know what these 3 chakras were going to do, but he was most worried about what kind of mess they would cause here. If it were just capturing or something else and would leave after finishing it, then leave no traces behind, everything would be fine. He was afraid that they would take lives and then lure Konoha military police force over. As a result, things would become troublesome. Before today, Aoba would not hesitate from evacuating this tower. After all, it was just a secret stronghold. However, after Hokage's Anbu checked the rooms in Anbu's dormitory, Aoba already understood that Anbu's dormitory was not a safe place. He needed a secret place that belonged to him. For now, the tower was the best place. Before he found a better place, he would never let the tower go so easily. Suddenly, Aoba raised his perception ability to the peak. Relying on the sage body perception power, he covered the surrounding woods in all directions. After repeatedly confirming, only these 3 were coming. They must have entered this area by accident during their chase. I hope they go to other places. In the tower area, a young girl wearing Konohagakure's ninja outfit was running quickly. She had to look back every few steps she took to see if someone was chasing after her. This young girl was wearing a set of red inner lining clothes. Her red-brown hair was barely over her ears, and she looked somewhat flustered. Swish! 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 The young girl passed through the branches quickly. Her speed had already reached its limit, and she was getting tired from running. Damn it! The young girl had a look of despair on her face. She could clearly feel that the 2 people chasing after her were getting closer and closer to her. Kaka! At this moment, the young girl's feet suddenly became light. The tree branch she had just stepped on was directly broken because it could not withstand the force of her stomp. The balance of her entire body was broken, and she instantly fell from her running state. She directly fell to the ground, and her face was scratched. In an instant, blood began to flow out of the girl's face. Because of the sudden stop, the 2 people chasing her caught up to her instantly. It seems that I may die here. The girl turned her head. She was still lying on the ground. Her legs were somewhat painful after falling down just now, and she could not get up immediately. In her sight, 2 figures instantly caught up to her and stopped in front of her. Fujita Yoshino, you finally can't run anymore. These 2 figures were both wearing black robes and masks. From their appearance, it was impossible to see any characteristics. The tone of their voice was cold and emotionless. It was even impossible to tell which one of the 2 people said it. Ha 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 ha, is this how you eradicate your dissidents? The girl named Fujita Yoshino smiled coldly and shook her head. Her eyes were already filled with the light of death. At this point, she already knew that she had no other way. Kill. The 2 ninjas in black robes and masks looked at each other. No one continued to talk nonsense with the girl. The 2 of them quickly rushed towards the girl. Swish! Swish! 2 cold lights flashed. This girl called Fujita Yoshino was instantly killed. The girl fell to the ground. Blood flowed down the wound on her neck. It dyed the surrounding grass red. Mission completed. The tone of the 2 black-robed masked men did not have any emotional fluctuations, just like robots. One of them reached out his right hand and reached into the ninja bag. He took out a small bottle. He opened the small bottle. Then, he poured the liquid inside the small bottle onto the young girl's body. Chi 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 chi. White gas instantly emerged from the young girl's body. Her entire body began to melt, and in the blink of an eye, her whole body turned into a bag of bones. A few seconds later, the girl, including her clothes, turned into a pool of black water. The black water mixed with the blood on the ground and finally turned into dark red blood that seeped into the ground. If Aoba was here, seeing this scene, he would definitely recognize what kind of liquid was inside this small bottle. It was corpse-dissolving water, which he thought was very useful. "Let's go." The black-robed masked man who had poured the corpse-dissolving water nodded at the other black-robed masked man. Instantly, the two black-robed masked men walked in the direction they had come from. On the tall tower, Aoba silently sensed all of this. After that chakra in the escape state went through violent fluctuations, it instantly disappeared. It could be said that it was dead. The remaining two chakra return from where they come from. It's still dead after all. Aoba shook his head helplessly. If someone died here, it would still be a hidden danger. However, fortunately, those two people were leaving. They were together. It was unlikely that they would casually reveal the matter of killing people here. Overall, the matter was considered smooth. Aoba had been sensing the movements over there the entire time. He could roughly understand what had happened over there, but he wasn't clear about the specific details. However, just when Aoba thought that things could end like this, his brows suddenly furrowed. He discovered those two chakras were suddenly heading in his direction. Outside the tower, two black-robed masked men were heading back the way they came from. Suddenly, the black-robed masked man who was walking behind stopped. "Why do I feel that there is something wrong with that tower?" the black-robed masked man behind him said. "Mission completed," the black-robed masked man in front said coldly. "Why is Fujita Yoshino running this way? What if there are people in the tower?" The black-robed masked man behind him continued. "The mission is completed," the black-robed masked man in front of him repeated coldly. "If there are still Fujita Yoshino's companions inside, our mission will not be considered complete," the black-robed masked man said again. "Our mission is to kill Fujita Yoshino." The black-robed masked man shook his head and said, "No, we have to go and take a look." The black-robed masked man behind ignored his teammates' objections. He immediately turned around and walked in the direction of the tower. "Our mission is over. If we do anything else, it is very likely that it will cause unnecessary trouble. Remember, the mission is above all else," the black-robed masked man in front said coldly. He had no intention of going over. "Trust me this once. My intuition has never been wrong," the black-robed masked man behind him said in a deep voice. His tone was filled with a strong determination. It could be heard that he would not give up until he went to the tower. "I really can't do anything to you." The black-robed masked man in front hesitated for a moment before following the black-robed masked man behind him towards the tower. According to regular operations, their mission was over. Now, they could go back to report. There was no need to go in the direction of the tower. However, since they had already arrived at this place, the black-robed masked man in front thought for a moment, then simply did not care about this matter. "You haven't come to root base for long, so let's forget about it this time. There won't be a next time. If you are in a team with others to do a mission, remember that the mission is above all else, and the mission is set together. After the mission is completed, don't do anything else, and immediately return." The black-robed masked man in front spoke up. These things were the rules of route, and what they were doing now was already breaking the rules of route. "I did come late, so I have not been completely assimilated by you task machines. The mission this time is to kill Fujita Yoshino. However, if we can find Fujita Yoshino's companion, it will also be an upgrade for the mission." The black-robed masked man did not seem to mind at all. After he said those words, neither of them said a word. Everything that needed to be explained had been explained. There was nothing left to say. 10 minutes later, the two black-robed masked men arrived at the entrance of the tower. They looked at the tower's door and found that the lock of the tower had been opened. Someone has come in here. The two black-robed masked men realized the problem here. Normally speaking, this tower was used as Chunan's examination room. It was usually sealed. Now that the lock had been opened, someone must have come. Maybe there are people inside. It is very likely that they are Fujita Yoshino's accomplice. When the two thought of this, they looked at each other and could see the seriousness in each other's eyes. Then, the two of them nodded. They walked into the tower together. What greeted their eyes was a very clean passageway. Whether it was the ground, the walls, or the ceiling, they were all clearly cleaned up by someone. It was completely different from the outside of the tower. People often came here. The two black-robed masked men realized the same thing. Their movements became even lighter. They walked all the way to the first floor of the tower and saw the big show. The place was even cleaner. There was not even a speck of dust on the ground. This degree of cleanliness could be easily determined with just a glance. In the recent hour, there were many people here. Leave this to me. Go and report to Danzo-sama. The experienced black-robed masked man said in a deep voice. He could now believe the intuition of this little companion. He was indeed very powerful, and he had a very sudden breakthrough. Who would have thought that there was someone hiding in this tower? Understood. The black-robed masked man, with a keen intuition, nodded. He understood that it was time for the division of labor. It was the best choice for him to inform Danzo. Suddenly, he turned around and ran towards the entrance of the tower. However, just as he reached the entrance of the tower, swish swish swish, the white paper seemed to appear out of thin air and instantly blocked the entrance of the tower. The white paper formed a wall of paper in front of him. There are people here. The black-robed masked man suddenly roared. He had already realized the feeling of danger. There was clearly someone here. However, when they entered, they felt nothing. Nothing. The black-robed masked man instinctively turned around and ran back. However, the moment he turned around, white paper flew toward his body. Bang! After the black-robed masked man's body was pierced through by the white paper, he exploded. This was a clone. But the area covered by the paper was simply too large. It could be said that it covered the entire corridor, leaving no space to dodge. Just after the clone shattered, the black-robed masked man's true body fell from the ceiling. His hands each held a kunai and slashed towards the flying paper. Whoosh 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 whoosh. One piece of paper after another passed through his kunai and stuck to his body. The entire process only happened in an instant. It was not that his reaction was not fast enough. It happened too suddenly. In addition, these papers were too dense. After these papers were pasted on the body of this black-robed masked man, black lines appeared on the white paper. These black lines formed string after string of runes on the paper. They possessed extremely strong sealing abilities, directly limiting the movement of this black-robed masked man. Not only was he unable to control his body, but he was also unable to mobilize his chakra. Only his brain was still thinking. Bam! This black-robed masked man fell to the ground after his entire body was wrapped in a piece of white paper with black lines. What's going on? The other black-robed ninja wearing a mask rushed over. It was at the moment he heard the sound. He was already running over at his fastest speed. But things happened too quickly. There was no chance at all. When he came here, he saw that his companion was wrapped in paper and fell to the ground. For a moment, the black-robed masked man stood in place. He didn't dare to move easily. He looked around cautiously. He didn't even know if his opponent was a human or a ghost. One of his companions was sealed. It really brought him a great deal of pressure. Gradually, time slowly passed. The black-robed masked man just stood there and waited cautiously. However, there was no movement in the surroundings. It was as if the entire world had returned to peace. "Who?" the black-robed masked man said coldly. An indescribable sense of fear surged in his heart. The visible opponent was not scary. This kind of invisible opponent was scary. From beginning to end, he only saw his companion surrounded by paper. "Show yourself!" the black-robed masked man shouted again, but there was still no response. Another period of time passed. The black-robed masked man stood there for more than 10 minutes. There was still no movement. His companion lying on the ground, who was sealed by the sealing paper, was about to fall asleep. Could this be an automatic trigger? The black-robed masked man suddenly felt that he was a little too cautious. Could it be that this was set up by the person who closed the tower before leaving? Then, the black-robed masked man carefully walked towards the entrance of the tower. When he reached the door, he walked out without any obstructions. He stood outside the tower. Feeling the gradually darkening weather, question marks popped up in his head one after another. Could it be that we are really overthinking things? The black-robed masked man returned to the tower. It had been almost half an hour since they entered. From beginning to end, he had not seen anyone. The only sound he heard was the sound of his companion. "I'll take you out now." The black-robed masked man immediately squatted beside his companion and reached out his hand to touch him. He wanted to help his companion tear off the sealing paper. However, just as his finger touched the paper, he felt a mysterious power. On the piece of paper that he touched, black lines appeared one after another. These black lines were like living things, instantly twisting and turning. With a terrifying speed, they spread along with his finger toward his body. Not good. The black-robed masked man immediately realized the danger he was in. He wanted to pull his hand out, but he found that he could no longer control his hand. As long as the black runes spread to some part of his body, he would lose control of it. At this moment, the runes had already spread to his entire right arm. "I fell into a trap." The black-robed masked man's left hand quickly reached into the ninja bag and quickly took out a kunai from the ninja bag. The moment the sharp blade appeared, his left hand changed its target. Without hesitation, he swung it towards his right arm. Swish! The right arm of the black-robed masked man was cut off from his shoulder. Blood kept flowing out of the wound. The whole process was extremely decisive. When his right hand was sealed, he already understood that if the seal on his right arm spread to his whole body, then he would become meat on the chopping board, unable to resist and be trampled on. Because of this, he decisively cut off his arm. It let him break free from the seal restraint. The black-robed masked man who had lost his arm completely ignored the wound on his right arm. His right arm, which had fallen to the ground, was already covered in black sealing formula. "Leave this place." This was the only thought in his mind. He felt that this was a very strange place. This tower was too strange. Suddenly, he ran towards the door of the tower. Only, this time, he was unable to run out as smoothly as before. What awaited him was a paper wall formed from paper, completely isolating him from the tower. Chapter 233. What the black-robed masked man was experiencing now was the same as what the black-robed masked man had just experienced. The walls were all sealed by the white paper, and he couldn't leave the tower area. Not good. After the black masked man cut off his right arm, he felt an instinctive fear when he saw the paper. He immediately took a step back. His eyes stared at the magical wall in front of him through the eye hole of the mask. What is exactly happening here? A big question mark appeared in his head. His eyes were always staring at the paper wall in front of him, afraid that the paper would suddenly fly out. Swish swish! As the saying goes, what you are afraid of comes. Just as the black-robed masked man stared at the paper wall, The paper wall instantly turned into pieces of paper and flew toward him. He suddenly raised his left hand. He prepared to form a hand seal with one hand. Facing these pieces of paper, he instinctively thought of fire release ninjutsu. Whether it worked or not. In the end, he had to struggle for a bit, and he could not just sit still and wait for death. Tap. At this moment, he suddenly felt his shoulder sink. A hand actually patted his shoulder. In a split second, the expression behind his mask changed greatly. Just now, he had focused all his attention on the changing paper wall. He had not expected that there were other figures behind him. The moment this hand patted his shoulder, black lines appeared on his body. These lines were exactly the same as the ones he had encountered just now. However, these lines were coming from this hand and not from the papers. Immediately, the black-robed masked man understood one thing. The owner of this hand that was on his body was the owner of those papers. You should not have come to disturb my quiet life. A faint voice rang out, clearly entering the ears of the black-robed masked man. Just as he was speaking, black lines quickly appeared on the black-robed masked man's body and completely sealed his body. This time, the black-robed masked man had no other choice. His entire body was covered in sealing formula. He couldn't kill himself. The black-robed masked man was thinking in his heart. He wanted to know who this person was, but he only heard the voice and did not see the person's appearance. Suddenly, he felt a pair of hands brush past his cheeks. It directly removed the mask on his face. After that, he felt his body become light, and he was casually lifted up by someone. His companion also floated up beside him. The two of them flew all the way to the third floor of the tower. Throughout the entire process, they could feel the existence of that person. However, they could not see the appearance of that person at all. This was an expert. The two black-robed masked men were both aware of this matter, and they felt that this person's level of caution and anti-reconnaissance ability were above theirs. Bang! Bang! The two of them were thrown to the ground like trash. When they fell to the ground, they saw the person who carried them over. It was just that. That person was wearing a mask. It was the mask that had just been taken off. The two of them had a lot of questions in their hearts, but they could not even move their tongues now and were unable to speak at all. As the two of them looked at each other in confusion, this person stretched out his right hand, first touching the head of the black-robed person who had been taken off the mask, then touching the black-robed person wrapped in paper. Then, that person stood up and walked out of their line of sight. So it's the people from Root. This indifferent voice sounded, and there seemed to be a hint of contemplation in its tone. If you don't come in, there won't be any problems. Now that I can't let you go, I can only use you as an experiment. The voice sounded again, but the content of the words made the two people even more confused. You don't have to worry. You won't die for a while, but don't have any expectations. You definitely won't be able to walk out of this tower alive. The owner of the voice. It was Aoba, who was training in the tower. Aoba had just released his shadow clone and was ready to learn the ninjutsu in the scroll of water release ninjutsu. His imagination was infinitely beautiful. However, before he could start, these two root ninjas broke into his tower. There was no other way. Since the tower was already exposed to the eyes of these two people, he could not let these two people return alive. When Aoba touched the heads of the two people just now, two crisp electronic prompts sounded in his head, and he got 2 average level ninjutsu. Just by the level of ninjutsu, he could judge that these two root ninjas were at best at Chunin. It was not troublesome to solve it. When Aoba dealt with the two of them, he tried to use the sealing technique from the book that Minato gave him, as well as Danzo's sealing technique obtained by reading the memories. Plus a little trick. He directly played the two of them in his palms. He held them tightly. Go to sleep. Aoba lightly spat out 2 words. Then, he waved his right hand. 2 pieces of paper flew out from his hand and landed on their foreheads. There was a circle on the paper. The word sleepy was written in the middle of the circle. It was the result of the sleepiness seal he learned from the book that Minato gave him. In an instant, the 2 root ninjas closed their eyes, and the sleepiness invaded their brains, causing them to fall into a deep sleep. As long as Aoba didn't remove the 2 paper tags, they would continue to sleep. What on earth happened to make root chase a person so far? Aoba was originally not curious about them. If they left directly, then they would let them leave. Now, they had already delivered themselves to the door. He also read the memories of these 2 people. Moreover, Aoba also wanted to see what kind of state Harry was in through the memories of these 2 root ninjas. Thinking of this, Aoba directly sat cross-legged. He sat on the floor of the 3rd floor of the tower. He slowly closed his eyes. He pressed his hands on his temples. He began to read the memories of these 2 people. In a split second, scenes after scenes appeared in Aoba's mind. The first person that Aoba flipped through was the root ninja that he sealed first. This root ninja was not old. Now, he was only 16 years old. Well, strictly speaking, he was 1 year older than him. The so-called root people have no name, no feelings, no past, no future, only a mission in their heart. Aoba had seen such brainwashing words more than once in this person's memory. This kind of feeling was like this person had mistakenly entered the pyramid scheme. In the beginning, he still maintained some of his own consciousness and felt that the root was a group of people with abnormal brains. Over time, his brain also became abnormal. However, he was still relatively late. He still retained a trace of his nature. After completing the task, he became very curious about the surrounding environment and strange things. Reality proved. It was precisely because of this curiosity. It ruined this person's root career. In the future, he would no longer appear in the form of a normal person. When Aoba was reading this person's memories, he saw the mission they had just carried out. This was an assassination mission. The target of the mission was a young girl named Fujita Yoshino. According to the results of the mission, they had successfully killed Fujita Yoshino and dissolved her corpse with corpse-dissolving water. Fujita Yoshino was a member of Konohagakure's private organization. This was a small group of ninjas. There were a total of 6 people. All of them were chunin. They liked to investigate some special things outside of their missions. About half a year ago, Konohagakure had a missing people case. Later, the river drifting corpse case happened one after another. These cases attracted the attention of their organization. They wanted to investigate what had happened here through their means. After a period of perseverance, they found a little clue. These clues pointed to Konohagakure's Shimura Danzo. This made them realize that there seemed to be some secret hidden in the missing people case. But not long after, Tetsu, the organization's leader of the remnant of the old era, was caught. In the end, the missing people case and the river drifting corpse case all fell on Tetsu. For the people of Konohagakure, this was the case closed. As long as Konohagakure regained peace and order, then there was nothing to say. But for their small organization, this matter was not over at all. They discovered a big secret that no one else knew about. That was the human experiment laboratory that Orochimaru had set up in Konohagakure. This discovery allowed them to find the decisive evidence to testify against Danzo. They silently guarded the site of Orochimaru's laboratory while carefully hiding. After several months of secret observation, they discovered the figure of Danzo coming and going to Orochimaru's laboratory. There were also many dead bodies resulting from failed experiments. Those dead bodies were all piled up together by the root ninjas wearing masks and then used corpse-dissolving water to dispose of them. This way, there would not be any traces left. As the leader of their organization, Fujita Yoshino decided to report this discovery to the third Hokage. Half a month ago. After summarizing everything she had seen, she took advantage of third Hokage's free time to go to the Hokage building and tell third Hokage about this matter. Only, what she did not expect was that, from that moment on, Shimura Danzo's nightmare did not come, but they fell into it and never woke up. From her companions to herself. In just half a month, not a single one was left. They were all assassinated. Until the moment Fujita Yoshino died, she did not know how Shimura Danzo knew about them. She only told the third Hokage of the results of their investigation. Interesting. Aoba silently sighed. These specific details were all found in the memory of this young root ninja. Normally speaking, the mission that Danzo gave him was to assassinate Fujita Yoshino. There was no reason for any assassination. If it were any of the other roots, they would not ask for a reason or the process. They would just need to complete the mission. There was no need to ask anything else. But, because of curiosity, this root ninja conducted an investigation on Fujita Yoshino. He found some information about Fujita Yoshino from the scroll records of root. He gradually understood that Fujita Yoshino had been assassinated because she reported Danzo. Because of this, he wondered if there would be an accomplice of Fujita Yoshino in the tower. Curiosity will kill the cat. Aoba said with double meanings. His words were not only for Fujita Yoshino but also for this young root ninja. If Fujita Yoshino was not so curious and as long as she did her duty, such an accident would not happen. Not only did she kill herself, but she also killed her friends. Of course, Aoba did not think that their heart of justice was wrong. However, he felt that she should have acted according to what she could do. If she forcefully dragged herself and her friends into a storm that she could not withstand because she did not have enough strength, that was not justice. That was stupidity. The same. Suppose this young root ninja was not so curious to investigate the matter of Fujita Yoshino and was not curious about what was inside the tower after completing the mission. He would not have fallen into the situation of being caught by Aoba with his companions. All of this was because they could not control their curiosity. Thus, they fell into a desperate situation. After simply going through the memory of this young root ninja, Aoba began to go through the memory of the root ninja with the broken arm. He planned to take a simple look first. Aoba opened the memory of the root ninja with the broken arm. This person's memory was far more abundant than the young root ninja. Not only was he older, but he had also done more things in root. In a split second, scenes of memories flashed through his mind. Half an hour later, Aoba slowly opened his eyes and silently exhaled. This is too interesting. Aoba did not expect that these two root ninjas who belonged to the same group and often went on missions together. Both sides were not too clear about what the other had done. Was this indifference to each other? The young root ninja had investigated Fujita Yoshino's past in detail during this period of time. He had even seen Fujita Yoshino's scroll report about Danzo en route. Through this point, due to his curiosity, he could faintly guess that Danzo was working with the third Hokage. The things he investigated, that root ninja with the broken arm did not know. If he knew, he would definitely stop him. This was playing with fire. As for the root ninja with the broken arm, it was precisely the root ninja that Fujita Yoshino's organization had seen while observing Orochimaru's laboratory. This person's memory had opened up a lot of information that Aoba had not known about before. It was a segment of cooperation between Danzo and Orochimaru. After Orochimaru failed his human experiments again and again, he was the one responsible for helping Orochimaru deal with the corpse. In the beginning, the corpses belonged to Konoha. Later on, after the missing people case completely broke out and the blame was given to Tetsu, they began to kidnap some of the villagers from other villages outside of Konoha. This root ninja with the broken arm was not in charge of catching people but was in charge of dealing with the corpses that had failed the research. The tools to deal with those corpses. It was corpse-dissolving water. The thing that Aoba was thinking about. Orochimaru personally concocted the original corpse-dissolving water. No wonder only Root has it, but no other place. Aoba found important information about corpse-dissolving water on the root ninja with the broken arm. The purpose of corpse-dissolving water's birth was not to help Root destroy the evidence but to deal with the abandoned corpses that died after the failed experiment. In order to ensure that the corpses would not be piled up in one place for too long and give off an unpleasant smell, Orochimaru personally invented the corpse-dissolving water, which could completely dissolve the corpses. After corpse-dissolving water was researched, Danzo found that this thing was very helpful to Root's assassination mission. From then on, when the Root ninjas carried out assassinations, they would bring along corpse-dissolving water. This also contributed to many of Konohagakure's pending cases. During the time when the third Hokage was in charge, occasionally, some ninjas would suddenly disappear. No one knew if they were alive or dead. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Based on this situation, in the end, the village judged him as missing or betrayed the village. In short, he did not suspect Danzo at all. It could be said that he had dealt with a lot of difficult things for the third Hokage. For example, those who opposed the opinions of the third Hokage at the beginning and refused to change, caused the third Hokage to have obstacles. Maybe they disappeared on a dark and windy night and never appeared again. It's a pity. They only have corpse-dissolving water, but they don't have corpse-dissolving water's formula. This makes me unable to make it myself. Aoba slowly shook his head. He squatted down and searched the two ninjas' ninja pouches. 1 bottle. 2 bottles. 3 bottles. Aoba found 3 bottles of corpse-dissolving water on them and put them all in his pocket. It's enough for a period of time. Aoba roughly estimated that the people he had dealt with earlier had used up almost a bottle of corpse-dissolving water. Now, these 3 bottles of corpse-dissolving water could dissolve more people. It had to be said. This thing was really a good thing for killing and robbing. The problem now is... Aoba frowned slightly behind the mask. He took off the root ninja mask and took a closer look. These two people are not high level enough. They don't know anything about Harry, but they didn't go back to report. Also, Orochimaru would have a missing corpse disposal man. Danzo will definitely investigate this area. Aoba pinched his chin, his eyes flashing with thoughts. How can I not make them suspect the tower? Aoba did not want to move out of this secret base that he had just moved into so easily. Chapter 234. Now, this tower could be said to be a rare secret base for Aoba. He had already moved many things here. During this time of war, no servants would come here easily. He had stayed quite well here. After all, after passing through the Anbu team directly under Hokage, it can be seen that he can't put things in the Anbu dormitory casually. After this period of time, I should build an underground base similar to Orochimaru's base. It will still be safer. Aoba silently thought in his heart. According to the information he had obtained, he judged these things. He lived in Konohagakure and always had some accumulation and secrets. These things have to be stored in a place. For now, there was still a chance that this tower will be discovered. Then, Aoba's eyes flashed. He thought of a possibility, but he was not sure for the time being. Doing that would have a positive effect or a reverse effect. Root should only know that these two people came out to do an assassination mission, but the specific route and the final trajectory should not be confirmed for the time being. Aoba looked through the memories of the two root ninjas again and found that they did not leave any marks in the assassination process. In other words, they were simply carrying out an assassination mission. For these two people, their status en route was actually relatively low. After all, they were only Chunin. Even if they were doing an assassination mission, they would only kill Chunin. This was also enough to show how much Danzo despised that small organization. Even Jonin was not willing to be sent out. He did not take these people seriously at all. Since there was no trajectory of action. As long as these two did not run away, they should not be able to find the tower. Aoba silently calculated in his mind. After making a series of judgments through the memories of these two people, he was slightly relieved in his heart. Fortunately, if Root really had their eyes on this side, then there is nothing I could do. He could only change to a new secret base. After that, Aoba got up and walked down from the third floor of the tower, all the way to the dojo on the first floor of the tower. He raised his hands. His two hands stretched out 2 fingers, crossed them together, and made a hand seal gesture. Taj! Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. Aoba immediately used Taj! Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, 1,000 Aoba appeared in the hall, all of them were his shadow clones. Continue to carry the scroll of water release ninjutsu. Aoba took out the scroll of water release ninjutsu and placed it in front of these shadow clones. Just as he was about to start memorizing the contents, he was interrupted by the 2 root ninjas that suddenly invaded. At that time, he had no choice. Aoba had to take back all the shadow clones to ensure that he would face the enemies who entered this place in his best condition. Now, he could set up the shadow clones again. For a moment, these shadow clones took out scrolls and began transcribing the contents, then carefully memorized the words. Aoba wanted to imprint the scroll of water release ninjutsu in his head. This way, he would become a water release ninja at any time. Gradually, the night passed. The next morning, Aoba returned to the dormitory through Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. The 2 root ninjas were still on the 3rd floor of the tower. There was a tag on their heads that could allow them to continue sleeping, and their bodies were completely sealed. Shadow clones were staring at them, so there would be no problems. Aoba returned to Anbu's dormitory. After washing up, he walked out of the entrance of Anbu's dormitory and headed straight for his Konoha Intelligence Division compartment. Not long after, the young man came to his compartment. Right now, there was no one inside the compartment. He had already released the chicken he caught 2 days ago. Another period of time passed. The compartment still had no one sent in. This feeling was similar to when the war had just begun. At that time, no one came in for the entire day. Now, he already had that feeling. After another period of time. Step 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 step. The sound of footsteps came from outside Aoba's compartment. As the footsteps approached, they finally stopped at the compartment door. Creak. Accompanied by the sound of the door opening. The compartment's door was opened. The person standing at the door was not the prison guard who had sent people to the compartment in the past, but a masked Anbu ninja. In half an hour, gather at the Hokage building. This Anbu ninja said to Aoba and then added. This time, all Anbus have to go. No one can be absent. Hurry up. After saying that, this Anbu left and walked towards the other compartment. Because Konoha Intelligence Division's work had been redistributed, there were not many ninjas who were still working in the compartment. Therefore, there was not much work to do to inform them. There was no need to knock on the door one by one. Yes. Aoba faintly responded, and a small question mark appeared on his head. What is it? Why did they suddenly have to gather? Could it be related to the 2 root ninjas? It can't be. Aoba felt that it was not that exaggerated. After all, the 2 root ninjas were only Chunin, and they had only been missing for a night. There was no need to mobilize so many people to gather all the Anbus. Moreover, it was in the Hokage building. It should be another matter. Aoba immediately walked out of the compartment's room. He followed Anbu's instructions and walked towards Konohagakure Intelligence Division's entrance. Just as Aoba walked to the exit of Konohagakure Intelligence Division, he saw Eden waiting there. "Brother Eden." When Aoba saw Eden, he immediately realized that the latter should be waiting for him here. Recently, no matter what happened, Eden had been taking care of him. Although there was a benefit to it. But this big brother was not called for nothing. "Aoba, I am waiting for you. You should have received the notice that all Anbus have to gather in the Hokage building. Even I am no exception." Eden stared at Aoba and said. There was a serious look in his eyes, and his expression looked serious. He seemed to have realized what was going to happen. "Does Brother Eden know what is going on?" Aoba asked doubtfully. Now he hoped to get some information from Eden so that he could be prepared. "There are spies in Anbu. Now we have to check all of them. No one is an exception," Eden said in a low voice. He shook his head helplessly and said, "This kind of thing has been going on for more than a day or two. It's just that the village has never been ruthless enough to deal with it. I'm afraid that the investigation will have a bad effect. Now that we are in a war, we can't care about so much. Many things will be even more disadvantageous to the village if we don't deal with them." "I see." Aoba nodded. He instantly understood what Eden meant. He had never thought that there would be spies among the Anbus. Until the two Kirigakure spies appeared. Only then did Aoba realize that other villages had already infiltrated the Anbu. It was like there was a terrorist organization in the FBI. If they didn't deal with it immediately, it would definitely leave behind a huge source of trouble. However, the third Hokage was an indecisive person. He was afraid that doing this would have a harmful effect. He was afraid that the Anbu would think that the village was suspecting them, so it would be even more difficult to deal with the spies. He was worried that it would cause a dispute between the villages. "Go quickly. This is a big matter. We can't be late. Moreover, you might have to work hard in this examination. I especially waited here to give you a preview." Eden nodded to Aoba, indicating that Aoba should hurry to the Hokage building. After he finished speaking, he habitually raised his hand slightly. However, this time, he quickly retracted his hand. His movements looked extremely skilled. "I understand." Aoba nodded, turned around, walked out of Konohagakure Intelligence Division, and walked towards the direction of the Hokage building. He understood the meaning of Eden's words. The so-called effort. He should be referring to the Yamanaka clan mind-reading technique. Looks like. This time, the two spies in Anbu had completely made the village decide to take care of them. Aoba roughly understood what was going on in his heart. Half an hour later. In the street outside the Hokage building. Hundreds of ninjas wearing Anbu's clothes stood there. Among them was Aoba. The crowd was very quiet. No one spoke. The atmosphere was rather oppressive. Aoba sensed the number of ninjas present here and knew that this was definitely not all of the Anbus. At least some of Jonin should not be here but were fighting with Kumigakure's ninjas on the front line. This should be all of the Anbus left behind in Konohagakure. A few minutes later, a man wearing a red and white Hokage robe walked out from the rooftop of the Hokage building. This person had a smoking pipe in his mouth. The moment his figure appeared, it instantly attracted the attention of all the Anbus present. This person. Everyone at the scene recognized him. Even those who didn't know him knew who he was when they saw his clothes. Konohagakure's third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third Hokage stood on the rooftop and felt the people's gazes below him. He was silent for a dozen seconds. All of a sudden, the atmosphere at the scene became even more oppressive. Cough cough. Cough. Hiruzen cleared his throat and directly broke the quiet atmosphere. He attracted everyone's attention, making everyone's heart rise. Through the simple sound of his throat, everyone realized that he was going to start talking. All of a sudden, The Anbus gathered in front of the Hokage building all looked at Hiruzen. I believe many of you know that something big happened in the village in the past day. Hiruzen's voice echoes slowly. His voice was magnetic and could bring people into that situation in an instant. Kumagakure Jonin, Gasui, who killed Konoha military police force, Uchiha Sekai, have been hiding in Konohagakure. But we have not found him. Hiruzen's voice sounded again, but there was a kind of reproach and introspection in his words this time. But just yesterday, we found him. Hiruzen's voice became sharp. He did not blame the Anbu at the scene but used his tone to let everyone know his dissatisfaction. The Gasui who killed Sekai and seized Sekai's Sharingan. Under the protection of two Anbus, he swaggered through Konohagakure's main entrance. He left the village in a grand manner. When Hiruzen said this, everyone at the scene became even more silent. Anyone could hear the anger in Hiruzen's voice. This kind of thing. The impact was really too bad. It had already made the villagers panic. Almost the entire Konohagakure knew about this matter. Even the ordinary people knew it very well, let alone the Anbus. This matter made me feel a lot of pressure. I realized that I didn't do enough in the past. Of course. This matter also has the responsibility of Konoha military police force and the patrol division. It's just that I will pursue their responsibility in the future. I won't let them continue to be lazy and adjust the overall defense of the village. As Hiruzen spoke, he already intended to pursue the responsibility of the Konoha military police force and the patrol division. However, he had already realized that his words were a little off, and he quickly pulled the topic back. In an instant, Hiruzen changed the topic, and his voice became cold. But the biggest problem is that Anbu has a spy. After the investigation of Hokage's Anbus, we have confirmed the identity of the two missing Anbus. One of them is called Satsuma Rentaro, and the other is called Yoshima Hiroshi. They are both spies that Kirigakure planted in our Konohagakure Anbu. Oh! Anbu's ninjas burst out in cries of alarm in the crowd. There was actually a spy in Anbu? This was the normal reaction of every Anbu. They usually wore masks and hid their identities to better carry out missions. But if there were spies among them, in that case, their identity information was not a secret to outsiders. This made many of Anbu serious. Of course, the spies among them were a little nervous. They could feel that the third Hokage was really angry from his words and tone. Then what awaits them next, even they themselves can't guess. Everyone, don't worry. Let me finish. Hiruzen's voice sounded again, pulling everyone's attention back to him. This time, we gathered everyone here to conduct a thorough screening of Anbu. Now, please follow me to the hall on the first floor of the Hokage building. Everyone, sit down and wait in place. We will find the spies among you one by one. Of course. If any of you are willing to admit your identity, then it can save me some strength. After Hiruzen finished speaking, he smiled slightly. He understood that these words could only be said. The purpose was to create some psychological pressure on these spies, making them naturally panic. After finished speaking, Hiruzen turned around and left. His figure returned from the rooftop to the Hokage office. Just after Hiruzen left, a Hokage's Anbu in a white robe appeared in front of everyone. This person was Hokage's Anbu captain. He waved his hand. One figure after another shot out, standing around Anbus. Each person stared at more than 10 people and surrounded the entire Anbu. Now, all of you, listen to my command. If anyone resists, they will be treated as spies. This Hokage's Anbu captain coldly said. From his tone, everyone could feel that this time, the third Hokage really made up his mind to clean up the Anbu. Let's go. This white-robed figure jumped down from the high platform and led the group to the Hokage building. Now that he had said it to this point, naturally, no one dared to disobey. Including Aoba, the Anbus entered the building one after another. This was the first time Aoba came inside the Hokage building. He had never been there before, but now was not the time to be curious about it. The Anbus followed the white-robed Anbu all the way to a spacious area on the first floor of the Hokage building. There were already more than 20 ninjas in this area with tall and straight bodies wearing Konohagakure's ninja clothes. They wore Konohagakure's forehead guard, and their overall hair color was mainly blonde. When Aoba saw these people, his eyes suddenly became slightly stunned. He had seen all of these people in his memories. They were all from the Yamanaka clan. They did not belong to Anbu, nor did they belong to Konohagakure Intelligence Division. They only belonged to the Yamanaka clan. When Aoba saw these people, he was stunned. He probably knew what was going to happen next. No way. They shouldn't be able to read his memories, right? Aoba was shocked, but there was no change in his expression. He knew very well that he must not have any emotional fluctuations at this time. Otherwise, he would be easily regarded as a spy. All of Anbu's ninjas came here and sat down. The white-robed Anbu stood at the front of the crowd. His sharp and cold eyes looked through the mask and swept over the Anbus who was sitting down. Within the Anbu, the people of the Yamanaka clan are the first to step out. This white-robed Anbu's voice revealed an unquestionable dignity. As soon as his words came out, Aoba's mood instantly sank to the bottom. Sure enough, it was the same as what he imagined. What should come? In the end, it still came. Aoba braced himself and stood out with the other Yamanaka clansmen who were with Anbu. Now, he had already locked onto the Flying Thunder God formula on the tower through his mind perception. I hope the mind-reading system is awesome. Aoba muttered silently in his heart. He absolutely could not let anyone know what he had done. If he couldn't do it, then he could only rely on the Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to leave. In a moment, one by one, Yamanaka's clan walked out from Anbus and stood in front of these Anbus. We know that the Yamanaka clan is a clan that is loyal to Konohagakure, but this time we are investigating the entire Anbu. We will not easily suspect anyone, but we will not completely trust anyone. I hope you can understand. The tone of the white-robed Anbu eased their mood a lot. After all, there were many members of the Yamanaka clan standing next to them, and the three clans, Inoshikacho, were very important to Konohagakure. Understood. Several people, including Aoba, nodded in agreement. Other than Aoba, it seems that everyone was very confident about themselves. Being upright was not afraid of being slanted. They had never done anything to betray the village, so naturally, they were not afraid of being mind-read. Your mission is very simple. The white-robed Anbu swept his gaze over these Anbu from the Yamanaka clan. You must first receive the inspection from the seniors of the Yamanaka clan. After passing, all of you will inspect the remaining Anbu with the seniors. Chapter 235. After Aoba heard the words of this white-robed Anbu, he already understood the Anbu's arrangements. It was just as Eden had warned him. This matter might require him to participate in it, but the prerequisite was that he had to first go through the inspection of the other members of the Yamanaka clan. Perhaps, in Eden's eyes, there was nothing that Aoba should hide. Perhaps the only secret was Tsunade's student. In an instant, Aoba silently made preparations in his heart. He felt that this might be an important node that he and Konohagakure had encountered. If not handled well, something bad might happen. Seniors of the Yamanaka clan, you may begin. The white-robed Anbu nodded towards the people of the Yamanaka clan who were waiting over there. These people were people that the third Hokage had personally selected and were completely trustworthy. As long as they confirmed that there were no problems with the clansmen of the Yamanaka clan in the Anbu, then they could have these people accompany them to inspect the others. This time, the examination had to be done from a memory level. It could be said that they had taken a great risk. This also showed that the third Hokage had made a great determination. None of Anbu had special privileges. Everyone had to be checked. Normally speaking, using the mind-reading secret technique to conduct a memory check. Whether it was the user or the person being investigated, this kind of work had a certain degree of damage. This was also why the third Hokage had never dared to make this decision so easily. This kind of large-scale screening. Not only would it shake the confidence of those innocent people in the village, but it might also damage their brains. This matter actually gave the third Hokage a chance as well. The chance to remove the tumor from the Anbu. Yes. The people of the Yamanaka clan all nodded to the white-robed Anbu. They were already clear about the process of the matter. They also knew that the words of this white-robed Anbu represented the words of the third Hokage. Immediately, the people of the Yamanaka clan chose one person to stand in front of them. Standing in front of Aoba was a middle-aged man who was over 30 years old. There was a calm look on his face. "Try to cooperate with me. It will reduce the pain between us." The middle-aged man nodded to Aoba. They were all from the Yamanaka clan. He did not doubt Aoba at all. Yes. Aoba nodded. He only nodded. If he really wanted to cooperate, he wouldn't dare. The next moment, the middle-aged man raised his hand and pressed it on Aoba's head. The whole action was under the gaze of Hokage's Anbu captain. No one could avoid or cheat. Phew! Aoba took a deep breath. He sat in front of this Yamanaka middle-aged man. He felt the other person's hands on his head and slowly closed his eyes. "Relax." The middle-aged man of the Yamanaka clan closed his eyes. He controlled the chakra in his body and used a secret technique to search through Aoba's brain. At this moment, Aoba felt a stream of chakra flowing through the fingertips of the middle-aged man towards his brain. In an instant, Aoba's consciousness trembled slightly. Ding dong! The system has detected the invasion of external forces. The automatic protection program has been activated. Part of the host's memory fragments has entered an isolation state. A crisp electronic prompt sounded in Aoba's mind. Then, he felt a very special feeling in his consciousness. This feeling was hard to describe. But he could clearly feel that the other party was preparing to read his memories. Scenes after images appeared. They appeared in Aoba's consciousness. He could choose any memory fragment to display to the middle-aged man reading his memories. Whether it was his own or someone else's, as long as he wanted it, it would all be from the first-person perspective. Other than that, the memories that he did not want to show, including the memories related to the system, would not be read. Sure enough, a big stone that was hanging in Aoba's heart suddenly dropped. The mind-reading system really had the ability to protect his memory. There was no need to worry about his memories being discovered by others. And it seemed that he could also forge memories. Aoba did not attempt to forge memories and display other people's memories. After all, this was still a relatively dangerous moment. Everything had to be steady. Aoba's goal was to overcome the current crisis and not try anything at this critical juncture. Now, he could easily control his memories. He directly presented the part he wanted to present to the middle-aged man bit by bit. He was like a video editing master. He began to piece together his memory fragments. Every morning, after waking up, he would go to work for Konoha Intelligence Division. He would let the prisoner write a confession letter for the whole day. After work, he would directly go back to the dormitory. Then he would start over, again and again. The fragments of head touching, reading, medical ninjutsu, training, and him using advanced paper clones to do all kinds of things were edited, and it was impossible to see. The memory he presented was very simple. It was a very ordinary office worker. Don't be late or leave early. He didn't think too much and didn't ask. He had never complained about how hard it was. He had not even taken the initiative to inquire about what had happened in the village recently. He had no curiosity at all about things he should not know. He had completely stuck to his job. All right. The middle-aged man withdrew his hands and stared at Aoba. Thank you for your hard work. Aoba slowly opened his eyes. He was very clear about what the middle-aged man had just seen. He was no longer worried about what had happened. As Aoba opened his eyes, the middle-aged man and Aoba looked at each other. You are very good. The middle-aged man nodded to Aoba and then said nothing more. His deep eyes stayed on Aoba as if he wanted to remember Aoba's appearance in his heart. In fact, Aoba did not know. This middle-aged man was an elder of the Yamanaka clan, a middle-level member of the Yamanaka clan. After he saw Aoba's memories, he had an idea about Aoba. He planned to discuss with the clan head if he could transfer Aoba back to the Yamanaka clan after completing this mission. This kind of diligent and honest person. It was such a pity to hand him over to Konohagakure Intelligence Division. After that, the middle-aged man from the Yamanaka clan beckoned to Anbu captain, who was not far away. Pass. The middle-aged man said in a deep tone when the white-robed Anbu looked over. So fast. The white-robed Anbu looked at Aoba. Right now, Aoba and the others were the first to complete the examination. The other seniors of the Yamanaka clan were all silently examining him. Aoba's life is very simple. Every day, he either goes to work or rests in the dormitory. His memory is very simple. The middle-aged man of the Yamanaka clan said. Got it. After the white-robed Anbu heard the middle-aged man's words from the Yamanaka clan, he turned to look at Aoba again. His gaze lingered on Aoba for a while longer. I remember you. The white-robed Anbu suddenly spoke. Then, he praised Aoba, your dormitory is very clean. Thank you, Aoba said indifferently. Now, you also stand on the side of the senior of the Yamanaka clan. Help them check the rest of the people together. The white-robed Anbu said in a commanding tone. After he finished speaking, he no longer looked at Aoba. It was strange. He checked almost all the dormitories of Anbu yesterday. Only his impression of Aoba's dormitory was the deepest. It could be said that it was the cleanest dormitory in the entire Anbu. After all, there was not much in the dormitory at all. Yes. Aoba responded softly. After he had overcome this crisis, there were no more problems here. Now, he was already on the white list. Not only was there nothing to be suspected, and because his memory had been read, it had proved from the other side that he had nothing to do with anything that had happened recently. Whether it was the series of events that had happened to Konohagakure recently or the 2 root ninjas who had died, Aoba had already been indirectly proven in the process of being read. Right now, he could calmly face everything that had happened before this time node, and no one would doubt that those things had anything to do with him. Pass. 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 After Aoba went ashore, the other seniors of the Yamanaka clan had already finished reading the memories of the ninjas of the Yamanaka clan who were assigned to them to read. Complete a person. Then, they would signal to Hokage's Anbu captain. After that, more people would be recorded on the white list. About half an hour later, the first batch of people who had their memories read by the mind-reading secret technique had completed their search for their memories. There was no problem with anyone. Very good. Hokage's Anbu captain nodded to Aoba and the others. Then, he nodded to a Hokage's Anbu team member next to him. Instantly, the figure of the person beside him flashed. He disappeared without a trace. He took the first batch of information and reported it to the third Hokage, who was waiting inside. As expected of the Yamanaka clan of Konohagakure, you have not disappointed the village. The Hokage's Anbu captain said a high-sounding sentence. If it were before they read their memories, he would not say such words. After all, at that time, nothing was confirmed. These words could only be said after they were confirmed. When Aoba heard what Hokage's Anbu captain word, there were no waves in his heart. He even wanted to laugh. Swish! At this time, the Anbu sent out by Hokage's Anbu captain just came back. He whispered a few words beside Hokage's Anbu captain. Now it's time to enter the next stage. Those who are selected by me will go forward to be checked. After Hokage's Anbu captain received the third Hokage's instructions, they began the following steps. He arranged for the Anbu of the Yamanaka clan, who had already entered the white list, to stand in a row with the seniors of the Yamanaka clan who had been here. There was Aoba in this row. Now, Aoba had changed from a person who had been examined to a person who would inspect. Although there were no problems during this process, he knew that he could not be careless. He still had to be cautious. In this place, any subtle change in expression could be noticed by the Hokage's Anbu. After Aoba and the others stood up, the Hokage's Anbu, who was wearing a white robe, began to go down to pick people. In a split second, an Anbu was assigned in front of Aoba. Right now, neither of them was wearing a mask. Both of them could see each other's faces. Aoba looked at Anbu in front of him and could clearly feel the calmness in his eyes. It was a feeling of having a clear conscience and being fearless. Reading memories was just a process. It wouldn't affect him at all. This feeling. It was very clear. Aoba did not need to read his memories to know that the person in front of him was definitely not a spy. Let's begin. This Anbu nodded at Aoba. He was obviously much older than Aoba. He looked at Aoba as if he was looking at a little brother. Aoba directly raised his hands and touched the head of this Anbu. This time, it could not just be an act. Now, all of Konohagakure's Anbu were gathered here. Even the slightest mistake could easily lead to the collapse of the situation. When Aoba's right hand touched the head of this Anbu, a crisp alert sound rang out in his consciousness. Ding dong! Memory reading successful. Obtained, Sutton, Swibben, Water Release, Water Whip. Along with this crisp electronic prompt, this ninjutsu seemed to be engraved in Aoba's soul and could be used at any time without any obstruction. At the same time, the memory of this Anbu poured into Aoba's mind. Immediately after, Aoba pressed his hands against the temple of this Anbu. He immediately mobilized the chakra in his body and used the mind-reading secret technique of the Yamanaka clan. Aoba carefully controlled the chakra and attached it to the brain neurons of the latter, capturing the memory fragments in the latter's head. According to this person's memory, he was a member of the assassination team who was responsible for going out to carry out the assassination mission. Usually, they were either trying to assassinate or on the way. Just as Aoba had guessed, he was not a spy at all. However, he did not immediately announce that the other party had passed. He couldn't check faster than other people of the Yamanaka clan. He needs to wait for them for a while. Aoba controlled his chakra and made the chakra searching more gentle. Disguisedly, he gave the Anbu a spa massage to the brain. About 10 minutes later, along with the other ninjas of the Yamanaka clan, they all ended the task of searching through memories. Aoba slowly put away the chakra in his hand. The whole process was still very gentle. He also did not want to cause any damage to the brain of the ninja in front of him. Pass. Aoba waved his hand at the white-robed Anbu, who was not far away, and said this indifferently. Yes. The white-robed Anbu responded, indicating that he had received the message. After that, the inspection work of this batch of Anbu was completed. The next batch of people I have selected will be checked in turn. The white-robed Anbu said coldly. After he said these words, the Anbu captain looked at the ninja beside him. Suddenly, this Anbu ninja disappeared in a flash. It was obvious that he was reporting to the third Hokage again. On Aoba's side, the Anbu, who had just received a brain spa, felt that his brain was very clear. This state was like a very full and comfortable sleep. Full of energy and high spirits. He didn't have the usual feeling of being drowsy. Thank you. This Anbu directly said to Aoba. He knew that the Yamanaka clan in front of him did this. Even though he did not know if the other party was intentionally helping him relieve his fatigue, or if it were due to the effect of using the secret technique. At least, this swept away the exhaustion accumulated in his brain from his frequent assassination career. Aoba smiled and shook his head. He did not speak. From the expression in his eyes, it meant that it was a simple matter. Then, this Anbu left. Another group of Anbu came here. These were the people called by the white-robed Anbu to be the third group of people to be examined. This time, standing in front of Aoba was a man who was less than 30 years old. This tall man had a square face, and there were red tattoos on his cheeks as if they had been painted. His eyebrows were in the shape of an inverted figure. The sharp corners of his eyes reflected an extremely sharp and cold gaze. After this person arrived in front of Aoba, his eyes no longer stared at Aoba. Instead, they looked in other directions. But Aoba could clearly feel the gaze of this person in front of him. The other party was not looking at him, but he was paying attention to him. This feeling was very strange. It was often like this. The more he acted like he didn't care, the more he actually cared. There was something wrong with this person. Aoba immediately realized that the person in front of him looked indifferent on the surface but actually revealed everything. It was very likely that he was a spy planted by other villages in Konoha or the kind that had already mixed into the Anbu. Good fellow. Aoba silently sighed in his heart. A row of sensory ninjas stood here, and it just so happened that he caught a spy. The trouble really came. You guys start. At this time, the voice of Hokage's Anbu captain rang clearly in everyone's ears. Yes. Everyone, including Aoba, who was ready to cast the mind reading, responded in unison. After that, Aoba raised his hands and touched the head of the man in front of him. At this time, the man suddenly raised his eyes and looked at Aoba. His dark pupils were like the fierce eyes of a wild beast, and there was deep caution in his eyes as if he was ready to eat people at any time. Chapter 236. Aoba felt the gaze of the opposite ninja. But there was no expression on his face as if he could not see anything. He directly ignored the gaze of the ninja who was about to eat him and placed his hand on the ninja's head. Ding dong! Memory reading successful. Obtained, F. Ton, Kaze no Yaiba, Wind Release, Blade of Wind. A crisp electronic prompt sounded in Aoba's mind. What followed was a memory. It was the memory of this person in front of him. Suddenly, Aoba pressed his hands on the temples of this ninja in front of him. A stream of chakra emerged from his hands, and he immediately used Yamanaka's mind-reading secret technique. In a split second, Aoba used his chakra in the direction of the latter's brain nerves. Now, Aoba did not directly use the secret technique but used chakra according to the secret technique. The chakra kept climbing on the head of the ninja in front of him, making the latter frown repeatedly. However, Aoba did not care about his rude treatment. He slowly closed his eyes and began to read the memories of this person in front of him. This person was called Mani, a Tsunagakuer ninja. He sneaked into Konoha as a spy 10 years ago and finally entered the Anbu. It was worth mentioning. Just 7 years ago, in the 30th year of Konoha, Mani sneaked into Konoha for almost 3 years. Mani received a letter from his wife. His son was born. This made Mani, who was far away in a foreign country, burst into tears. He was determined to shed his blood for Tsunagakuer and kept fighting for Tsunagakuer, which earned him a father buff. Aoba simply checked Mani's memories. He found that this person would pass information about Konoha to Tsunagakuer every once in a while. Especially during this period of time, it was more frequent than usual. Mani almost told Tsunagakuer everything that happened to Konoha in recent days, so the third Kazekage decided to launch a sneak attack from behind Konoha. Aoba softly made a sound. He immediately strengthened the chakra in his hand, and it immediately stirred up like a whirlwind in Mani's head. Aoba only roughly glanced at Mani's memories. He found a few people who were also Tsunagakura's spies. They had intelligence connections with Mani, but those people were not among the Anbu. The only spy that sneaked into the Anbu successfully was Mani. How should he put it? Aoba silently thought about this matter in his heart. He did not want to take the initiative to point out that this Mani was a spy. In that case, think of another way. Aoba suddenly thought of something that he had read in Tsunade's memory about the matter of chakra disturbing the brain and causing abnormal behavior. Strictly speaking, it belonged to the category of senjutsu, mystical palm technique. Not only could it disturb the brain nerves, but it could also disturb the other nerves of the human body. It could cause the body to be out of control, like causing an abnormal reaction of wanting to raise a hand but raising the foot instead. Instantly, Aoba immediately thought of a solution. At this time, more and more chakra gathered in his hand, and the nature of chakra became more and more violent as if it formed a special brain wave, and it rhythmically moved on Mani's head. It was like playing music, and through external interference, it imperceptibly affected the other party's mood. On the surface, Aoba maintained the appearance of using the mind-reading secret technique and used chakra to transmit that irritable feeling to Mani's brain constantly. In a split second, Mani, who was in front of Aoba, frowned. Even he himself did not notice that his emotions were becoming more and more agitated. Even he could not describe this feeling clearly. It was as if he was very tired. The background music that was as depressing as Black Friday rang out around him. Beside him, two people were arguing. The sound of the quarrel was very harsh but familiar. It was a couple arguing. The woman's voice was very similar to his wife's. The man's voice was a bit like the third Kazekage. The two of them were arguing about something. Then the man who had the same voice as the third Kazekage directly blocked the mouth of the woman who had the same voice as his wife. Then, it was a voice that made him even more agitated. At the same time, a very strange feeling arose in his heart. It was as if the voice of the third Kazekage was right next to his ear. The voice was overbearing and gentle. What are you afraid of? It'll be fine when he is born. Let's call it Maji. No one knows anyway. When the third Kazekage's last voice sounded, Mani's eyes widened. At this moment, his irritation had reached its limit. He suddenly realized that he had been away from Tsunagakura for 3 years, but his son had suddenly been born. It was as if Mani had fallen into a cycle of doubt and irritability for the third Kazekage, which made him very unhappy. He wanted to break free from it, not wanting to endure it for a second longer. Snapped. At this moment, Mani's expression changed drastically as he glared at Aoba. Do you know how to check? Mani roared at Aoba, then swung his hand and pushed Aoba. Aoba was waiting for this to happen. He directly fell behind him and controlled his body to fall to the ground. Bang! Aoba's back collided with the ground, making a muffled sound. The commotion instantly attracted everyone's attention. Swish! Almost in an instant, everyone's eyes turned to Mani, including the ninjas of the Yamanaka clan and the Anbu, who were waiting to be examined and checked. What are you doing? Why did you hit someone? Do you have any questions? All of a sudden, 3 voices sounded at the same time, all pointing at Mani, who had just pushed Aoba out. One was the middle-aged man from the Yamanaka clan who had read Aoba's memories. The other was the Anbu, who had just been read by Aoba and received a brain spa. The last was the white-robed Anbu, who was constantly observing the situation. The 3 of them spoke at almost the same time. The scene instantly attracts all 3 of them. The white-robed Anbu first looked at the ninja from the Yamanaka clan, who was examining other people's memories. Then he looked at the ninja whose memories were read by Aoba, and a thought flashed through his eyes. Looks like This Yamanaka Aoba was a little unusual. He was actually able to make the person with who he had read his memories and the person who had read his memories speak up for him without hesitation. The figure of the white-robed Anbu flashed out and stood between Aoba and Mani. His eyes were fixed on Mani and faintly felt that there was something wrong with this person. The middle-aged man of the Yamanaka clan had not yet completed the task of reading memories. He did not move, but he had already begun to slowly withdraw the chakra in his hands, trying not to hurt the person in front of him. Just at this time, a figure flashed by. It was the assassin that Aoba had read through his memories. He quickly appeared beside Aoba. He did not immediately help Aoba up. He was afraid that this would cause a second injury to Aoba. "Are you okay?" the man asked with concern. He had felt the care from Aoba just now. Now that he saw Aoba being pushed away violently, he was very unhappy. "It's okay," Aoba said faintly. He took this opportunity to say to the ninja beside him, "That person's memory is a little strange, but I haven't found anything yet." Aoba's voice was not loud. But the scene was very quiet. Moreover, they were all paying attention to this side. As soon as Aoba said this, the expressions of all the ninjas present became solemn. There was something wrong with this person. Everyone was aware of this matter. From the beginning of the screening of Anbu until now, they all had a very strange and complicated feeling. No one was willing to believe that there were spies from other villages among the Anbu. 3 batches of Anbu had been screened in a row at this time. They were all fine until Aoba was pushed away by Mani. "Are you a spy?" The white-robe Anbu stared at Mani. His voice was a little low, and his whole person became cautious, completely putting on a fighting posture. His question was very direct. This made all the Anbu present look at Mani and their eyes flashed with confusion. Swish! 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 At the same time, 4 of Hokage's Anbus flashed out and appeared around Mani, trapping him. "I'm not." Mani suddenly recovered from what had just happened. He immediately felt a wave of regret. However, things had already come to this. There was no way to salvage the situation. What is going on? Why is he so impulsive just now? Mani frowned. He kept recalling what had just happened. His mind was a mess. He had no idea what had happened. It was as if he had temporarily lost his memories. Even he himself could not remember what kind of emotion he had just felt. He was very unhappy. Something seemed to have appeared on his head, but he was not too clear about it. His entire body was in a state of dullness. It was like the side effects of taking some medicine. Let me read his memories. Among the ninjas of the Yamanaka clan, the middle-aged man who had just read Aoba's memories walked out. His face was determined, and his eyes changed from gentle and kind to unhappy ones. There is no problem with this person. He has passed. I am free now. Aoba has just been pushed down. Let him take a rest. The middle-aged man said to the white-robed Anbu. As he spoke, he pointed at the person who he had just read his memories. Then, his gaze fell on Mani. Mani's actions just now had already made this kind-hearted middle-aged man feel a strong sense of dissatisfaction in his heart. After reading Aoba's memories, he liked Aoba very much. This kind of liking was not the kind of like he liked for talented juniors. Instead, he liked this kind of diligent and down-to-earth person. This was just like when he was in school, teachers often liked 2 kinds of students. One was good at studying, and the other was very hard-working in studying. Aoba showed this middle-aged man the feeling of being serious. That kind of serious attitude towards work that any boss was very fond of. In his eyes, Aoba may not be the core of the clan or division's rise, but he was an excellent material. This was enough to attract them to give an olive branch to Aoba. Okay. The white-robed Anbu nodded. Now that he had a senior of Yamanaka's clan to read this person's memories, he was more at ease with this result. You all stay by his side. As long as he makes any move, immediately subdue him. Do not let him do anything to hurt others. The white-robed Anbu said to the 4 Anbu standing beside Mani. Yes. The 4 Anbu all responded. Their eyes were all fixed on Mani and did not leave for a moment, as if they wanted to see Mani's every move. When Mani saw the current situation, he suddenly panicked. It was over. What he feared came. If he had held on a little longer just now, he might have been able to hold on. It was obvious that the youth did not have much experience. There was nothing he could do now. He had caught the attention of the seniors of the Yamanaka clan. He could only pin his hopes that the other party would not discover his spy behavior. Instead, he would only notice his normal Anbu work. Mani prayed silently in his heart. After all, for spies like them, not every minute and every second was a spy. To be able to sneak into the ranks of Anbu, he had to conceal himself as much as possible and complete missions for Konoha to reach such a position. From his memory. The memory of working for Konoha and the proportion of the memory when working as a spy. It was about 50-50. Mani did not resist. He stood in place and waited for the middle-aged man from the Yamanaka clan to read his memories. He now placed his hopes on fate. He hoped that the goddess of fate would favor him. When the other party read his memories, he hoped that his contribution to Konoha was all he had read. However, this matter was obviously impossible. The middle-aged man had already heard Aoba say that there was something wrong with Mani's memory. He was already mentally prepared. In addition, when Mani pushed Aoba out, he took the initiative to read the memory. He wanted to find who this person was. The middle-aged man obviously did not want to go through the formality. In an instant, the middle-aged man walked in front of Mani. He stretched out his hands and pressed them on Mani's temples. He immediately began to use the mind-reading secret technique of the Yamanaka clan and began to search Mani's memories. Such a scene. It attracted the attention of everyone around. Other than this middle-aged man, the other members of the Yamanaka clan also completed the task of searching for memories. The white-robed Anbu had yet to point out the next batch of people. They were in a state where he had nothing to do. In this state, they all looked curiously at Mani, wanting to know if Mani was really a spy from the outside village. Aoba lay on the ground. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Mani. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Not bad. He was just a small character that Mani had beaten out of his mind. It would not attract the attention of others at all. The person who read Mani's memory was a middle-aged man from the Yamanaka clan. The credit was all from that middle-aged man. He was just buying soy sauce. Do you need me to help you up? At this time, the Anbu next to Aoba, who was responsible for the assassination mission, said softly. He had a very good impression of Aoba, and now he felt extremely comfortable in his brain. No need, I can get up myself. Aoba put on a brave expression under this person's gaze. His hands supported the ground, and his body slowly lifted up. The ninja witnessed the whole process of Aoba getting up. He wanted to intervene several times to help Aoba, but when he thought about how Aoba said that there was no need, it was clear that he did not want to be helped. He probably had his own pride in his heart, so he did not make a move. When Aoba sat up, he sat down beside Aoba and asked curiously, "Is he really a spy?" When I was reading his memory, I was just about to find something when he pushed me away. I can't explain it clearly now. Aoba shook his head. He knew that there were too many people here. It was definitely not the time to be in the limelight. As long as he kept a low profile, trouble would not find him. If that's the case, then I think that there is a big problem with that person. The Anbu nodded and said. He was usually in charge of the mission of assassinating the ninjas outside the village. His sense of smell and intuition were very sharp. Just as the ninja in charge of the assassination was talking to Aoba. The expression of the middle-aged man who read Mani's memory became more and more ugly. This kind of change in expression. Everyone saw it all. Including the white-robed Anbu, who was standing at the side. Everyone had already seen through the change in the middle-aged man's expression. A moment later, the middle-aged man withdrew his hands. Under everyone's gaze, he opened his eyes. His pitch-black pupils shot out a cold light. He is a spy that Tsunagakuer planted in Konohagakuer. The middle-aged man said. The entire field fell into a deathly silence, and everyone's expressions changed drastically. In just an instant, the sounds of discussion suddenly rose, and almost everyone was discussing. They pointed at Mani, and the center of the topic was this Tsunagakuer spy hidden in Anbu. Are you sure? The voice of the white-robed Anbu became awe-inspiring, but he did not directly announce the result. He repeated the confirmation to the middle-aged man. I'm sure. The middle-aged man nodded firmly. He had clearly seen Mani's memory just now. This person was Tsunagakuer's spy. Just 3 days ago, he also received an order from Tsunagakuer's third Kazekage. The secret letter was in the solace of his shoes. Chapter 237. The middle-aged man's voice was not soft. He deliberately raised his voice so that everyone could hear him. This could also be considered revenge for Aoba. When the middle-aged man was searching for the memory of this Tsunagakuer spy, the more he searched, the more shocked he became. This person's memory was really problematic. Now it seems. Aoba was not only diligent but also very serious when doing things. He did not easily miss any details. This was very good quality. The middle-aged man's evaluation of Aoba in his heart became even higher. Take off his shoes. The white-robed Anbu ordered a ninja beside him. Yes. This Anbu immediately responded. Under everyone's gaze, he directly walked in front of Mani, preparing to take off the latter's shoes. What are you doing? Mani's expression changed greatly. He suddenly raised his foot and kicked the Anbu, then put on a posture of extreme resistance. This posture combined with the words of the middle-aged man just now. Everyone immediately realized. This person should really be Tsunagakuer's spy. Swish! The moment this Tsunagakuer spy raised his foot and kicked out, the figure of the white-robed Anbu flashed out and instantly appeared behind Mani. At the same time, the white-robed Anbu moved his wrist and directly grabbed Mani's neck. His other foot kicked towards the foot that Mani had not raised. That was the only point where Mani supported his body. In a split second, Mani lost his balance. His entire body flipped in the air. His body fell to the ground. Bang! Accompanied by a heavy sound, Mani's body fell to the ground. From the degree of the sound, it was much more vicious than Aoba's fall. As Mani fell down, that Anbu from before quickly grabbed towards Mani's shoes. Under Mani's intense resistance, he took off all of Mani's shoes. Then, this Anbu tore apart the shoes and instantly discovered that there was a gap between the solace of his shoes. Captain, there really is something in his shoes. As this Anbu spoke, he directly removed the solace and immediately saw 2 pieces of paper that had become stinky. He did not care about the stench that came out from the paper and immediately opened the paper. Captain, this is indeed a letter from the third Kazekage. This Anbu only glanced at it and knew that the contents of the letter should not be something he could read. Then, he quickly folded the paper and handed it to the white-robed Anbu. Take these 2 pieces of paper and bring this person to the third Hokage-sama. The white-robed Anbu did not take the smelly piece of paper. He just waved his hand and ordered the latter to send these to the third Hokage. Yes. This Anbu immediately responded. Then, he nodded to the 4 Anbu beside Mani. Immediately, the 4 of them grabbed Mani and took him away. Under everyone's gaze, he disappeared just like that. All of a sudden, the mood of everyone present was very heavy. A spy from outside the village. Just like that, he was pulled out right in front of them. This situation gave them a great visual impact. He really is a spy. The Anbu in charge of the assassination mission gave Aoba a thumbs up and praised him. This has nothing to do with me. I almost screwed up the matter. The seniors in the clan are really amazing. They can even find out the Kazekage letter in the solace of the shoes. They are really too powerful. Aoba did not hesitate at all in the face of the praise of this Anbu ninja. He directly threw the praise to the middle-aged ninja. This Anbu did not know what to say for a moment. He wanted to say that if Aoba had not been sent flying by that Tsunagakure spy, it might not have caused such a big commotion. But no matter how he phrased it, it didn't sound like anything good. He simply held it back. Just at this moment, the middle-aged man from the Yamanaka clan walked towards Aoba. His serious face revealed a smile. "Are you all right?" the middle-aged man asked Aoba. His tone was filled with deep concern. I'm fine." Aoba shook his head. He wasn't pretending to be weak here. Although he still had to maintain that his physical fitness wasn't too strong, at least he wouldn't be sent flying out and be unable to continue working. The middle-aged man nodded. He walked in front of Aoba and bowed slightly. He raised his right hand and made a gesture of pulling Aoba up. Aoba was not polite to this middle-aged man. Since the other party had shown good intentions, he accepted it calmly. He also extended his right hand. Aoba's right hand held the middle-aged man's right hand. Suddenly, the middle-aged man pulled hard. He directly pulled Aoba up from the ground. Then, Aoba followed the middle-aged man back to the position where he checked Anbu's memories. Aoba was very clear. What he had to do now was to screen out the spies among the Anbu for the village. This kind of work was not something that he would say that his health was not good and that he would not do it. Even if he was tired, at least he had to hold on until all the Anbu here were screened out. The eyes of the white-robed Anbu fell on Aoba. Seeing that Aoba quietly returned to his post, he nodded to Aoba. He did not say anything to comfort him or ask about Aoba's condition. Just as Aoba had guessed. Now that the village was looking for spies, compared to his physical condition, it was just a small matter. As Aoba returned to his post, the ninjas of the Yamanaka clan stood in a row again. It appears that they would continue to screen out the memories of the Anbu. When the white-robed Anbu saw this scene, his eyes flashed with gratification. He no longer showed any special appearance. About 3 minutes later, a figure flashed out and appeared next to the white-robed Anbu. It was the Anbu ninja who sent Mani to the third Hokage. This Anbu leaned close to the ear of the white-robed Anbu. It was unknown what he said. After he finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared again. At this time, almost all the eyes of the Anbu fell on the white-robed Anbu and waiting for the latter's next order. Under the expectant eyes of everyone, the voice of the white-robed Anbu sounded again, echoing in this wide area. Now, we have only checked 3 batches of Anbu and found a Tsunagakure's spy. This proves that our action is very necessary. The white-robe Anbu glanced at the remaining Anbu who had not been examined. The look in his eyes was extremely sharp, enough to make everyone feel his seriousness. The village did not suspect any of you, but this kind of screening is necessary. What happened just now was just a small interlude. The people I selected next, prepare to accept the next round of examination. The white-robed Anbu once again emphasized that the village did not suspect anyone. But from the way they did it, it could be said that the village suspected everyone here. Everyone had to pass the examination before they could prove their innocence. It could be said that everyone was the object of suspicion. Almost in an instant, another batch of Anbu was called out and stood in front of the Yamanaka clansmen. This time, standing in front of Aoba was a slightly fat Anbu. Following the command of the white-robed Anbu, the ninjas of the Yamanaka clan began to sift through these ninjas again. Gradually, a day passed. As night fell, the last batch of Anbu was also screened out. Ever since Aoba met Mani, he had not met any spies. All the people in front of him were normal Anbu. Just like the Anbu in charge of the assassination mission. Aoba had made a brain spa for them, helping them dispel the day's fatigue and making their spirits better. This feeling could only be felt by people who Aoba had read. By reading the memories of these people, there was a few more ninjutsu in Aoba's ninjutsu repertoire, which made his ninjutsu repertoire more abundant. Except for Aoba. The people of the Yamanaka clan stood in this row, after Mani discovered a spy from Uegakure and Kumegakure. But what surprised everyone was, in the memory of Kumegakure's spy, there was nothing about Gasui. At that time, the Yamanaka clan ninja found Kumegakure's spy but did not find Gasui in the memories. After that, he changed to another ninja of the Yamanaka clan to read. After changing 3 to 4 times in a row, everyone got the same answer. That was, this Kumegakure spy knew the same thing as them. He was also confused about Gasui's matter. He also did not know where Gasui was hiding and how he got mixed up with the 2 Kirigakure spies. Now you can disband yourselves. The white-robed Anbu swept his gaze over the Anbu present. After he said this, he directly left. Following the departure of the white-robed Anbu, the Hokage's Anbu who was in charge of monitoring this place left one after another. Finally done. Oh my god! I'm so tired. I didn't expect there to be a spy among us. Actually, we should have checked it out a long time ago. That's right. The Anbus left one after another. They were not wearing masks now and were in groups of 3 or 5. They were people who were familiar with each other. Aoba still stayed in the field and did not go with anyone. After the people left one after another, Aoba had just left the Hokage building. He did not return to Anbu's dormitory but walked in the direction of Ramen Ichiraku. There was a reason for Aoba to do this. Just now, he read the memories of those people and helped them make a brain spa. He could feel that those Anbu wanted to make friends with him, and their eyes always fell on him intentionally or unintentionally. Aoba did not have any intention of making friends with any of them. This feeling was like raising a pet. Aoba was the kind that would sincerely pay for a pet, but he could not accept the departure of a pet, so he simply did not raise it. Well, it was equivalent to not wanting to experience the pain of breaking up, so he simply did not have a girlfriend. Aoba walked along the street in front of the Hokage building and walked into Ramen Ichiraku. He had just stepped in. He saw Fugaku sitting in a chair eating ramen. Moreover, there was only Fugaku in the entire noodle house. Brother Fugaku. Aoba originally wanted to leave when he saw Fugaku, but there was no one else here. When he entered, he had already attracted Fugaku's attention. If he rashly turned around and left, it would instead seem like he had done something wrong. Why are you eating ramen here alone? Aoba continued to ask. He was indeed a little confused. Logically speaking, shouldn't Fugaku be on the battlefield at the front? After all, almost all of Jonin in the village had gone. Moreover, Fugaku had a crazy heart to kill enemies. You are Aoba. Fugaku turned his face slightly and looked at Aoba. His exposed cheeks were flushed. It was obvious that he drank too much. The corners of Aoba's mouth twitched slightly. Good fellow. So you are drinking here to drown your sorrows. If I had known you would be like this, I would have left just now. What happened? Aoba asked in a puzzled tone. When Fugaku was drinking alone here, he was a little puzzled, but he did not have to know why. Come, sit down and drink a few cups with brother. Fugaku shook his head. He did not answer Aoba. Instead, he directly reached out to the table in front of him and took a cup. Then, he poured the sake from the table into the wine cup. That. Brother Fugaku. I am not an adult yet. I can't drink. Aoba's eyelids jumped. He did not expect to be dragged by Fugaku to drink. This was not what he wanted to do. Now, the third Hokage was staring at the Anbu. As a member of Konohagakure Intelligence Division, he was sitting here drinking with Konoha Military Police Force's future captain. If other people saw him, they would more or less cause some trouble. What are you afraid of? There was a hint of displeasure in Fugaku's tone. The dragged tone of his voice was obviously that of an intoxicated person speaking. After that, Fugaku directly pushed the wine cup that was filled to the brim to Aoba. Aoba. Your brother Fugaku is Konoha Military Police Force's man. You stay here and drink with your brother. No one dares to catch you. Besides, even if they catch you, why don't you interrogate yourself? Fugaku danced when he spoke. It was as if he couldn't even sit still. Brother Fugaku, you're drunk. Why don't I inform Konoha Military Police Force's people to send you back? The corners of Aoba's mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but give Fugaku a big thumbs up. Good fellow. You even said the words that no one would dare to catch me. Although this is the case. But it is not good to say it directly. Besides, what the hell is he torturing himself for? On Fugaku's body, Aoba thought of the various incidents he saw on various forums before he transmigrated. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I'm not drunk. Fugaku suddenly widened his eyes. His dark pupils suddenly fluctuated and almost glowed red. If**ing look down on that bastard Sarutobi Hiruzen now. Fugaku suddenly became agitated. As he spoke, he slammed the wine cup in his hand on the table. Kaka. Fugaku's wine cup broke in an instant. Fragments of the wine cup scattered in all directions. Fortunately, he did not hit anyone. This wine cup was already empty, and all the sake inside had been drained by Fugaku in one gulp. Aoba looked at Fugaku in surprise. He was a little confused as to why the other party had suddenly appeared in such a mood. Could it be that he had suffered some grievance at the front lines? It can't be. The third Hokage did not go to the front line at all. Or, because of the matter of Gasui breaking through the main entrance, the Konoha Military Police Force were criticized. But shouldn't the one who would be depressed about Konoha Military Police Force being criticized is the captain, Uchiha Akaru? All of a sudden, Aoba had no idea where Fugaku's anger came from. Judging from Fugaku's expression, those who didn't know would think that the third Hokage had taken Mikoto from him. SHH. At this moment, Toki raised his right index finger and placed it vertically in front of his mouth, making a silencing gesture. You can't talk nonsense. Some people can't just call others names. Remember, disaster comes from the mouth. Toki put on an extremely serious expression. He was not joking with Fugaku at all. If others heard what he said just now, Fugaku would be in trouble. I just want to scold him. The expression on Fugaku's face became distorted. His eyes were full of anger, and he looked like he had been greatly wronged. He is a coward. Fugaku angrily shouted. His eyes instantly emitted a blood-like red light. 3 Tomo suddenly appeared on it. Under the circumstances where he was not acting on his own, he relied on his emotions to open the 3 Tomo Sharingan with his body's instinctive reaction. Fugaku picked up the wine cup that he had just poured for Aoba on the table. He raised his hand and poured it into his mouth, directly drinking it. As this cup of strong wine entered the heart full of sorrow, 2 streams of hot tears flowed down from Fugaku's wide-open eyes. Tears flowed down from both sides of his nose, sliding down the corner of his mouth, and finally dripping into the wine cup. This scene. It directly confused Aoba. He was completely puzzled. What did the third Hokage do? He was actually so resentful. This was not quite right. Aoba remembered that Fugaku still admired the third Hokage. It was because of this admiration Fugaku gave his second son Uchiha Suzuki the same name as Hiruzen's father, hoping that Suzuki could become a powerful person like the third Hokage's father. Isn't this just a tribute to the third Hokage's father? This relationship is quite good. Is there some hidden reason? Could it be that when Fugaku called Suzuki son, he wanted the third Hokage to think that he was calling his father? Chapter 238. Speak cautiously. Speak cautiously. Toka tried to persuade Fugaku again. What kind of joke is this? This is Konoha. How can you comment on that big shot in public? This is going to be a problem. Toka's face became a little ugly. He did not want his noodle house to be on the blacklist of Konoha's higher UPS. Cough, cough, if there is nothing else, I will go first. Aoba glanced at Toki. He did not dare to stay in this place any longer. Fortunately, no one heard this. However, Ramen Ichiraku was a place with a relatively large visitor flow. If Fugaku were to take advantage of this and shout again, it happened to be heard by those who were interested. Wouldn't he be dragged down as well? After saying that, Aoba was about to turn around and leave. Aoba, don't go. I haven't even started talking about this. I have been holding it in for a whole day. Fugaku suddenly stretched out his hand to grab Aoba. His speed was extremely fast and he instantly grabbed Aoba's elbow. At this moment, Aoba had a strange illusion. It was as if he was a criminal. He had been arrested by Fugaku, a Konoha military police force ninja. Did he have to use so much strength? Aoba felt that it was thanks to the system's improvement that his physique had been improved. Otherwise, he might have been directly pulled away by Fugaku. Brother Fugaku, it's not that I don't want to drink with you, but I can't stand your topic. Aoba smiled bitterly, I'm just an ordinary office worker. Don't make things difficult for me. No. Fugaku shook his head forcefully. He was already drunk and couldn't care about these things. He just wanted to say what he wanted to say. How could he care about the influence of these words? Aoba, do you know, Fugaku's tone was completely drunk as if he didn't care about anything at all. Brother Fugaku, I really don't know. Aoba tried to break free from Fugaku's hand but found that the latter was very strong and completely disregarded his wishes. He could still break free if he used brute force, but he was afraid that this would attract Fugaku's special attention. I know you don't know, I just wanted to tell you. Fugaku raised his eyes and looked at Aoba, which happened to have the blood-red 3-tomo Sharingan. These kinds of eyes immediately made Aoba startled in his heart. He quickly moved his attention away from Fugaku's eyes and looked to the side. Who knew what the light in these eyes meant? In his heart, Aoba was quite afraid of Fugaku's eyes. The reason was very simple. Fugaku had successfully broken through the barrier and obtained the Mangekyo Sharingan. This could be said to have allowed Fugaku to obtain a qualitative improvement. But Aoba simply did not know what kind of ability Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan possessed. In the face of this unknown matter, he still had to be careful. Right now, Fugaku had already drunk too much. If he did not control himself and accidentally glared at him, he would not be able to withstand it. Forget it. There's no one here right now. I'll close the shop. When Toka saw this scene, he could not help but take a deep breath. His slightly narrowed eyes were filled with helplessness. Instantly, Toka walked out from behind. He came to the shop entrance, closed the door, and flipped the open sign to the back. It was already late today. Moreover, there had not been many people in this period of time. Toka had already prepared himself for the last customer in the shop today. There was no problem in closing the shop now. In comparison, Toka was more worried about Fugaku's nonsense. After Toka closed the door, he went back around and narrowed his eyes at Aoba. Aoba, you must be hungry. I'll cook for you. Toka smiled and said warmly. After closing the door, he felt much more at ease. Thank you. Aoba nodded to Toki. His simple thank you was not only because of the food that Toki wanted to give him but also because Toki closed the shop. Now, he was clearly entangled by Fugaku. If he forcefully shook him off, it would easily cause Fugaku to overthink things. Thus, he could only stay here and listen to Fugaku talk about the anguish in his heart. Brother Fugaku, what happened? Aoba asked Fugaku. After Ramen Ichiraku closed the door, he felt much more at ease. Now, Toki went to cook ramen. This was equivalent to only the two of them talking. However, Toki was not far away. He could still hear what he should hear. As Aoba spoke, he did not dare to look into Fugaku's eyes. He focused his attention on Fugaku's chin. Ha 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 ha. When Fugaku heard Aoba's question, the expression on his face seemed to have instantly thought of something funny. He immediately raised his head and laughed. He smiled. 2 streams of tears flowed down from the corners of his eyes. Then, Fugaku poured himself another cup of sake. He didn't say anything. He directly gulped it down. He looked like he was drinking alone. Aoba looked at Fugaku in a daze, and the corners of his mouth twitched violently. Is there something wrong with you? I didn't want to hear it just now, but you insisted on pulling me to talk it. You even yelled loudly for fear that people passing by wouldn't hear it. It's good now. The store is closed. I just sat here and listened to you. You actually didn't say anything and drank to drown your sorrows. What the hell do you mean by this? Aoba looked at Fugaku and 10,000 alpacas whizzed past in his heart. He didn't know how to ridicule him anymore. A moment later, Fugaku sighed heavily. The blood-red 3-tomo Sharingan had returned to its normal black eyes due to the effect of alcohol. He picked up the wine bottle on the table and poured another one. The process revealed unspeakable anguish and sadness. The whole set of movements was completed. It looked quite deep. However, Aoba's face was full of black lines, and he was speechless. Aoba looked Fugaku up and down and smiled helplessly. Forget it. Don't say it if you want to. Anyway, I don't care about your business that much. Aoba, do you know that Gosui ran away? Suddenly, Fugaku spoke. His eyes were fixed on the cup in front of him. His pitch-black eyes were filled with all sorts of complicated expressions. At one moment, he seemed to be angry, and at the other, he seemed to be thinking of something. It was as if his entire being was in a state of contradiction. I know. Aoba nodded slowly. He now truly understood that there was indeed something wrong with the spirit of the Uchiha clan. He had already seen it from Fugaku's expression. This clan was indeed a very emotional clan. But how should he put it? It was a bit too much. Aoba felt that this kind of emotion was a bit too fierce. It gave him a feeling of being overworked. One must know. This was the ninja world, not the modern world. They were not fragile flowers nurtured in a greenhouse in a peaceful era and could not withstand even the slightest bit of pain. However, if it was someone from the modern world, after experiencing the separation of life and death, one would know to walk out from the pain. After all, the living still had to continue living. It just so happened that the Uchiha clan, who had come from the chaotic war, had a nearly stubborn and naive understanding of feelings and could not endure even the slightest bit of pain. Their resistance to pain was almost negative. As long as their loved ones died, their brains would fall ill, and they would awaken the almost world-weary Sharingan. From then on, their endocrine would go out of control, their temperament would change greatly, and they would be filled with hostility and doubt towards the entire world. When Aoba looked at Fugaku's appearance, he already saw the symptoms of the latter's illness. Isn't it just a dead Sekai? From Sekai's memories, I didn't see how friendly he was to you. The two of you are indeed friends. But that's all. You couldn't even be considered intimate friends. Aoba felt that the relationship between Fugaku and Sekai was not as good as those close friends he had seen in the modern world. It was just that the two of them grew up in the Uchiha clan with unusual personalities. This kind of feeling was especially wonderful. It was like two couples who lived together, both of them were able to live together, and both had their own thoughts. Then they would doubt the whole world because of the other's departure. Aoba only heard the name of Gasui. He immediately knew what Fugaku was going to say. It must be Sekai. Except for the dead Sekai, he could not think of anything else that Fugaku could drink to this extent. But what does this have to do with the third Hokage? It isn't the third Hokage who let him go. Isn't it a bit weird? All of a sudden, Aoba looked at Fugaku with deep doubt. He felt that if there was no other reason, then this resentment was a bit abrupt. Gasui. 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 Fugaku muttered this name and repeated it several times. He felt the gnashing of his teeth as if he wanted to tear Gasui apart. Gasui is the murderer who killed Sekai. Fugaku shook his head as he spoke, but it was impossible to tell whether the shaking of his head was because he was disappointed with this result or because he was helpless about this matter. We, Konoha Military Police Force, have been looking for him for so long. I thought he had already run out of Konohagakure. I didn't expect him to hide in Konohagakure. He is too arrogant. The more Fugaku thought about it, the angrier he became. He picked up the wine cup in front of him and drank it all in one gulp. Gasui is too arrogant. Fugaku was still indignant. Right now, he wanted to kill Gasui in his dreams, but he could not do it at all. Until now, he did not even know where Gasui was. Yes. Aoba nodded as well. He couldn't help but feel that it was a little funny. He is indeed quite arrogant. Aoba looked at Fugaku's sad attitude. However, Fugaku would never know that the Gasui who had killed Sekai was sitting beside him and listening to him talk about these things. This was the first time that even Aoba had come into contact with this kind of thing. It felt very wonderful and magical. But this is not the point. Fugaku's voice sounded again. As he spoke, he poured sake into the cup again. Just as he was pouring sake, Toki brought over the cooked ramen. He placed it in front of Aoba. The ramen was all ready now. Fugaku was still immersed in drinking alone. Thank you. Aoba nodded to Toki. He decided not to listen to Fugaku anymore. This person who had drunk too much won't care what other people doing. He just stared at that matter and repeatedly muttered those words. These words. There was no point. It was better to eat ramen. Thinking of this, Aoba picked up the chopsticks and began to put the noodles into his mouth. During his day in the Hokage building, he consumed a lot of energy. The thick soup made the cells in Aoba's body feel happy. It had to be said. Food could indeed make one's mood better. Gulp. Fugaku raised his wine cup and gulped down another mouthful. Aoba, do you know why I came back from the front line? Fugaku seemed to be overwhelmed by that mouthful just now. Even his tone became even more floating and his voice became louder. It's because of Gasui. Aoba said as he ate the ramen. He was too lazy to say anything now. He knew what Fugaku wanted to express with his toes. It was just that Gasui killed Sekai. Then Gasui hid in Konohagakure. In the end, Gasui ran away. Aoba had a hunch that Fugaku was going to start a big conversation about this. Wrong. Fugaku suddenly raised his neck, raised his right hand, and shook his finger in front of Aoba. After shaking his finger, he seemed to feel that it was not enough, and then shook his head. You guessed wrong. After Fugaku finished speaking, he took a deep breath and looked straight ahead. His pupils were not focused, as if he recalled something. Because there is no war to fight. Fugaku said something that shocked Aoba and Toki. For a moment, Aoba stopped eating ramen. Toki stared at Fugaku curiously. What do you mean? Aoba was the first to ask. He could faintly smell a trace of helplessness in Fugaku's tone, and he felt that Fugaku seemed to have something to say that was unclear. What do you mean there is no war to fight? Toki followed Aoba and asked. His narrowed eyes widened as if he had heard a very important piece of information. He could not help but add, could it be that this war is over? When Toki thought of this, his mood immediately soared. He was not willing to live the kind of life that everyone feared during a war. The village now looked quite quiet. However, this was only an illusion of comfort. Everyone was very tense. It was just that the flames of war had not burned into the village. Brother Fugaku, what exactly is going on? What are you trying to say? At this moment, Aoba's curiosity was completely aroused by Fugaku. The information that Fugaku spoke of was something that he had never obtained from anyone's memories. At this time, Konoha was currently in the middle of a third ninja world war with Kumagakuer. The war had just begun. Aoba had yet to hear any news of any losses. How did the war end? Impossible. Harry is still locked up by Konoha. Kumagakuer wouldn't be as cowardly as the third Hokage. The more Aoba thought about it, the more he felt that there was no basis for it. The question marks in his mind came out one after another. Under the puzzled gazes of Aoba and Toki, Fugaku picked up the bottle again and poured sake into the cup. It was unknown whether it was because of his emotions or because he had drunk too much, but his right hand that was holding the bottle had begun to shake irregularly. Throughout the entire process, neither Aoba nor Toki disturbed Fugaku. Just as Fugaku filled up the wine cup, he picked up the wine cup. He suddenly poured the sake in the wine cup into his mouth. He swallowed it all with a gulp. That's right. Fugaku kept shaking his head, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. This war is over. Fugaku's words clearly entered their ears, causing the expressions of Aoba and Toki to change slightly. This battle, which people thought could be called the Third Ninja World War, continued for more than 10 days. After that, it ended beautifully with no death. After saying this, Fugaku turned to look at Aoba and Toki. His eyelids drooped. It was as if he was so exhausted that he could no longer open his eyes. You didn't hear wrongly. I'll say it again. The battle between Konoha and Kumagakuer is over. It ended just as it started. Oh. No. Fugaku suddenly paused, and the mocking smile on his face became even stronger. This battle has ended before it even started. Fugaku smiled and turned his head back. He picked up the sake bottle again and poured sake into the cup. Just as he poured out half a cup of sake, he was shocked to find that the bottle was empty. Brother Toki, give me another bottle of sake. Fugaku waved to Toki. Now he could not stop drinking. He could drink as much as he wanted, but no one knew what he would look like after drinking. You brat should say it clearly before asking for sake. Why is the war over? I am waiting for your words. Toki rolled his eyes at Fugaku and expressed his dissatisfaction with him. It's all because of that coward Hiruzen. Fugaku's voice suddenly rose a few decibels, and he called Third Hokage's name directly again. Our village has imprisoned Kumagakuer Anbu leader, Harry. This person can be said to be the key person in this battle. Kumagakuer is like a ninja without a soul. If we fight seriously, it is impossible for them to be our Konohagakuer's opponent. Fugaku's emotions began to fluctuate violently, and his voice revealed a strong dissatisfaction. When these words entered Aoba's ears, this caused Aoba to slowly nod his head and acknowledge Fugaku's words. It was indeed like this. Anyone with discerning eyes could tell. Harry was Kumagakuer's brain, and could be said to be the soul of that super-strong physique village. If not for Harry, Kumagakuer wouldn't have obtained such a great advantage in the Second Ninja World War and allowed them to quickly climb to the peak of the ninja world a few years after the end of the Second Ninja World War. Aoba wasn't very sure if something had happened to Harry in the original course of history. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a situation where the third Reikage faced Iwagakure and his group alone until he was exhausted and died. Now that Konohagakure had Harry in their hands, it was the same as choking Kumagakure's throat so that they could attack, push, received, and put themselves in an advantageous situation. Because of this, Aoba felt that what Fugaku said was very reasonable. As long as Konohagakure held Harry in their hand, then they would at least not be at a disadvantage. But the corners of Fugaku's mouth curled up even higher. Even from a distance, he could feel the deep disdain he felt for the third Hokage in his soul. Not long after Gosui left the village this morning, about 2 hours, Kumagakure sent someone to request a temporary truce. He wants to negotiate again. It is such a ridiculous thing. Hiruzen actually agreed. When Fugaku said this, he was almost speechless. He didn't know how to describe his feelings. Suddenly, Fugaku picked up the bottle again and wanted to pour sake. He found that the bottle inside was empty. "Brother Toki, give me another bottle. If I don't spit these words out, I won't be able to spit them out if I don't drink some." After saying this, Fugaku picked up the half-filled cup on the table and poured it into his stomach. 3 days later, Kumagakure's envoy group is coming to Konohagakure again. Don't you think it's funny? Kumagakure's envoy killed so many of Konohagakure's people less than half a month ago. We are welcoming them again. Fugaku spat angrily. This was no longer a joke. It was more like a complaint. He was extremely dissatisfied with the style of the third Hokage. Ridiculous. Aoba nodded. He thought it was ridiculous, but he couldn't laugh at all. He knew that the third Hokage was ridiculous, but he didn't expect it to be so far away. Things have already developed to this point. They would still negotiate. Isn't this just a joke? Aoba felt that the third Hokage could no longer be described as simple cowards. He had never seen a leader avoid war to such a degree. Such a person. If you don't get bullied, who will be bullied? This time, Kumagakure's negotiation will definitely revolve around Harry. If that bastard Hiruzen releases Harry in the end, I dare to make a bet with you. I can bet anything. Fugaku stared at Aoba with a burning gaze. His dark eyes were filled with confidence. As long as Harry returns to Kumagakure's camp alive, he will definitely immediately plan how to attack Konohagakure. At that time, the situation won't be as easy as it is now. That is a strong body that welcomed their spiritual souls back. Fugaku had already seen the follow-up of this war. It was because he saw it that he came here to be depressed. Not only did he think of this, Konoha Military Police Forces Captain, Uchiha Akeru, also thought of it. Even the leader of Root, Shimura Danzo, also mentioned it. It could be said that the Uchiha clan reached an agreement with Danzo, which was rarely seen. But even this could not compare to the third Hokage's yearning for peace. If Harry returns to Kumagakure, it will really be a big trouble. Aoba sighed. At this time, he realized that he had wrongly blamed Fugaku. He thought that Fugaku had always been thinking about Sekai's death. Now it seemed Sekai was just a part of Fugaku's emotional release. The main reason why Fugaku was so angry was because of the third Hokage's inaction. Now this kind of compromise, it was very likely to change the course of the Third Ninja World War course and then bury the excellent situation. In these 10 or so days, Kumagakure has been restrained. They only dare to pretend to attack, not dare to really fight. They are worried about Harry, who is imprisoned in Konohagakure, and Iwagakure who is watching from the side. Fugaku sneered. Since awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, he simply could not watch the operation of the third Hokage. But what is our Konohagakure afraid of? Kumagakure doesn't dare to make a move. We also don't dare to make a move. Could it be that we can only passively take a beating? Only after Kumagakure officially launched a war against us and reached an irreconcilable stage can we fight back with all our strength. What is this? Those companions who died because of Kyumigakure. Did they all die for nothing? The more Fugaku spoke, the angrier he became. His chest heaved up and down as if he was about to lose his breath. Aoba listened to Fugaku's ridicule, and his heart was filled with emotion. He seemed to have a lot to say, but he couldn't say another word when he reached the edge of his mouth. He didn't know what to say. After hearing Fugaku's words, Aoba suddenly understood why the third Hokage played the good hand of Konohagakure to a pulp. During the Third Ninja World War, Konohagakure was clearly still at the peak of talent. After the battle, talent quickly withered. This also caused the third Hokage to have no choice but to resign in order to calm down the complaints of the clans, which suffered pain in the battle. This was really cowardly. Moreover, there was still Danzo silently supporting him from behind. If Hiruzen governs it by himself. The scene was too tragic to think about. Fugaku, here's your sake. At this time, Toka held 2 unopened bottles of sake and placed them on Fugaku's table. Aoba, are you getting some? Toka turned to look at Aoba and asked him. I don't drink. Aoba shook his head. When he saw Fugaku's appearance, he knew that drinking was a mistake. As the saying goes, disaster comes from the mouth. The current Fugaku said too many things that should not be said. Brother Toki, you drink with brother Fugaku. Of the 3 of us, one of us must be sober. With Aoba's cautious character, he could not allow the possibility of a variable through drinking. If these 2 people were drunk, at worst, they could directly fall asleep in ramen ichiraku. But he couldn't. The more special the situation was, the more cautious he had to be. According to Fugaku's information, 3 days later, Kyumigakure's envoy will come to Konohagakure again. He can't let the Third Ninja World War develop in an uncontrollable direction. At this moment, Aoba thought of an idea. Not only would the Third Ninja World War go smoothly, but the image of the Third Hokage will further deteriorate in the hearts of everyone. Chapter 239. Toka placed one of the bottles of sake in front of Fugaku and the other one on his side. Then, he sat down. Fugaku, let me accompany you to drink a bottle. Toki opened the bottle in front of him and poured the sake out into the cup. Ha ha ha, brother Toki, you're the best. Fugaku accepted the sake bottle that Toki handed over with satisfaction. He immediately picked it up, opened the bottle, and poured a cup of sake as well. Come. Cheers. Fugaku picked up the cup and raised it towards Toki. Cheers. Toki also picked up the wine cup and raised it towards Fugaku. Instantly, the 2 wine cups collided. After the ceremony of clinking glasses was completed, the 2 of them almost drank all the sake in the cup at the same time. Wonderful! After drinking this cup of sake, Toka felt much more comfortable. During this period of time, even if the war did not spread to Konohagakure, however, it still affected Konohagakure. As the boss of Ramen Ichiraku, he disliked this feeling very much. It could be said that it directly affected his business. Now that he heard that the war was likely to end, he was very happy. Toki and Fugaku were on different sides. He is just a ramen cook and does not care about the political things happening between the villages. In comparison, he was more concerned about the return of the ninja world to peace. Toki was different from Fugaku and Aoba. He did not think much about the decisions of the third Hokage. As long as Konohagakure was comfortable and stable, he would be very satisfied. After Toki drank the sake in the cup in his hand, Fugaku also drank the sake in the cup in one gulp. The 2 of them sat together and toasted. However, he was in a completely different mood. I really can't figure it out. After drinking the glass of sake, Fugaku continued to express his feelings. Kyumigakure bullied our Konohagakure like this, but in the end, he still wanted to negotiate about peace. Fugaku was still immersed in this matter. It could be said that this was a fuse for him to be completely disappointed in the third Hokage. Before this, even if he had any opinions about the third Hokage, he would only think about it in his heart. He doesn't have such an emotional opinion. But everything changed at almost the same time when Gosui ran away and the third Hokage made a compromise. For 10 days, Konoha and Kyuume had only been testing each other. No one had made a move yet. Instead, they had captured quite a few people from other villages. For example, Konoha Intelligence Division. They didn't manage to catch Kyuume enemy but caught quite a few of Ue spies. This led to a very strange phenomenon. If the third Hokage really made a compromise in exchange for peace in the end, then, in this short battle that completely couldn't be called Ninja World War, only one person died. That was Fugaku's good friend, Uchiha Sekai. This was something that Fugaku could not accept at all. This time, Aoba did not speak. As he ate his ramen, he glanced at Fugaku. Perhaps, from this moment on, the Uchiha clan and the Konoha regime governed by the third Hokage group had completely broken off. Regardless of whether the war would continue or not, Fugaku had already completely lost confidence in the third Hokage in his extremely cowardly operation. Another period of time passed. Fugaku couldn't speak anymore. He directly lay on the table, already unconscious. It was obvious that he was already drunk. Toka silently sipped the sake in his cup. His face did not change at all, not even red. His alcohol tolerance was quite good. Brother Toki, I have to go back. Aoba finished the ramen in the bowl. He did not intend to care about Fugaku at all. This was not under his control. He still had many things to do. Okay. Toka nodded and directly admitted that he would take care of Fugaku. After all, he was drunk in his store. Then, Aoba walked out of the door. Before he left, he glanced at Fugaku who was lying on the table. One had to know that as long as he touched his head, he could read Fugaku's memories. However, Aoba still gave up this opportunity. The current Fugaku merely opened his Mangekyo Sharingan, and his strength was still in a state of improvement. Moreover, Fugaku's filial son was not born yet, and there was still a period time before the mourning period, so it was not that urgent to read Fugaku's memories. Wait a bit more. He would slaughter them after they were fattened up. There was no hurry now. Aoba silently made up his mind. He knew that some ninjas should not be in a hurry to read their memories and could be raised slowly. After that, Aoba directly walked out of Ramen Ichiraku Noodle House and returned to Anbu's dormitory. If it were before, he might want to go to a place where there was no one and directly use Hirai Shin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to go to the tall tower in the distant forest. But today, he felt that he had to go back to Anbu's dormitory first. He did not know if there would be any problems when he went back after all these things happened. About half an hour later, Aoba returned to the Anbu's dormitory. Before he went in, he saw Eden waiting at the entrance. Sure enough, when Aoba saw Eden, he immediately understood that his choice was right. There was indeed a problem with Anbu's dormitory. He knew that Eden was waiting for him here. Brother Eden. Aoba immediately walked towards the entrance of Anbu's dormitory and waved at Eden as he walked. When Aoba greeted Eden, Eden's gaze also fell on Aoba. At this moment, their gazes collided. Aoba, why did you come back so late? I have been waiting for you here for a long time. When Eden saw Aoba, he immediately stepped forward to meet Aoba and sized him up. Are you all right? After seeing that Aoba was completely unharmed, Eden felt relieved. From his expression, he seemed to have been very nervous just now. Brother Eden, what's wrong? Aoba was stunned for a moment. He was still a little puzzled by Eden's reaction. This is not the place to talk. Go to your dormitory. Eden nodded at Aoba, then turned around and walked into Anbu's dormitory. It looked like he was returning to his own dormitory. At Aoba was stunned for a moment, but he still followed behind Eden. He looked at Eden's back and vaguely felt that there seemed to be something, but nothing seemed to have happened. This feeling was strange. It seemed to be deliberately made. Not long after, Aoba and Eden came to the door of Aoba's dormitory. "Brother Eden, come in." Aoba opened the door and let Eden enter the room first. Then he followed and walked up. "Your dormitory is really clean." It was not the first time that Eden had entered Aoba's dormitory. Last time, he had this feeling. But this time, it was more real. It seemed. The things in this dormitory were even less than last time. "Brother Eden, just now you said you were looking for me. What happened?" Aoba could not help but ask. "Didn't you find a Tsunagakure spy today? His name is Mani." Eden nodded. His expression instantly returned to normal. His eyes stared at Aoba, and his eyes flashed with a dignified light. "No." Aoba quickly shook his head and explained. "That Tsunagakure spy was not discovered by me. It was discovered by our Yamanaka clan senior. I made a major mistake at that time and almost let that spy escape." Aoba did not take any credit. Instead, he threw the credit out. In his opinion, any credit here was a negative buff. He did not need to use these contributions to embellish himself and attract the attention of more people. Low profile. As soon as Aoba said this, the lines on Eden's face became softer. It was this smell. This was what Eden was most optimistic about. Eden could not tell if Aoba really thought so. Everything was out of instinct or deliberate. In short, this made him feel very comfortable when he was working with Aoba. "I came to you this time to remind you of this matter. Tsunagakure's spy, Mani, is not alone," Eden said with a serious expression. "Is he not human?" Aoba was stunned for a moment. He felt that something was wrong. He had already read Mani's memories and had even looked through them. However, he did not check the details in detail. Wait. Something is wrong. Could it be that Brother Eden is referring to Mani was a minotaur? Aoba, you misunderstood what I meant. I am talking about Tsunagakure's spy. Not only Mani but there are other Tsunagakure spies in the village. Eden's expression was extremely serious. He had specially come here to wait for Aoba after learning this information. He thought that Aoba had already returned to Anbu's dormitory. He did not expect that he would have to wait for so long. Just now, he was worried that something would happen to Aoba. The other spies of Tsunagakure are not among Anbu. If I am not wrong, they already know your name. It would be best to try not to leave Konohagakure Intelligence Division recently. Be careful. Eden said to Aoba. Do they have the guts to deal with me in Konohagakure? Aoba was stunned for a moment. Before Anbu gathered, Mani took nerve-disturbing drugs, so that village could not find his identity as a spy in Mani's memory. There were other Tsunagakure spies in the village, but who were those people? Eden paused for a moment, then shook his head. We don't know their name yet. As Eden said this, Aoba immediately understood what Eden was worried about. The spy was originally in the dark. They still don't know their names. It would be very difficult to find them like this. Because of this, Eden was very worried about him. Thank you, Brother Eden. Aoba immediately thanked Eden. He found that having a good relationship with Eden would have a very good effect. That was, if there was any sign of trouble, Eden would immediately tell him and remind him. These reminders seemed to be a very small thing. But most of the time, it could make Aoba mentally prepared. For example, the gathering of Anbu this time. During this period of time, I won't go anywhere. I will just stay in Konohagakure Intelligence Division. Aoba guaranteed to Eden. Of course. He was just saying this to Eden, but not really doing it. It could also become a cover for him. In the future. No matter what happened, He had never left Konoha Intelligence Division. For him, Eden was the person who provided him with the alibi. Ha 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 ha, that's right. When Eden heard Aoba's words, he immediately relaxed. He instinctively raised his right hand, wanting to pat Aoba's shoulder. However, just as he raised his hand, he immediately realized that Aoba's body was weak and could not withstand such a slap. He hurriedly retracted his extended right hand. Cough cough. Eden cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness from before. Then, he stared at Aoba with a meaningful look in his eyes. It hasn't been peaceful outside recently. If you can't go out, then don't go out. Konoha Intelligence Division is still very safe. Eden said. Yes. Aoba immediately responded. Especially this time, after the Anbu went through a large screening, there were no spies. It could be said that there were no enemies inside, so you could stay here at ease. Eden said again. Yes. Aoba responded again. He vaguely had a feeling that Eden was circling around in a circle as if this person had something to say. But Eden's tone suddenly changed. He stared at Aoba, his eyes flashing with excitement. This period of time can give you a quiet time to compose. You can quietly write novels in the dormitory after finishing Konoha Intelligence Division's work every day. After Eden said this, Aoba's face suddenly became black. Good fellow. I thought you were genuinely concerned about me. So you are only concerned about Teacher Bai. No wonder you were so worried that I would be targeted by Tsunagakure's spy. I felt that something is wrong just now. How could a spy have the guts to stare at Konoha Intelligence Division's ninja? Don't they want to live? It turned out that this is all Eden's imagination. Or it is an excuse specially made for Aoba to quickly write. I understand. Aoba nodded helplessly. He looked meaningfully at Eden. He finally understood. This LSP captain was not afraid of his death at all. Instead, he was afraid that the story of Teacher Bai would disappear if he died. That's right. It's good that you understand. I'm just here to remind you. I'm relieved that you're fine. Then I won't disturb your creation anymore. Hurry up. Eden winked at Aoba and said. He had been reading Teacher Bai's old manuscript for many days. There was no novelty in this. Now he wanted to know what the later story was. After saying this, Eden left Aoba's dormitory. Is Teacher Bai's charm that strong? Aoba looked at the dormitory door that Eden closed and muttered silently. He was experienced and knowledgeable in the modern world. He only remembered the plot and did not feel much. He originally did not want to become a professional author in the ninja world. At that time, the purpose of writing Teacher Bai was to attract Eden's attention. Who would have thought that Eden would actually think of it like this? Really? Aoba felt that Eden already had the feeling that those netizens on the internet were asking for resources. It's time to get down to business. Aoba immediately controlled his chakra and communicated with the Flying Thunder God formula at the tower. He instantly used Hirei Shin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. Swish! Aoba's body flashed in the dormitory and disappeared. Almost at the same time, Aoba appeared on the third floor of the tower in the middle of the forest. At this time, on the third floor of the tower stood another Aoba. It was Aoba's shadow clone. Other than that, there were also two root ninjas who the paper seal had suppressed. These two were both in a state of sleep and had not woken up. Aoba nodded at the shadow clone. Bang! The shadow clone returned to Aoba's body and transmitted everything that happened in the tower that day to him. Now that Aoba had mastered Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique, he could already skillfully use the various bug operations of the shadow clone. Let the shadow clone help with training. Let the shadow clone help him read books. Let the shadow clone act. Let the shadow clone help monitor the tower. The shadow clone can do many things, thereby freeing his body and allowing him to do whatever he wants. After Aoba took back the shadow clone, he walked from the third floor of the tower to the first floor. When he arrived at the dojo, he immediately formed a seal with his hands. He used Taj Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. One shadow clone after another appeared on the field, filling it up. Memories the scroll of water release ninjutsu. Aoba gave this order again. He felt that after this night, this scroll of water release ninjutsu could be imprinted in his mind. As his voice fell, these shadow clones began their own work. Among them, 2 shadow clones did not memorize the scroll of water release ninjutsu content. One went to the third floor of the tower to keep watch and stared at the 2 root ninjas. The other one uses Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to return to Anbu's dormitory, guard the dormitory in place of Aoba, and write Teacher Bai's next story. After Aoba finished everything, he sat directly on the ground of the dojo and slowly closed his eyes. I want to see who the Tsunagakure spies in Mani's memory are. Chapter 240. Aoba closed his eyes and began to flip through Mani's memories. For these ninjas who had taken nerve-disturbing drugs, ordinary sensory ninjas could not find too many details from them. After all, the medicine disturbed the nerves. The brain would be damaged. There would be problems with the memory stored in the brain. Even they themselves would not remember exactly what had happened. This kind of nerve-disturbing drug was something that almost every spy had to have. As long as they could kill themselves, they would choose to kill themselves first. Because what happened today happened too suddenly, it was not until they gathered in front of the Hokage building that they knew that they were going to screen out the spy. Holding a trace of hope in his heart, he only took the nerve-disturbing drug and did not directly commit suicide. After all, Mani was someone who had a son. He wanted to live for his son. Aoba began to flip through Mani's memories. These memories appeared one after another in front of his eyes. He wasn't affected at all. Even if this person's brain was already dry and necrotic, the mind-reading system could still extract this person's memories. This was the place where the mind-reading system far surpassed Yamanaka's clan's secret technique. Aoba looked at Mani's memories. From the moment he first came to Konohagakure. At that time, it was 10 years ago. A few years after the First Ninja World War ended, Tsunagakure decided to send Mani to Konohagakure to gather information for Tsunagakure. It was that time. It opened up Mani's 10-year spy career. He had never returned to Tsunagakure even once. The way he interacted with his loved ones was through letters. Mani took the risk of infiltrating the other village while his wife helped him keep the family in good order so that he did not have any worries. This could be said to be very virtuous and considerate. After Mani came to Konohagakure, he gradually mixed into Anbu and became a spy for Tsunagakure. As long as he felt that information was helpful to Tsunagakure, he would try to find a way to send it back. In a sense, the reason why Tsunagakure was able to grasp some advantages during the Second Ninja World War was related to the information that Mani sent back. During these 10 years, Tsunagakure sent out another 11 spies to Konohagakure. At present, there are still 4 spies who have successfully infiltrated Konohagakure. They were all in the village. They observed Konohagakure's every move from a close distance. Of course, the names and appearances of these 4 spies were all discovered by Aoba. In addition to these 4 spies, Aoba also found something special in Mani's memory. It was almost a week ago. For the sake of the battle between Konohagakure and Kumagakure, the third Kazekage asked Mani about it. He wanted Mani to send back the information related to Konohagakure's war. Then, he would look for Konohagakure's flaw and prepare for an opportunity to act. After receiving the information, Mani immediately began to act. After he observed in secret, he discovered that Konohagakure and Kumagakure were in a confrontation but did not really have an all-out war, so he told the third Kazekage that now was not the chance to launch a sneak attack. This was a reply from 3 days ago. After this, Mani had no contact with the third Kazekage and continued observing Konohagakure's situation. It turns out that the senior of our Yamanaka clan has read the wrong memory. Maybe at that time, Mani's memory began to become chaotic. The secret letter under Mani's feet was not transmitted 3 days ago but 7 days ago. 3 days ago was Mani's reply. Aoba smiled. After a simple review of Mani's memories, he had more or less understood this person's matters. There were no special conspiracies and plots in Mani's memories. Most of the scenes were passed back information to Tsunagakure about Konohagakure's affair. As for such information, Aoba did not have the time to examine them one by one carefully. He decided to put them aside for the time being and slowly examine them when he had time. There might be some details that he did not know before. They were all things that had happened in the past. But it is still possible that some of the problems that may arise now may be pushed out through what happened in the past. There might be some secret hidden inside. Aoba opened his eyes. He immediately located the Flying Thunder God formula in the Anbu's dormitory. Swish! Aoba disappeared in a flash and quickly left the tall tower. He then appeared at the Anbu's dormitory through Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. After returning, Aoba directly lay on the iron bed. He didn't care about the shadow clone that was writing. He directly closed his eyes. A lot of things had happened today, which made him feel a little tired. He had to hurry to sleep and rest before the shock of the information brought by the disappearance of the shadow clones tomorrow morning. The next day, early morning, Aoba was awakened by the information rushing into his brain. He lay in bed with his eyes closed. He did not open them immediately. Instead, he was digesting the information that had poured into his mind. Time passed by. Aoba closed his eyes for more than 3 minutes. After he slowly opened his eyes, a hint of joy flashed through his eyes. Scroll of Water Release Ninjutsu content, I have memorized all of them. With a single thought from Aoba, he would be able to know any of the Scroll of Water Release Ninjutsu content. The method of forming ninjutsu, the specific way of moving the chakra, what kind of power it would produce, and so on. The information recorded in the Scroll of Water Release Ninjutsu, after the Tosh Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique, recited it, had already become Aoba's thing. The next step is training's Water Release Ninjutsu. After recalling these memories, Aoba was even more deeply aware of how tyrannical these water release ninjutsu were. To be able to develop water release ninjutsu to this extent, Aoba took a deep breath and couldn't help but sigh. The second Hokage Senju Tobirama is simply a genius. Through his deeper understanding of the scroll of water release ninjutsu, and then thinking of Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, that both he and Minato had mastered, and the production method of the mutually multiplying explosive tags he saw through Konoha Fang's memory. This made him suddenly find out. The second Hokage had researched many ninjutsu that later generations found difficult to learn. This is talent. Aoba had always felt that Minato's talent in ninjutsu was already very strong, but at this time, he unilaterally announced that Senju Tobirama's ninjutsu talent was the strongest. I will arrange the shadow clone, you stay here. Aoba said to the shadow clone that had been writing on the table for the whole night, then his figure flashed and disappeared. When Aoba reappeared on the tower's first floor, it was already empty. Then, Aoba crossed his hands in front of him. He made a hand seal gesture. He directly used Tosh Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. In a split second, thousands of Aoba appeared in the tower. After these shadow clones appeared, they immediately began to form hand seals one by one and train how to use the water release ninjutsu from the scroll of water release ninjutsu. Not long after, water vapor began to rise from the dojo. Swish! Aoba used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, again and returned to Anbu's dormitory. He changed into Anbu's ninja clothes, put on the cat face mask, and walked out of Anbu's dormitory. Aoba walked along the dark corridor and walked in the direction of the Konoha Intelligence Division. Just as he was about to walk in the direction of his compartment, he suddenly stopped. "Well, let's go to Brother Eden first." Aoba held the book in his hand. At first, he did not want to take it out so early. After all, if the update were too fast, Eden would easily become more greedy. This way, he would often be entangled in the future. But recently, Eden had been giving him information. He should give Eden some rewards. Instantly, Aoba turned around and walked toward the direction of Konoha Intelligence Division's black room. Just as Aoba arrived here, he immediately saw the figure of Eden. Eden seemed to have just arrived at the black room and had yet to start his day's work. "Brother Eden." Aoba immediately waved at Eden. He stopped in place and did not move forward. "Aoba." Eden frowned slightly. He instinctively wanted to say, "Didn't I just warn you yesterday? Don't run around if you have nothing to do. Cherish this bit of time. Maybe you can even write more stories." Eden kept thinking about Teacher Bai's story every day, and he was about to go crazy. "Brother Eden, what do you think this is?" Aoba took out a book from the ninja pouch at his waist, pointed the book at Eden, and pointed it at the cover a few times. "Aoba, it can't be." Eden suddenly widened his eyes, and the expression on his face changed. The excitement in his eyes became more and more intense. He would recognize this cover even if it were burned. Heavens! So fast! Eden thought that he would have to wait at least a few days. He never thought of it. He had just hinted to Aoba last night to urge him for an update. He would receive it this morning. "Aoba, come with me quickly. Let's go to the office." Eden's figure was filled with intense excitement, and he was already unable to control his emotions. "Brother Eden, I'm going to work now. I'll give you this book. Take your time to read it. Yesterday, I had a burst of inspiration, and I wrote 1,000,000 points more. When you've finished copying everything, return the book to me." A smile appeared on the face behind the mask. Then, he took a step forward and stuffed the book in his hand to Eden. He did not want to follow Eden to his office to get in the way. Chapter 241. That's good too. After hesitating for a moment, Eden nodded excitedly. He quickly took the book that Aoba handed over. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself. During this period of time, he was thinking about Teacher Bai's story every day. He wished that he could tie Aoba and use the whip to urge Aoba to update every day. This feeling, he believed many people had it before. They want to lock the author in a small black room and force him to update every day. If not for the fact that Aoba had a backer like Tsunade behind him, Eden might really do it. "Brother Eden, take your time. I'm going to work. I'll find some time to write more in the next few days." After handing the book to Eden, Aoba walked directly to the small black room. Last night, he had assigned a shadow clone to write the story of this Teacher Bai. Now, he had already written 5 more chapters. It was enough for Eden to use for a period of time. Then, Aoba turned around and walked in the direction of his compartment. He did not stay here for long. Eden stared at the direction that Aoba left in and slowly nodded. "I still have to urge him to update." After sighing, Eden turned around and left, walking directly towards the office. The small black room was still inconvenient. Usually, no one else would come to his office. When Aoba returned to his compartment, there was not a single person inside the compartment. There are still 3 days left before Kumigakure's envoy team arrives. If the third Hokage successfully avoids this matter, the situation will be different. Aoba took a deep breath. He originally did not want to care about these things. He just wanted to quietly go to work every day, live a leisurely life, and silently accumulate his strength. But All of this had to be established under a stable situation. Normally speaking, don't stop the Third Ninja World War. When it was over, all would suffer some pain. This way, all the major forces in the ninja world would be honest, and there would be no more problems. If not for the Third Ninja World War, Hiruzen wouldn't have passed down the position of Hokage. It wouldn't be long before Minato returned from his sage mode practice. As one of his few friends, he will pave the way for him. Aoba silently made up his mind. This time, he had stirred up the muddy waters of the world, and the rest would be handed over to Minato. Step, step, step. Right at this time, the sound of footsteps came from outside the door. It was the guard leader in charge of sending in and out the prisoners. The guard leader walked in with 7 prisoners waiting to be interrogated. His eyes looked through at Aoba. Hey, cat-faced demon, I brought 7 people over for you this time. Yesterday, you went to the Anbu meeting, so there were a lot of people. The guard leader specially called Aoba cat-faced demon, and emphasized this name to the several prisoners around him. Sure enough, when the 7 of them heard the name cat-faced demon, they widened their eyes in shock. This name was already very famous in their circle. It could be described as ear-piercing. As long as a criminal entered Konoha Intelligence Division and unfortunately enter the cat-faced demon compartment, then this person's criminal life could be announced to be over. Otherwise, if he had once again entered the cat-faced demon compartment, then his entire life would be gone. The news of the cat-faced demon had become more and more exaggerated in the small circles at the bottom of Konoha. Some things were spread in different versions and some things that even Aoba himself had never heard of. For example, some criminals who had seen the cat-faced demon had actually become a real cat-faced demon and eat the person who had entered for the second time in front of everyone. This version was very outrageous. However, there were still people who believed it. The 7 people who had come here had all heard of this version. Their faces all turned green, afraid to see the cat-faced demon eat people. Tie them up. The guard leader waved to the guards behind him, and then everyone tied these people to the compartment pillar. Now the guard leader had learned to be smart. Those who looked easy to deal with would be sent to other compartments. Those who came to Konoha's prison that was hard to deal with were all thrown into the compartment of this cat-faced demon. The evil still needed to be ground by evil. The guard leader had known this before, but he had never done it. Those habitual criminals were old foxes and were not afraid of him at all. However, those people were now afraid of the cat-faced demon. This also made the guard leader have a bad taste. As long as he did not like it, he would send it to the cat-faced demon. Gradually, the dignity of the guard leader also rose. After all, it was not random that the prisoners would be sent to a compartment. It was decided by the guard leader. They were not afraid of the guard leader. However, they were afraid of being sent to the cat-faced demon's compartment. After the guards tied the 7 prisoners up, they left one after another. At this point, there were only 8 people left in the compartment. Apart from Aoba, the 7 prisoners were already shivering. All of a sudden, everyone's eyes were focused on Aoba. It was the same as what they had imagined. On the mask, there was a very good-looking cat face. If there was no previous foreshadowing, they would think that this cat's face was very cute. But now, they felt that this was a face from hell. Is this your second time here? Aoba's indifferent voice echoed in this quiet compartment and made them feel uncomfortable. For a moment, there was no sound at all. No one dared to speak at this time. Of course, it was their first time. No one had experience facing a cat-faced demon. Everything came from the rumors outside. Is it all the first time? Aoba looked at the 7 prisoners, then shook his head and said, then we can only randomly choose one lucky person. Suddenly, Aoba took a step and walked toward the first prisoner. Just after Aoba moved, the expressions of these prisoners all changed drastically. Everyone's eyes shone with fear. Fear. Deep fear. These people did not even dare to look into Aoba's eyes. In the following period of time, Aoba touched the heads of every prisoner who came into his compartment. He confirmed that no one came here for the second time. Then he turned his attention to a young man with white hair. This person was a repeat offender. Through the memory of this white-haired youth, Aoba found that the latter did all things that harmed others to please oneself. For example, when he was bored, he would cut off the legs of the chair on the side of the street and watch people fall later when they sat on it. There was also something like smearing glue on the door handle of Konoha's hospital. Then, when the medical ninja opened the door, the hand and the doorknob were glued together. This white-haired youth also sprinkled some nails on Konohagakure main road so that when the carriage passed by, it would be stuck on the horse's hoof. There were countless such things. Even Aoba thought it was very exciting after seeing it. This white-haired youth's parents had died since he was a child. He had a very reclusive and lacking in love characteristic, but he was different from Naruto. He did these things not to attract the attention of others but to make his heart feel happy. This kind of thing could not be put in his head most of the time. After all, many people did not know who did it. But, over time, walking by the river often, how could he not wet his shoes? The last time he was caught was when this white-haired youth smeared soap in the bathroom floor of the ninja school, and then secretly watched the students slip on the floor tiles. This process was discovered by the teachers of the ninja school, so he was caught. Only everything that this white-haired youth did could be said to be a small matter, a very small matter. It would not bring much punishment. Even when he was waiting in Konoha's prison to go to Konohagakure Intelligence Division, he was still very arrogant and did not take the words of the guard leader to heart. Now the retribution came. The guard leader directly sent him to Aoba's compartment. Aoba could also sense the guard leader's intentions from this white-haired youth's memories. Although the guard leader did not know that Aoba would read everyone's memories and then punish some people who had more serious crimes based on their memories. He always wanted to teach this person a lesson so that he could restrain himself in the future and not bring too much trouble to the village. "It's you." Aoba raised his hand and pointed at the white-haired youth. There was an unquestionable determination in his tone. Since what this person did was basically disgusting and there was no way to make too much of a punishment. Then as a member of the Konohagakure Intelligence Division, Aoba had to use his method to help the village. "Me?" The white-haired youth instantly widened his eyes. He never thought that among the 7 people, he would be chosen. In a split second, his face turned as pale as his hair. He had no strength left in his body and was about to collapse. When Aoba pointed at the white-haired youth, the other 6 heaved a sigh of relief. They understood that they had temporarily overcome this crisis. Under everyone's gaze, Aoba walked towards the white-haired youth step by step. Soon, Aoba walked up to the white-haired youth and untied the rope around him. "Come over here." Aoba grabbed the collar of the white-haired youth and pulled him over like a chicken. Then, he threw him forward. Bang! The white-haired youth fell heavily to the ground. "Ouch!" The white-haired youth held his waist with his right hand and cried out in pain. After this fall, his whole body was not feeling good. After the white-haired youth was thrown out, the remaining 6 prisoners all stared at Aoba in surprise. Was it really interrogation? They gradually understood why this interrogator ninja wearing a cat face mask in front of them was called a cat-faced demon. He really was a demon. "Congratulations, you have been chosen. Now I will give you some simple punishment." Aoba's indifferent voice echoed in the compartment. As he walked toward the white-haired youth, everyone's heart was in their throats. "If you come here for the second time." Aoba paused, his pitch-black eyes shining through the mask. "You will be able to experience the harsh punishment." After saying that, Aoba walked to the front of the white-haired youth, stretched out his left hand, and grabbed the white-haired youth's neck. Then, he lifted the white-haired youth up again. The entire movement was completed in one breath. There was no obstruction at all. Aoba held the white-haired youth and reached into the ninja bag with his right hand, taking out a kunai. Under the faint light of the compartment, the sharp blade flashed with a different kind of cold light. You! What are you going to do? When the white-haired youth saw the kunai in Aoba's hand, his eyes instantly widened and were in a state of extreme horror. Didn't I say it just now? Aoba's indifferent voice sounded again. This was not only for the white-haired youth but also for the rest of the people present. I want to give you a simple punishment. After that, Aoba took the kunai and pressed it over the white-haired youth. Even though it had yet to pierce through this youth's skin. However, the feeling of metal and skin pressing against each other had already caused the white-haired youth's hair to stand on end, and his heart was in extreme terror. Time flew. The day passed quickly. On this day, Aoba sent out more than 30 people from the compartment. However, only the white-haired youth was especially taken care of. It was not until the last batch of prisoners finished writing the confession that the white-haired youth followed them out. The guard leader was wearing a mask. This made Aoba unable to see his expression. However, Aoba could feel the satisfaction in the guard leader's heart. It was time to get off work. Aoba walked out of Konoha Intelligence Division's compartment and walked directly to his own dormitory. This time, he did not meet Eden again. It was obvious that this update was enough for Eden to use for a period of time. Not long after, Aoba smoothly returned to Konoha Intelligence Division's dormitory. He took off Anbu's clothes and changed into casual clothes. Then, Aoba used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, and went directly to the top of the tower. Bang! 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 With the arrival of Aoba, all the shadow clones in the tower let out explosive sounds, and then a stream of information was transmitted into his mind. It was the information about training's water release. This made Aoba slow down for more than 10 minutes. Phew! Aoba let out a long sigh of relief. Then, his figure flashed, and he used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to appear on the dojo on the first floor of the tower. The dojo was wet. He could clearly see the traces left behind by the battle of over 1,000 people. This was still the shadow clone deliberately controlling their strength. It didn't cause too much water to flow here. Otherwise, the water sprayed out from the tower would probably be able to irrigate the surrounding forest. In a split second, Aoba crossed his hands and formed a hand seal with his fingers crossed. Taj! Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Aoba said in a calm voice. Then, thousands of shadow clones appeared on the dojo again. You all understand what I mean, right? The corners of Aoba's mouth slightly curled up. He discovered that Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique, was really bug-level ninjutsu. Every shadow clone was a physical body. Every shadow clone had a part of his chakra and had the same consciousness as him. Moreover, these shadow clones could also transmit everything they had experienced back to the main body. This was too much of a bug. Aoba had already found more and more ways to use the shadow clones. Understood. Thousands of shadow clones answered in unison. After that, these shadow clones all entered into a different division of work. Some shadow clones began to train water release ninjutsu from the scroll of water release ninjutsu. Some shadow clones went upstairs to monitor the two root ninjas. Some shadow clones returned to Aoba's dormitory and stay in the dormitory. Other than that, there were still more than a dozen shadow clones that had not moved. They stayed on Aoba's side. They knew very well themselves. There were even more special missions on them. Come with me. Aoba brought the shadow clones to the second floor. There were rooms one after another on the second floor. Aoba randomly chose one. After bringing the shadow clones in, his gaze swept over the room. This place can be set up as a study in the future, but there are some tables and chairs missing. Aoba muttered silently in his heart. Then, he turned to look at the two shadow clones behind him. The two of you changed into the appearances of Tsunagakure spies. Go and buy some things and come back. You should know exactly how to do it. Aoba still explained little by little. Even though his shadow clone clearly knew what he was thinking. Remember, you must try to expose your faces as much as possible. But you can't let people follow you, and you can't bump into other Tsunagakure's spies. Aoba reminded them again. Understood. The two clones nodded, and instantly, pieces of paper appeared on their bodies. These pieces of paper were like poker cards emitting clattering sounds. After these pieces of paper flipped over, they finally changed into the appearance of the other two people. It was the appearance of two of Tsunagakure's spies in Mani's memory. After completing this change, the two shadow clones looked at each other and immediately used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to communicate with the Flying Thunder God formula on a tree in the forest. Their entire bodies instantly disappeared. Now, let's do something else. Aoba looked at the other clones beside him and finally landed on the two. The two of you transform into the appearances of these two root ninjas. Go back and report to Danzo that the mission has been completed. Although it delayed a little, the problem is not too big. Aoba said to the other two clones. Understood. The two shadow clones nodded as well. Then, the paper on their bodies rolled up and turned into the appearance of the two root ninjas tied up. The main purpose of your trip to Root is to find information about Harry. Aoba calmly explained. He wanted to clearly tell every task to these shadow clones. Even if they knew. However, if he didn't say it once, he would feel uneasy. He had to be careful no matter what he did. If you can find information about Harry, you have to remove the shadow clone and send the information back. If there is a possibility of being exposed, then it depends on the situation. You have to remove the shadow clone before you are exposed, but you can't let others know that you are shadow clones. If the opportunity allows. Aoba said 3 ifs in a row, taking care of every possibility as much as possible. He had a very detailed plan in his mind, but the plan could never keep up with the changes. In the process of carrying out the mission, no one could guarantee that the mission would go according to their expectations and without any accidents. So it should be explained. After obtaining Hari's information, you can disguise yourself as Kumagakure's intruder and make a simple ruckus at the route before leaving. After Aoba finished speaking, he felt that this effect was too extreme. However, as long as it could be completed, that would be even better. After all, on the issue of Harry, there were still some differences between Hiruzen and Danzo. Danzo was a typical Eagle faction, and his methods were more radical. When he encountered such a thing, he would definitely not easily negotiate with Kumagakure. Yes. The two shadow clones nodded heavily. They all received the message that Aoba had sent over. Then, their figures flashed and disappeared. After Aoba had instructed them, there were only 6 shadow clones left on the scene. The two of you will also transform into the appearances of these 2 root ninjas and go to Orochimaru's secret base. In the name of Danzo, you will ask Orochimaru about the corpse dissolving water. In the entire process, once there is a problem with the mission, you will immediately remove the shadow clone. Aoba directly said to the 2 shadow clones in front of him. Yes. After the 2 clones received the order, their bodies emitted a crashing sound. Pieces of paper began to flip over their bodies. Finally, through Kami no Shishin no Jutsu, paper person of God technique, they formed a disguise on their bodies and directly transformed into the appearance of the 2 root ninjas. After the entire transformation process ended, the figures of advanced paper clones, who had transformed into root ninjas, suddenly disappeared. Your mission is more important. Aoba stared at the four people and explained something to them. Then the four people left the place one after another. After arranging all these people, Aoba looked at the forest outside through the window of the second floor. Everything is ready now. It won't be long before the entire Konohagakure, even the ninja world, will be in chaos. Aoba knew very well what he was doing. He was not trying to disturb the world but to make all the factors that could cause the world to be in chaos explode in this chaos. This way, he would be able to solve these problems bit by bit in the follow-up matters, and then allow the ninja world to return to peace. What about now? The corners of Aoba's mouth curled up into a meaningful smile. His mind was still quickly plotting his plans. After being influenced by Konohagakure Intelligence Division during this period of time, he had gradually become more and more proficient in how to deal with things to ensure his own stability. It's time to drag Tsunagakure into the water. Chapter 242. Aoba originally did not think in the direction of Tsunagakure. In fact, the fuse for the Third Ninja World War was the disappearance of the Third Kazekage. Of course. At that time, people did not know that the Third Kazekage had been made into a puppet by Sasori. They simply thought that the Third Kazekage was missing. In the ninja world, which was already in a turbulent situation and was like a volcano on the verge of erupting, the disappearance of the Third Kazekage was equivalent to injecting a catalyst into the volcano. This caused the strength of Tsunagakure, who was originally relatively weak, to be greatly reduced. The power between major ninja villages became unbalanced, causing Iwagakure to attack Tsunagakure without hesitation. These things. Aoba knew it clearly. It was because he knew these things that he did not care about Tsunagakure. At this time node, there was no need to specifically target Tsunagakure. They will collapse on their own. But Aoba did not expect that. The Third Kazekage was actually still working together with the spy Mani, who sneaked into Konohagakure Anbu and find how to take advantage of the war between Konohagakure and Kumagakure to sneak attack Konohagakure from behind. Since you have the idea of ambushing Konohagakure, then I must help you. Aoba did not expect that Tsunagakure would dare to think so. He had to make good use of this. Instantly, Aoba took out a piece of paper from his bosom. Right now, what he lacked the least was paper. Then, he took out a pen and began to write back and forth on this piece of paper. Just like this. Aoba repeated it for about half an hour. The words on the paper began to coincide with Mani's notes in his memory. It should be enough. Aoba stared at the words on the paper. The content was just a combination of a pile of words, and there was nothing that could be read in essence. But these words could form a brand new text. After practicing every word here, Aoba took out another piece of paper from his bosom. This time, his eyes became serious. Aoba held a pen and began to write on the paper. Line after line of words formed a secret letter. After writing this secret letter, Aoba rolled it up and put it on his body. Then, his figure disappeared in a flash. Now, he needed to do this personally. Shadow Clone could not replace him. This matter was very important. Handing over to the Shadow Clone and waiting for the result, he was still worried. Almost in an instant, Aoba appeared on a tree in the forest. On the trunk of this tree was a circular flying thunder god formula. Swish swish swish. The pieces of paper on Aoba's body flew up and down, constantly changing. His entire appearance also changed bit by bit. After these changes finally ended, Aoba directly changed into the appearance of Tsunagakure's spy, Mani. He quickly moved toward Konohagakure's west direction. Mani had just been caught yesterday. There must be no response here. Aoba ran at an extremely fast speed towards the place to the west where Mani had been sending messages. After a period of time, Aoba arrived under a tree in the western forest. He raised his foot and lightly jumped, reaching the top of the tree. He then sees a tree hole. There was a bird's nest beside the tree hole, but there was no bird on it. It's here. Aoba had seen this tree hole in Mani's memory. This tree hole was not naturally formed. It was dug up by Mani 10 years ago and used for contacting Tsunagakuer. Aoba first moved toward the tree hole. There was nothing inside. Then he put the letter he had written in his hand in. Immediately after, Aoba jumped down and walked into the distance. After a while, Aoba raised his hand and placed it on his lips. He took a deep breath and blew again. PHWWWWWHHT. A whistle with a specific rhythm sounded. It was like a secret signal being sent out. About a minute later, a bird flapped its wings and flew over. It stopped on the nest in front of the tree hole and reached its mouth into the tree hole. The bird picked up the letter on the bird's nest with its feet and flapped its wings to leave. Such a scene! It completely fell into Aoba's eyes. Are all ninja birds so smart? In Mani's memory, Aoba had seen many such scenes. When he saw this scene with his own eyes, he still felt that it was very fascinating. Swish! Aoba's figure flashed and disappeared. He directly used Hirai no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to return to the tower. Now, the secret letter to the third Kazekage had been sent out. At least, Tsunagakuer did not know that Mani had been discovered. He could take advantage of this opportunity. Swish! Swish! Not long after Aoba returned, two more figures returned. These two people were the ones who had previously gone out to become Tsunagakuer's spies. The two advanced paper clones carried many things in their hands. They even brought back a table. After the two advanced paper clones brought these things back, they began to arrange the things in the room. Not long after, they had already tidied up the room. After all, this was done. They released the shadow clone and directly turned it into messages, returning to Aoba's body. In a split second, everything that these two people did was reflected in Aoba's consciousness. After the two of them transformed into Tsunagakuer's ninja form, they went to Konohagakuer's general store and bought a lot of things in a high-profile manner. These things were not deliberately bought. He really needed it in the tower. At the end of the payment, the two of them also deliberately created some small quarrels, which made the boss of the shop have a deep impression of the appearance of the two. Not bad. Aoba nodded. These things had some effect on the future. Now, everything was proceeding step by step in an orderly manner. Konohagakuer, somewhere. This place was like a small hill. From the outside, there did not seem to be any different. Only when you go to the nearest position can you see a secret door where the tall grass of the hilltop was covered. This was Orochimaru's secret base, and also the place where he conducted human experiments. Aoba did not know how far Orochimaru's human experiments had reached, but judging from the current timing, he should not have conducted any experiments on Yamato. Right at this time, Aoba's two advanced paper clones arrived. They had already turned into the appearance of the two root ninjas. One of the root ninjas stood at the door and gently knocked on the door. After a while, he knocked again. It was as if he was using a password. When he knocked for the third time, the door opened. "What's the matter?" A voice came from the gap in the secret door. This person was not Orochimaru, but an assistant in Orochimaru's laboratory. "We have something to see, Orochimaru-sama," the root ninja said in a deep voice. "Come in." The assistant looked at Aoba's advanced paper clone and confirmed that they had been here before. They were both Danzo's men and then opened the secret door completely. As the door opened, Aoba's two advanced paper clones walked in one after another. This was a dark staircase. Only after the secret door was opened could he see through a little bit of light. Rumble. Just as the two advanced paper clones walked in, the secret door behind them closed again. "It's so dark." The advanced paper clone, who had turned into the young root member, suddenly swayed. His right hand slapped the stone wall at the entrance. His hand trembled slightly. When he raised his hand, an imperceptible black circle appeared on the wall shrouded in darkness. "You guys watch the path," the assistant said unhappily and walked in front. Having been here all year round, his eyes had long adapted to the darkness. "Understood, understood." The advanced paper clone nodded repeatedly from behind. This kind of darkness was not a problem for them. After all, Aoba had always been among Konoha intelligence division. The three of them walked down the steps in turn and arrived at a long corridor. The entire corridor was dark, and there were 2 snake-shaped candlesticks on the wall every 3 or 4 meters. There were burning candles on the candlestick, but it was unknown if it were due to the problem of the candles, but the flames were not very bright. The faint candle light illuminated the road here. The assistant walked in front. Aoba's 2 advanced paper clones followed behind. Tick! Tick! As the 3 of them walked forward, they could faintly hear the sound of water dripping from their surroundings. It was especially clear in this quiet corridor. This corridor was very long. The 3 of them walked for a full 5 minutes before reaching the end. "Wait a moment," the assistant said to Aoba's advanced paper clone indifferently. After that, he walked toward the room in front of him. The moment the assistant entered the room, the advanced paper clone, who was at the back, reached out his hand again and pressed a black circle on the wall. "Come in." The assistant walked out of the room. Then he stood at the door and looked at the 2 people quietly. Aoba's advanced paper clone did not say anything. They directly walked into the room. The 2 people just walked in. They saw a large cylindrical instrument. These instruments were lined up in a row and filled with yellowish-green liquid. An unconscious human was inside. There were 2 rows of these instruments. At the place where the 2 rows converged, there was a white laboratory table with all kinds of sophisticated instruments and many test tubes used for experiments. Some beakers had liquid bubbling inside. The 2 advanced paper clones sized up what was inside. They looked around, but they did not see Orochimaru. Suddenly, both of them could feel a mass of chakra appearing behind them. "So it's the 2 of you." A voice that seemed to have seen through the vicissitudes of life sounded out, and then a straight black-haired man walked out from behind Aoba's advanced paper clone. He was wearing the same ninja outfit as Konohagaku's Jonin. This person. It was one of Konohagaku's Sunin, Orochimaru. "We were ordered to." Aoba disguised himself as the root ninja who helped Orochimaru dissolve the corpse and said slowly. Just as he was about to finish speaking, he was immediately interrupted by Orochimaru. "Whose order is it?" Orochimaru changed his indifferent tone from before. His tone suddenly became serious. Orochimaru's snake eyes revealed a fierce gaze as he stared at Aoba's advanced paper clone. "It's Danzo-sama's order," Aoba's advanced paper clone said in a deep voice. After saying this, Aoba's 2 advanced paper clones did not say anything else. Of course, Orochimaru, who was in front of the 2 of them, also did not speak. At this time, Orochimaru's eyes were wide open, and his long and narrow snake eyes were filled with evil light. None of the 3 people spoke. The atmosphere was in a state that was about to freeze. A moment later, a smile appeared on Orochimaru's face. He stuck out his long tongue and licked the corner of his mouth. "Interesting. Amazing. This is a ninjutsu I have never seen before. I didn't expect there to be such a person in the village." Orochimaru started muttering to himself, but he did not lower his voice. As Orochimaru speaks, Aoba's advanced paper clone both had a strange thoughts in their hearts. Not good. It seemed. Orochimaru recognized them. How was this possible? One must know that Aoba's advanced paper clones were a combination of 2 powerful techniques: Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique, and Kami no Shishin no Jutsu, Paper Person of God Technique. The clone produced by him was a perfect simulation that even Sharingan couldn't see through. If one had to just say that there was something wrong, That was strength. Otherwise, there would be no other problems. After all, the basis of Aoba's advanced paper clone was to read that person's memories in advance and use that person's memories to simulate the actions that person could do. But Orochimaru actually recognized it with just a glance. This caused a more cautious thought to arise in Aoba's heart. If this were to continue, perhaps even more people would recognize him. That would make things even more troublesome. Orochimaru-sama, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? We are following Danzo-sama's orders to ask for a batch of corpse-dissolving water. Aoba's advanced paper clone spoke slowly. The more he spoke, the calmer he had to be. After all, he wasn't sure if Orochimaru had really discovered their abnormality or was just bluffing them. Ha 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 ha. When Orochimaru heard Aoba's advanced paper clone's words, he immediately raised his head and laughed. His laughter was filled with a meaningful tone. Okay. Since you need corpse-dissolving water so much, I'll give you the formula as well. As Orochimaru spoke, he suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a snake. This kind of sudden scene. The two advanced paper clones who were directly watching were dumbfounded. Although Aoba had seen Orochimaru spitting out snakes in anime a long time ago, but he was seeing it with his own eyes now. There was still a faint feeling of discomfort in his heart. Just as the snake emerged from Orochimaru's mouth, the snake's mouth also opened wide. There was a scroll on the tongue of the snake, and the scroll was also attached with the saliva of the snake. This is the formula for corpse-dissolving water. I believe that with your ability, you can configure it. Orochimaru directly took out the scroll from the snake's mouth and threw it directly to Aoba's advanced paper clone, who was in front of him. Aoba's advanced paper clone instinctively took the scroll. Only he felt that there was something wrong. Is Orochimaru testing him? Or did Orochimaru really see through something? Is the contents of this scroll real or fake? What is his purpose for doing this? Aoba's advanced paper clone's mind was filled with question marks. These question marks had yet to be answered. This scroll records the formula for corpse-dissolving water. This is something that Danzo came to me for. I didn't even give it to him. A meaningful smile hung on Orochimaru's face. His snake eyes stared at Aoba's advanced paper clone's face. If you still need some finished products, I will give you a few more bottles. After saying this, Orochimaru took another deep look at Aoba's advanced paper clone's faces. Then, he turned around and walked toward the experimental platform. Orochimaru came to the experimental platform and opened a drawer on the experimental table. He took out a small bag from inside. The bag was full of corpse-dissolving water bottles. After that, Orochimaru carried the bag and turned around to walk back until he was in front of Aoba's advanced paper clone. This bag of corpse-dissolving water is all of my current stock. I'll give it to you. When I need it, I'll make it myself. Orochimaru raised his hand and handed the bag to Aoba's advanced paper clone. Aoba's advanced paper clone instinctively raised his hand to take the bag, which made a lot of question marks appear in his head. What did this mean? Did Orochimaru see through it? Or did he not see through it? This made a lot of question marks appear in Aoba's mind, and he was a little confused about Orochimaru's behavior. If he did not see through it, then why did he say something inexplicable? One had to know that Orochimaru was not an overly neurotic riddles person. But if Orochimaru could see, then why did he have to give the corpse dissolving water and its formula? What was this person trying to do? After Aoba's advanced paper clone took the bag, he looked at Orochimaru in a daze. He became very cautious and his mood was very complicated. He did not dare to act rashly. Orochimaru smiled as he stared at Aoba's advanced paper clone. Then, he asked, "You have already gotten what you want? Why aren't you leaving? Or do you have anything else you want?" "No more." Aoba's advanced paper clone immediately shook his head and said, "This time, we were ordered to take corpse dissolving water. Now, we will hand them over to Danzo-sama. After saying that, Aoba's 2 advanced paper clones were prepared to turn around and leave. Oh! At this time, Orochimaru's voice sounded again. He asked with deep meaning, "Is it really Danzo?" "It really is Danzo-sama." Aoba's advanced paper clone braced himself and said. The more it was like this, the more he had to bite to death and not let go. Not bad. Orochimaru nodded. His snake eyes flashed with admiration. If you don't mind, use your real body to find me. I am willing to accept you as my student. Suddenly, Orochimaru said something that stunned Aoba. Sure enough, he saw through it. Aoba's advanced paper clone could not even believe his ears. Not only did Orochimaru see through that he was an advanced paper clone, but he also took a fancy to his own body. In Aoba's eyes, the student that Orochimaru wanted to take in. Basically, they were all Orochimaru's chess pieces. Or rather, they were the preparation for the container. The Mitarashi Anko was a very obvious example. To be able to be accepted as a student by one of the Sunin, Orochimaru, might have an irresistible temptation for any ninja of Konohagakure at the moment. But Aoba was different. Not only does Aoba have a cheating system, he had also become one of the Sunin Tsunade students. In the face of such words, there was no reaction. He was even a little scared. This meant that he had been targeted by Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sama, you must be joking. I am a ninja from root. Other than mission, I have no other thoughts. Aoba's advanced paper clone shook his head and said. I have already given the corpse dissolving water to you. Are you still unwilling to admit it? The smile on Orochimaru's face gradually disappeared. He shook his head at Aoba's advanced paper clone who was in front of him. His long and narrow snake eyes began to turn cold. If I am not wrong, you should have combined the shadow clone with a special transformation technique to have such an effect. Orochimaru said in a low voice. After he said this, Aoba's advanced paper clone was completely sure that Orochimaru was not joking or guessing. He really saw through it. Wasn't this a bit too terrifying? They didn't even exchange blows. They didn't even have physical contact with each other. He only took a glance. In an instant, he saw through Aoba's advanced paper clone. Is this ability of Konoha Sunin, Orochimaru? Aoba's advanced paper clone sighed in his heart. He had nothing to fear. After all, he could remove his shadow clone at any time. He would not expose his identity at all. However, the change in front of him made him want to know why he was exposed. It's really a special ninjutsu. Orochimaru stared at Aoba's advanced paper clone and sighed again. Whether it's aura, appearance, demeanor, personality, it's as if they were carved from the same mold. Orochimaru's snake eyes repeatedly sized up Aoba's advanced paper clone and looked like he was looking at a work of art. The coldness in his eyes had already turned into appreciation. You must have put in a lot of effort to be able to do this. I think at least you need to put in a lot of time on acting. Orochimaru seemed to be conducting academic research. This made Aoba's advanced paper clone feel very bad. It seemed. If his real body was here, it was possible that he would be directly captured by Orochimaru to do human research. The more Orochimaru was like this, the more cautious and conflicted Aoba was, the more cautious and conflicted he would feel. In the face of Orochimaru's words, he was silent. He did not respond at all. However, Orochimaru did not care whether Aoba responded or not. His snake eyes were still flashing with thoughts and continued to analyze. But Orochimaru's words changed slightly, and his brows gradually furrowed. He seemed to have thought of something difficult to understand, and his entire mind was changing according to his analysis. I can feel it. Your soul feels very young. If I'm not wrong, you should be less than 16 years old. Genius. Other than geniuses, I can't think of any words to call you. To be able to create such a level of ninjutsu at such a young age. If you don't become my student, it would be a pity. I am a person who specializes in ninjutsu. Orochimaru continuously made his own judgment. Every word he said was almost correct, except that he did not judge that Aoba was a transmigrator. At the end of his words, Orochimaru once again threw an olive branch to Aoba. Such a talent! He really wanted to have a chance to train him. In his heart, he really hoped that Aoba could become his student. Orochimaru-sama, you are joking. I am just a root ninja. Aoba's advanced paper clone shook his head again. He still did not admit it. After hearing Aoba's words, Orochimaru smiled again and waved his hand. I will give you time to think about it slowly. You can go. I hope that the next time we meet, I will be able to get a direct answer from you. Orochimaru did not do anything to Aoba. Instead, he generously let Aoba go. This was precisely what made Orochimaru brilliant. For many years, Orochimaru had relied on his unique personality and charm to trick many people who were willing to see him as their home, willing to sacrifice their lives for Orochimaru and do anything for him, such as Kimimaro. Orochimaru's words just now were very obvious. Not only did he provide benefits to Aoba, but he also gave corpse-dissolving waters formulas to Aoba. He also told Aoba that he had seen through his technique, but he did not target him and even threw out an olive branch to him. In the end, the door of Orochimaru's house always opened to you. Aoba's advanced paper clone was stunned for a few seconds. Then, he turned around and prepared to leave. Now, he was fearless. If Orochimaru was really willing to let them go, they would take the corpse-dissolving waters formula with them. However, if Orochimaru was only using a strategy and took advantage of the moment they turned around to launch a sneak attack, he could just directly remove the advanced paper clone. However, just as Aoba's two advanced paper clones walked to the door of the room, Orochimaru's voice rang out from behind the two of them. Soul. Orochimaru lightly spat out these two words. These two words were not loud, but the scene was exceptionally quiet and clearly entered Aoba's advanced paper clone's ear. Instantly, Aoba's two advanced paper clones' footsteps paused. Don't you want to know how I saw through it? Orochimaru said meaningfully. His snake eyes stared at the backs of the two people who walked to the door. Then he did not let the two advanced paper clones ask and continued to talk. The souls of the two of you are the same, so I can judge that you are the same person's clone and have a physical body. That should be the special change of the shadow clone. Orochimaru's voice rang out again. When these words entered Aoba's advanced paper clone's ear, Aoba immediately focused his attention. So that was the case. It is actually a problem with the soul. This point. There was no way to improve it. You can imitate these two people so well. It can be said that this technique is very powerful. Orochimaru praised Aoba's advanced paper clone. If not for my high attainments in soul research, I wouldn't have been able to distinguish them accurately. When the two of you came in, I saw that the souls of the two of you were not right. In addition, I know these two people and know what their souls feel like. So you don't have to worry. In the entire Konoha, no one except me can see the problem in your clone. Don't worry and use it boldly. Orochimaru said with a smile. He seemed to see Aoba's soul in the tower through the advanced paper clone. He happened to be researching the issue of immortality during this period of time. This also made him understand truth, which was to look at a person, not his body, but his soul. The appearance of the body could be imitated, but the soul could not be imitated. Chapter 243. Thank you. After hearing the last words, Aoba's advanced paper clone no longer concealed anything. Instead, he expressed his gratitude to Orochimaru. Orochimaru's last words could be said to remind him and also to him. Advanced paper clone technique. It could be used to deceive anyone except Orochimaru. This was Orochimaru's affirmation of him. Of course. This was just the appearance. If you go deeper, it will be very easy to find out. After saying that, Aoba's 2 advanced paper clones walked out of the laboratory door. These 2 advanced paper clones were still in a cautious state and did not let down their guard because of Orochimaru's words. The safer it was, the more he could not let his guard down. Aoba was very clear that many dangers often happened when he thought there was no danger. Aoba's 2 advanced paper clones walked out of the laboratory along the dim corridor they came from. They did not use Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to leave directly. He did not know if Orochimaru was watching him somewhere. Now, Aoba's advanced paper clones matter had been exposed. It was just that Orochimaru had no idea who he was. But if he used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, it was very likely that he would be discovered by Orochimaru. Aoba's 2 advanced paper clones, just like when they came, went through the corridor again and walked out from the main entrance of Orochimaru's secret base. After walking out, they saw the light outside again. Although it was already dark at this time and the moonlight was only shining through the gaps between the branches and leaves, it was much brighter than Orochimaru's laboratory. Aoba's 2 advanced paper clones cautiously strolled through the forest. After walking for a long distance, the 2 of them were sure that Orochimaru had not followed them out. Instantly, the 2 of them executed Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, together and appeared in the tower together with the scroll in their hands and corpse dissolving water. At this time, Aoba was sitting at the desk on the 2nd floor of the tower. He was holding a pen in his hand. He was writing something messy on the white paper on the table. What was written were all his plans for this period of time. He needed to straighten out the things he needed to do as much as possible so that he could do things with ease. Right at this moment, 2 figures appeared out of thin air in the office. They were carrying a bag of corpse dissolving water and a scroll. They were the 2 advanced paper clones who had just returned from Orochimaru's laboratory. Something has happened. The faces of these 2 advanced paper clones were very ugly. They did not say anything and directly cancelled the shadow clone technique. With the experience of this period of time, they directly merged into Aoba's mind. Aoba's head shook slightly. Scenes after scenes appeared in his consciousness. These scenes were not complicated. Most of it was conversation. It was just. The conversation here was very intriguing. Orochimaru. Aoba's dark eyes flashed slightly. He never thought that Orochimaru would be able to see through his advanced paper clone technique in an instant. To him, that was a great threat. Orochimaru said that he can see that the 2 souls are the same. Aoba pinched his chin and silently analyzed. This means that he can at least find the same and find the difference. So, as long as Orochimaru is present, he will be able to completely understand the actions of many of my advanced paper clones' acting skills. Moreover, he will know that these are all done by me. Aoba's expression became ugly. This kind of threat was too great. It was enough to destroy all his plans, and it might even disturb his quiet life. This was something he did not want to see at all. In addition, Orochimaru also said that he had seen the 2 root ninjas. In other words, Orochimaru can determine a person's soul. Now he has seen the souls of my 2 advanced paper clones. Then, Orochimaru can already compare my soul. Aoba's expression became even uglier as he analyzed this point. This was already a big matter. Aoba could change his appearance and even hide his memories, but he had no way to change his soul. No one could change something like a soul. But Orochimaru had already locked onto his soul aura. As long as he passed by Orochimaru one day in the future. In that case, Orochimaru could immediately recognize him from the crowd. This was too terrifying. All of a sudden, Aoba frowned. He felt an unprecedented threat from Orochimaru. For things like souls. If it were someone else who said it, or Orochimaru said it for others to hear, they might all be treated as words, and no one would believe them. However, when these words entered Aoba's ears, it was a completely new feeling. That was that Orochimaru definitely wasn't speaking casually. As a person who had watched Naruto anime, Aoba knew very well what kind of genius Orochimaru was. He was in existence known as a ninja world scientist. He had researched countless things. He even grasped the secrets of immortality. The living corpse reincarnation that could move one's soul to another's body like it was skinned, wasn't it a research on souls? It was precisely because Aoba knew this. He believed even more in what Orochimaru had just said. Now, I've been targeted by Orochimaru. Aoba's eyes flashed with a deep light. He knew very well what kind of situation he was in right now. Orochimaru gave me corpse-dissolving water so easily and gave me corpse-dissolving water's formula. Then he must have guessed that I was using an advanced paper clone to stir up trouble and even guessed that I was the one who killed Abarame Tatsuma. The more Aoba analyzed these things, the more pressure he felt in his heart began to grow. The matter was far more serious than he had imagined. Now that he has told me about the flaws of this technique and wants to take me as his student, it can be judged that he has already taken a fancy to my body, or perhaps he has already taken my body as his own. When Aoba thought of this, he could not help but take a deep breath and slowly spit it out. By taking a deep breath, he calmed his complicated feelings. This way, I have to be more careful. If my guess is correct, there will definitely be a battle between me and Orochimaru. Either you die or I live. Aoba's eyes instantly became especially cold. He had already made a deep judgment and analysis through the information he had experienced. His relationship with Orochimaru now. It was no less than the relationship between Sasuke and Orochimaru at that time. However, Sasuke intended to borrow Orochimaru's strength to become stronger. He wanted to defeat Uchiha Itachi with Orochimaru's help, but he did not know that even Orochimaru was not Itachi's match. If Sasuke had not killed Orochimaru at that time, then he would have been possessed by Orochimaru. Aoba now had the same feeling. If Orochimaru had not locked onto his soul, he would not have to worry about this. As long as he kept a low profile enough, he would not have been targeted by Orochimaru. But now, things had come to this. He knew that there was no room for regret. There was no way to redo everything. He just had to look forward. Through the message that Orochimaru had transmitted from his words, one thing was very important. In the entire ninja world, only Orochimaru could see his true identity through this method of observing the soul. As long as there was no Orochimaru, such a thing would not happen. Do I have to be Orochimaru's student? Aoba pinched his chin and began to seriously think. Although the advanced paper clone had inherited his will just now, he was not him after all. He could do things according to his rules, but he would not have such complicated and profound thoughts. At this time, Aoba already had two choices in his heart. The common point of these two choices was to get rid of Orochimaru. One of the methods was to directly become enemies with Orochimaru and then get rid of him. The benefit of doing so was that there was no need to worry. The disadvantages were also obvious. That was, if he did not have enough confidence in dealing a fatal blow to Orochimaru, it would very likely give him room to breathe. As a result, his identity would also be exposed. The quiet life was gone. The other way was to pretend that nothing had happened. If Orochimaru really recognized him, then he would take the opportunity to become Orochimaru's student and numb Orochimaru in turn. At that time, Orochimaru would treat him as one of his own. Not only would he help him keep his secret, but he would also help him cherish his current identity. After all, in Orochimaru's heart, he was very likely to be the candidate for Orochimaru's reincarnation vessel. The benefit of doing so was that he could temporarily paralyze Orochimaru and even let Orochimaru help him do something. The bad thing was asking a tiger for its skin. He would be in a dangerous state at any time. Aoba silently thought in his heart. With his current strength, if he used the method of hiding his identity and surprise attack, there was still a chance to kill a Jonin. However, if he were to fight against Orochimaru, who was at the Sunin level, Aoba did not have any confidence. If it really doesn't work out, then I can only wrong myself and become a Sunin student again. Aoba rubbed his temples. He felt very helpless. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have been so greedy for corpse-dissolving water. Aoba helplessly complained to himself. However, he also knew that this was something that would happen sooner or later. When he found out that corpse-dissolving water had been allocated by Orochimaru, he would eventually run out of corpse-dissolving water and go to him. Now, he just wanted to take advantage of the time when the news of the disappearance of the two root ninjas had not been completely updated to find a loophole to take away a few bottles of corpse-dissolving water from Orochimaru. Moreover, as long as he was still using advanced paper clones, then one day, he would appear in front of Orochimaru. That was to say, all of this was destined to happen. It just happened to happen at this time. Thinking of this, Aoba figured it out. Then, Aoba's gaze fell on the sticky scroll. Orochimaru actually gave me the corpse-dissolving water's formula. If I learn it, I can get some equipment and make it myself here. The corners of Aoba's mouth curled into a smile. No matter what, this time was not a loss. Instantly, Aoba squatted on the ground. He picked up the bag of corpse-dissolving water. Hey! Aoba suddenly realized that something was wrong. The weight of the bag was lighter than what he remembered. It was not that he had not used corpse-dissolving water before. These bottles of corpse-dissolving water piled up together should not be this weight. Could it be? Aoba immediately stood up and placed on the table. In an instant, all the bottles in the bag were poured out. Crash! The bottles collided with the surface of the table, producing a series of sounds. Aoba looked at the bottles and picked up one. From the weight of the bottles, it was indeed very light. He opened it and took a look. The bottle was empty. There was nothing inside. It really is an empty bottle. The corners of Aoba's mouth twitched. After that, it turned into a smile. He looked at the large pile of empty bottles on the table. Orochimaru, Orochimaru, you really don't let others take advantage of you. Aoba recalled the situation when the advanced paper clone received the bag from Orochimaru. At that time, the two advanced paper clones' attention was on Orochimaru. Not only were they afraid of Orochimaru's sneak attack, but they were also listening to Orochimaru's words. The whole process was very tense. He did not realize the weight of the bag at all. It was only after Aoba calmed down that he realized that he had been cheated by Orochimaru, who gave him a lot of empty bottles. Then, Aoba's gaze fell on the scroll stained with snake saliva on the ground, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. This scroll can't be blank, right? Thinking of this, Aoba immediately bowed and picked up the scroll on the ground. Then, he placed the scroll on the table. He raised his hands and opened the scroll in front of him. As the scroll slowly opened up, Aoba saw that the edge of the scroll was completely white. It was like an empty scroll. There seemed to be nothing recorded in it. Ha 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 ha. Aoba couldn't help but raise his head and laugh. He had already realized that he had been tricked by Orochimaru. Orochimaru didn't give him the corpse-dissolving water formula at all, nor the corpse-dissolving water. All of this was a lie to him. Old ginger is still spicier. Aoba suddenly felt that what happened between him and Orochimaru just now was not a loss at all, but a complete blood loss. In the first direct confrontation with Orochimaru, he had completely fallen to a disadvantage. As expected of Orochimaru, Aoba's impression of Orochimaru had now greatly changed. He found that in terms of scheming, Orochimaru was also a very powerful opponent. I was fooled by him by accident. Aoba shook his head in self-mockery. He once again focused his gaze on the table and completely opened the scroll. I don't understand. Since you don't intend to give me corpse-dissolving water, why are you giving me empty bottles and empty scrolls? Are you trying to mess with my mind? After giving it to me, you let me go. Is this how Konoha's son bully their juniors? Aoba couldn't help but complain to the scroll. After saying that, he slowly pushed the scroll and spread it completely. The scroll was completely blank. There was nothing. It was really an empty scroll. It was exactly the same as what he had expected. Damn it! Aoba had never expected that someone like Orochimaru would actually play such a wicked thing. It was just that. Why did he have to give the scroll? Was it good with just empty bottles? Wait. Aoba suddenly widened his eyes and stared at the scroll. He suddenly raised his hand to close the scroll. He suddenly realized. Orochimaru gave him the scroll first. After seeing that he was not satisfied, he gave him the empty bottle. In other words, Orochimaru had planned to give him the scroll from the beginning. There's something wrong with this scroll. Aoba instantly felt his scalp go numb. After he fought with a real ninja, he immediately realized his immaturity. He had always felt that he was incomparably smart. He could plan things one after another. He had never been defeated. Now he realized that he had fallen into Orochimaru's combo. This set was brilliant and terrifying. It was 100 times, 1,000 times more powerful than Yuta. Just when Aoba's palm touched the scroll, he felt a powerful chakra power surging out from the scroll, which had already solidified the scroll into something that was close to an iron plate. It couldn't be rolled up at all. Of course. If Aoba had to use brute force, he could still roll it up, but it was too late. Not good. Aoba instantly reacted. His left hand grabbed the scroll on the table, and his right hand grabbed the corpse-dissolving water empty bottle on the table and held it in his arms. His entire process was completed in an instant. After that, his perception was connected to a tree in the woods behind Konoha's prison. There was a black circle on the trunk of the tree. It was Aoba's Flying Thunder God formula. Swish! Aoba immediately used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. His figure flashed and disappeared. He directly brought Orochimaru's scroll and those empty bottles and appeared beside a tree. The moment Aoba appeared, he threw the scroll and empty bottles on the ground. Then he suddenly jumped up and directly stuck to the tree trunk next to him. The paper on his body fluttered, forming pieces of paper that stuck to his body. From a visual point of view, he merged with the tree trunk. He had already displayed Kami no Shishin no Jutsu, Paper Person of God technique, S disguise. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. Aoba could use Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to leave again, but he did not do so. There was only one reason. He needed to confirm one thing. It was something very, very important to him. Chi chi chi. In front of the trunk, white smoke emerged from the solidified scroll as if it were burning. Pitch black lines appeared. The lines became clearer and clearer. They were reflected in Aoba's perspective. As someone who had learned all kinds of sealing techniques during this period of time, Aoba immediately recognized that this was a summoning seal. When the black lines on the scroll appeared, the scroll suddenly trembled. A large yellow snake emerged from the seal. This snake was directly summoned by the summoning seal. The moment the big yellow snake appeared, the big yellow snake opened its big mouth and spat out a small white snake from its mouth. After the small white snake came out halfway, it opened its big mouth again and spat out a person from its mouth. This person. It was Orochimaru. After Orochimaru appeared, his expression was calm. His long and narrow snake eyes shone with a bright light. After scanning the surroundings of the forest, his gaze landed on the scroll on the ground. He actually escaped. Orochimaru looked around again and carefully sensing the chakra around him, but he didn't find anyone. Is it so fast? Or have you mastered space-time ninjutsu? I didn't expect Konoha to have such an interesting person. Orochimaru's gaze swept past the tree trunk where Aoba was. He did not stop for even a moment. Then, he strode in the direction of his secret base. Aoba hid behind Kami no Shishin no Jutsu, paper person of God technique, disguise and watched as Orochimaru left. The corners of his mouth curled up into a proud smile. You are so nasty. Aoba could not help but complain. This Orochimaru was really full of tricks. What saw the soul? This was all a trick. Aoba was now certain that Orochimaru had identified his advanced paper clone through a certain thing, but it was definitely not the soul. This was just an excuse to scare him. I was almost fooled by you. Chapter 244. Orochimaru left the forest. Until the moment Orochimaru left, he did not see that person again. Interesting. As Orochimaru left, he recalled the battle of wits and courage with the other party. I didn't expect that person to be able to discard my scrolls so easily. Orochimaru had used this move more than once. Anyone who took his scroll away was equivalent to taking him away. He had already prepared the summoning seal on the scroll beforehand. Once the scroll was opened, the summoning seal would be activated, and the transmission seal on it would be opened to summon the big snake. Then he would use the snake spitting method to complete the purpose of this quick transmission. Only this time, something unexpected happened. The other party actually reacted so quickly and threw his scroll out. Moreover, there was no aura of anyone around. It has been a long time since Konoha had such a fun guy. Orochimaru sighed and walked back to his laboratory. Under the disguise of Kami no Shishin no Jutsu, paper person of God technique, on the tree trunk. Aoba watched Orochimaru leave with his own eyes. Through this method, he determined that Orochimaru's last words were just misleading him. Orochimaru, you are smart but you are wrong. Aoba's face was cold, and his head quickly turned. Everything that happened just now flashed in his mind like a movie. Just now when he was in the tower. He really thought that Orochimaru saw his soul through the shadow clone. Because according to the information he knew, Hiruzen could use the shadow clone to cast the demon-consuming seal technique. At that time, Hiruzen used the shadow clone to pull away the souls of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama and the second Hokage Senju Tobirama. In addition to what Orochimaru said before, he did not doubt it too much. Until he found that the corpse-dissolving water that Orochimaru gave him was empty, the scroll was blank, and the summoning seal was also on it. He immediately realized what Orochimaru said about being able to see through the soul was also fake. Now was the best time to confirm. If he did not make a certain decision, then when he faced Orochimaru again in the future, he would be restrained. Of course. When Aoba was guarding at the side, he had already communicated with the Flying Thunder God formula with his mind. Once Orochimaru made any strange movements, he would immediately use Hirei Shin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to leave the tree trunk. It was just as he had predicted. If Orochimaru could really see his soul, then no matter how he hid it, it would be useless. Sooner or later, he would be discovered by Orochimaru. Regardless of whether Orochimaru judged the advanced paper clone's problem through his soul or not, he had to verify it. He would treat this matter very cautiously. He definitely couldn't let it go just like that. Otherwise, even if he hid inside Konoha Intelligence Division, he would always be worried about being recognized by Orochimaru. It seems that none of the words that Orochimaru said to me are true. They are all fake. Aoba made a judgment in an instant. After all, there was another sentence in Orochimaru's words that was very easy to ignore and guide problems. It was that sentence. Apart from me, no one else in the entire Konoha can see the problem with your clone. Don't worry and use it boldly. Aoba recalled this sentence. It made him realize a problem that really needed his attention. That was that the advanced paper clone had a flaw. That flaw was the real reason why he had just revealed that he was a clone. The reason why Orochimaru had him use it without worry was that he was waiting for him to reveal the problem. Listen to everything in reverse. In that case, Orochimaru can't see through the advanced paper clone at all. He doesn't know who I am. This is also why he gave me the scroll. He wants to come in front of me and see who I am. How sinister! The moment Aoba saw Orochimaru leave and after he calmed down, he had already seen through the entire process just now. Orochimaru used him to obtain information through his clone, and when he opened the scroll and could not react, he would suddenly appear in front of him. As for what Orochimaru's goal was, he definitely wasn't taking in a student. He was taking in a student to make himself careless. Wait. I understand. Orochimaru is still a member of Root. I see. I understand everything. Aoba suddenly realized that he had neglected the simplest truth and the most important thing in this matter. That was that the disappearance of the two Root ninjas had been informed to Orochimaru by Danzo. It was precisely because of this reason. From the moment Orochimaru saw these two advanced paper clones, he knew that they were fake. However, Orochimaru did not directly attack his advanced paper clone. The most fundamental reason was, Orochimaru had taken a fancy to his advanced paper clone technique. Aoba was very clear that at this time, Orochimaru was not only studying immortality but also wanting to grasp all the ninjutsu in the world. He suddenly encountered such magical ninjutsu. It was inevitable that he would be tempted. In that case, Orochimaru's last sentence should be misleading him, making him feel that the advanced paper clones had no other flaws. However, now, Aoba already knew the advanced paper clone's most fatal flaw. That was when he simulated other people's identities. It was likely to be recognized by an insider of the relevant identities. However, some people did not think too much about it. For example, the 7 ninja swordsmen directly believed Aoba's words. They still had a real fantasy about the trust between people. However, Orochimaru's reaction was quite fast. In just an instant, he determined that the two Root ninjas were clones. He instantly realized this and arranged such a series of tricks in seconds. This was the brain of Orochimaru. This was the most beloved student of the third Hokage. He was also a disciple that the brains of the third Hokage could not grasp. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Then let us see who will take the advantage in the end. Aoba had been set up by Orochimaru, so he had to return something. Since it was confirmed that the other party couldn't recognize the advanced paper clone at all, it was entirely based on the power of intelligence. Then, return the favor. With a thought, Aoba quickly made a series of hand seals. Suddenly, a shadow clone appeared beside him. The moment this shadow clone appeared, the paper on its body rolled up, directly changing into the appearance of another person. This person was not someone else. It was precisely Orochimaru who had just left. In a split second, the advanced paper clone, who had transformed into Orochimaru, instantly communicated with the Flying Thunder God formula on the wall of Orochimaru's laboratory. Swish! This advanced paper clone flashed and disappeared. Swish! At the same time, Aoba also used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. He returned to the second floor of the tower. Sitting on the table he was sitting on just now, he pressed his hands against his temples and reviewed what had just happened again. Danzo had already told Orochimaru the news of the disappearance of the two Root ninjas. In his heart, it was equivalent to thinking that they were killed. Therefore, after seeing the advanced paper clone, he immediately determined that they were fake. In other words, if the two Root ninjas returned, Danzo would explain to Orochimaru again and cancel the missing information. Aoba's brain quickly worked. In the current situation, he still had 2 advanced paper clones who had turned into root ninjas and sneaked into root. The 2 advanced paper clones had not brought back the information. This meant that Root's side was progressing faster than Orochimaru. It could be judged that Root was relatively smooth. Now that there was no news coming back, it was the best news. In fact, the matter was similar to Aoba's judgment. No matter if it were 7 ninja swordsmen, Danzo, or even 3rd Hokage, everyone did not have such a paranoid pursuit in ninjutsu, so they could not think about ninjutsu whenever they encountered a situation. Only Orochimaru, if he saw 2 identical people, he would think about ninjutsu, and then use something like the soul to cheat. At this time, not long after Orochimaru left the forest was behind the prison. It was at least 10 minutes away from Orochimaru's secret base. If he walked at a normal speed, it would take about 30 minutes. Swish! The advanced paper clone, who had turned into Orochimaru, instantly appeared outside the laboratory. His right hand was pressed against the wall, and his palm just happened to press on the circular pattern on the wall, instantly completing Hirei Shin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Technique, S transmission. Suddenly, the assistant in Orochimaru's laboratory heard the noise outside. Who? The assistant immediately ran out of the laboratory and immediately saw Orochimaru, who had been transformed by the advanced paper clone technique at the door. Orochimaru-sama, didn't you go out? Why are you back so soon? The assistant was stunned for a moment and asked. Are you in charge of my business? The fake Orochimaru's expression suddenly changed. He raised his right hand and touched the assistant's head. The assistant's expression changed drastically when he saw Orochimaru raise his hand. He was so frightened that his neck shrank slightly. He wanted to dodge, but he did not dare. Tap! Aoba slapped the assistant on the head with his right hand. Ding dong! Memory reading successful. Obtained, Sudden, Bakuzui sh, ha, water release, exploding water colliding wave. A crisp electronic prompt sounded in Aoba's mind. Then, the memory of this assistant appeared in Aoba's advanced paper clone's mind. Your collar is messy. Aoba's advanced paper clone imitated Orochimaru's tone. However, this tone was very gentle. Then, his right hand moved away from his hair to tidy up the latter's collar. This action instantly caused the assistant to panic. Just as Aoba was flipping through the assistant's clothes, a piece of paper appeared in his hand and stuck to the assistant's clothes without leaving a trace. Stand at the door and wait for me. Aoba's advanced paper clone patted the assistant's shoulder and said indifferently. As he spoke, he quickly flipped through the assistant's recent memories. By the way, Aoba's advanced paper clone immediately saw the memories that had just happened. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He turned to stare at the assistant and said with a smile, "There's lightning tonight." Yes. Orochimaru-sama. When the assistant heard this, he no longer had any doubts in his heart. Just when Orochimaru had left, he had specially told him this secret message. There's lightning tonight. Orochimaru told this assistant that if he did not say this hidden message, then it was very likely that it was someone else pretending to be him. He had to pay more attention. No matter what the other party asked, he would not answer. Now, not only did Aoba say the hidden message that the two sides had agreed on, but he also did not ask anything. The assistant no longer had any doubts and directly guarded the door. On the other hand, Aoba's advanced paper clone directly walked into Orochimaru's laboratory. Once again, he saw the scene inside. Aoba suddenly felt a burst of emotion. The last time the advanced paper clone came, it was only less than half an hour later, but it was two completely different feelings. Aoba's advanced paper clone's eyes swept through Orochimaru's laboratory. He could still see that there were people inside the cylinders filled with green nutrient fluids. These people were now in a state of unconsciousness. It could be seen that all of them still had breath, and none of them were dead. However, they were not far from death. If there was no accident, these people have been injected with the first Hokage cells, in order to cultivate the wood-release ninja. Aoba was not in the mood to care about these people at all. In the assistant memory, he had already seen where corpse-dissolving water was. Suddenly, Aoba quickly ran to the experiment table. He pulled open the drawer under the drawer that Orochimaru had opened. One bottle after another appears in front of him. Aoba did not hesitate to directly put all of these corpse-dissolving water into his ninja bag. There were nearly 20 bottles. Not a single bottle was left for Orochimaru. After taking all of them, Aoba took out a piece of paper from the ninja bag. He immediately wrote a line of words on it in Yuta's handwriting. After writing it down, Aoba's advanced paper clone directly placed this piece of paper into the drawer where the corpse-dissolving water was previously stored. The next moment, Aoba's advanced paper clone immediately used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, and disappeared. Tower, 2nd floor. Aoba sat on his desk, thinking about all the problems that had just happened. All of a sudden, a figure appeared behind him. It was the advanced paper clone who had transformed into Orochimaru. I have completed the mission and obtained a memory. Check it yourself. The advanced paper clone instantly removed his shadow clone state and let out an explosive sound before completely disappearing. Aoba's head trembled slightly. In an instant, images of scenes appeared in his mind. It was the memory of the assistant in Orochimaru's laboratory. This assistant had participated in many of Orochimaru's experimental projects. Some of them even participated in the whole process. This assistant had left behind many precious images and information in his memory. It was still very valuable. Ha 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 ha. Aoba seemed to have thought of Orochimaru's defeated look. He could not help but laugh out loud. Then, his gaze fell on the 20 bottles of corpse-dissolving water on the desk. Orochimaru-sama, didn't I still get these little things? But that's not the main point. I have learned a lot from you. Aoba was not mocking him. He really thought this way. Just now, Orochimaru had taught him a lesson, allowing him to learn a lot of experience. In the future, when facing such things, he would be calmer. After all, people all improved. Aoba felt that as a person who came from the modern world to the ninja world. After more than a year, he can gradually keep up with the pace of the ninja world, which was not easy. Konoha, somewhere in the forest, Orochimaru's secret base. Orochimaru, who had just left through the summoning seal, returned to the entrance of the secret base after confirming that he had gained nothing. Orochimaru easily pushed the stone door open and walked in. Rumble. The sound of the stone door immediately attracted the attention of the assistant in the base. The assistant glanced at the door of the laboratory next to him and found that there was no movement inside. He guessed that Orochimaru might be busy. After that, he quickly went to the door. Just as he rushed to the door, he saw a figure walking down the dark stairs. It was Orochimaru. Hey! When the assistant saw the real Orochimaru, a puzzled look flashed across his eyes. Something is wrong. There is a problem here. Orochimaru-sama is clearly in the laboratory. He had not come out at all. Moreover, that Orochimaru-sama had spoken the secret code. That was the real Orochimaru-sama. Then, who is the person in front of him now? The assistant fixed his eyes on Orochimaru. He thought of what Orochimaru had told him before he left. If someone who looked like him appeared. If that person did not say the secret message, then it was fake. Who are you? The assistant's voice became cold. He used the elimination method to confirm that the real Orochimaru in front of him could not say the secret message. Your alertness is not bad. Orochimaru was stunned. After seeing the assistant's expression, he immediately thought of his arrangements when he left and praised the assistant. How dare you disguise yourself as Orochimaru-sama in front of me? The assistant snapped. He acted as if he had not heard Orochimaru's praise. He stared coldly at Orochimaru. Then, he took out a kunao. He aimed the kunao at Orochimaru. He assumed a fighting appearance. The entire process, as well as the expression between his eyebrows, completely regarded Orochimaru as an enemy. Your alertness seems to be a bit too high. You can first ask me for the secret message. After confirming my identity, you can act like this. Now, it is a bit too hasty. Orochimaru said with a smile. Now he felt that this child was not so cautious. He was more reckless and a little inconsiderate. Continue to act. The assistant waited for Orochimaru's eyes to blink and directly stabbed the kunao at Orochimaru's face. Let me see your true face. The assistant immediately roared and attacked quickly without mercy. From this bitter angle, it seemed like he was going to cut off Orochimaru's face. Are you crazy? Orochimaru suddenly widened his snake-like eyes. He looked at the assistant in front of him who had changed into a different person and suddenly wondered if this assistant had been transformed by someone else. Chapter 245. It was just. At this time, Orochimaru's assistant could no longer listen to any of Orochimaru's words. In his opinion, this Orochimaru-sama in front of him was a fake. After all, the Orochimaru-sama from before had already said the secret message. Now, no matter what this Orochimaru-sama in front of him said, he was a fake. This assistant's idea was very simple and firm. As long as the real Orochimaru-sama was confirmed, the rest would all be fake. His hands held the kunao tightly. Right now, Orochimaru-sama might be conducting an extremely important experiment, and he absolutely could not allow Orochimaru-sama to be disturbed. Instantly, this assistant held the kunao and directly stabbed it toward Orochimaru's face. The kunao blade could still emit a trace of cold light in this dark corridor. This ray of cold light reflected in Orochimaru's snake eyes, causing Orochimaru's snake eyes to turn cold at this moment. What's wrong with you? Orochimaru looked at the assistant in front of him, who was desperately holding a kunao and rushing toward him. He calmly stood in place, as if he did not take this assistant's attack seriously. In an instant, the assistant's attack arrived in front of Orochimaru. The kunao was about to stab into Orochimaru's face. Right at this moment, Orochimaru raised his right hand and slapped the assistant's wrist. Swish! The speed of Orochimaru's right hand was extremely fast. The moment the kunao was about to pierce his face, he slapped the assistant's wrist heavily. Ah! The assistant instantly screamed in pain and the kunao in his hand slipped out of his hand. His wrist seemed to be on fire, and there was a burning pain. The strength that Orochimaru used was not small. The assistant was directly sent flying back the moment he was hit. The strength in his body could not resist the strength that Orochimaru used. Ding! The kunao in the assistant's hand floated in the air and fell to the ground. After colliding with the ground, it made a crisp sound. Bang! The assistant fell heavily to the ground. This kind of impact made him feel like all the bones in his body were going to scatter. This was too ruthless. After the assistant fell down, he was even more convinced that the person just now was not Orochimaru-sama. Orochimaru-sama was very distressed about him. He would never attack him like this. Thus, he thought that Orochimaru-sama might still be in the laboratory, and he should have heard the noise outside. Orochimaru-sama should be coming out soon. At this time, he must not show a timid look. He must be brave to stay here, buy time for Orochimaru-sama, and wait for Orochimaru-sama to come out. You better be careful. The assistant suddenly roared, his voice echoing in the corridor and clearly entering Orochimaru's ears. He shouted this to intimidate the impostor in front of him, and also to remind the real Orochimaru in the laboratory at the end of the corridor. Oh! Orochimaru frowned slightly, and his snake eyes focused on the assistant. Did this person take the wrong medicine? He did ask the assistant to pay attention. He even arranged a secret massage. Only then could he believe it. But he treats a person as a fake without even asking him. After the slap on the assistant's wrist just now, Orochimaru was certain that this assistant was not a shadow clone or transformation technique. This assistant was his assistant. But there was a problem with this assistant's thinking. He reacted too strongly. Have you calmed down? Orochimaru glanced at his assistant coldly. His lips moved slightly as he prepared to speak the secret message. However, just as he was about to speak the secret message, the assistant, who had fallen to the ground, roared again. His voice was filled with a strong threat and hatred. Orochimaru-sama will come out soon. He will not let you go. The assistant stared at Orochimaru, ignoring the pain in his body, and forced himself to stand up. His eyes flashed with a look of indifference. From the moment he saw Orochimaru, the assistant had been convinced by Orochimaru's charisma. He was willing to sacrifice everything for Orochimaru, be it his spirit or body. In his opinion, this was the moment. No matter who wanted to threaten Orochimaru-sama, they had to step over his body. When Orochimaru saw the appearance of this assistant, he had a very hallucinatory feeling. It's like shouting "I love you" and yelling at you with his mouth wide open. The logic in words and actions was cut off, completely devoid of any consistency. Is your brain broken? Orochimaru said indifferently. As he spoke, his figure flashed out and rushed toward this assistant at an extremely fast speed. Almost in an instant, Orochimaru appeared right in front of the assistant. After that, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the assistant by the collar. He lifted the assistant up high. His snake-like eyes stared at the eyes of the assistant who was lifted up. Look carefully. I am Orochimaru. What are you doing? There's lightning tonight. Did you hear it clearly? I told you a secret message before I left. There is lightning tonight. Orochimaru said one word at a time. His voice was very loud and clear, echoing in the dark corridor. Impossible. The assistant stared at Orochimaru in front of him with his eyes wide open, but his eyes were extremely determined. He did not believe that the person in front of him was Orochimaru. After all, the person before had already said the secret message. You are not Orochimaru-sama. The real Orochimaru-sama has already entered the laboratory. Who exactly are you? Why are you pretending to be Orochimaru-sama? How do you know the secret message that Orochimaru-sama told me? The assistant firmly believed that the person who came out first was Orochimaru, and the person in front of him was fake. However, although he looked very determined on the surface, he was still a little confused in his heart. After all, the Orochimaru in front of him also said the secret message they had agreed on. A secret message. Two Orochimaru-sama were using it. This assistant tried his best not to think too much and firmly believed in his intuition. Otherwise, it would be very easy for him to lose himself in this kind of real and fake situation. Normally, in this situation, it was one real and one fake. But for him, it seemed that he had discovered that both of them were very real Orochimaru. This was not the real Orochimaru. This was the real Orochimaru. The assistant thought a lot at this moment. He could not care about the pain in his body. He just wanted to figure out what was going on. In just a few minutes, he met two Orochimaru who had said the secret message. How could such a thing happen? What the hell was going on? Which Orochimaru-sama was the real Orochimaru-sama? For a moment, the assistant did not seem so determined. He had already begun to waver in this situation and was even starting to feel a little confused. Hey! After hearing the assistant's words, Orochimaru frowned again. He keenly caught a few keywords. These keywords made him faintly realize what had happened. You mean? Orochimaru's expression instantly calmed down. He knew that this assistant of his was loyal to him and would not have a brainless betrayal. To be able to react like this, that was because he had encountered something special. For example, he met another him. You met the other me and even said the secret massage. Orochimaru judged this possibility based on the words of this assistant. Then, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Could it be the thing he was worried about before he left? Did it really happen just like that? Wasn't it a bit too exaggerated? Orochimaru had expected that someone might appear to act as him, but he had not expected that things would happen so quickly. It had happened to him just like that. How dare you? Orochimaru's expression turned ugly. A dangerous light flashed in his eyes as he stared at the assistant in front of him. Where is the other me you saw? Orochimaru immediately asked. He was not in the mood to care too much about this assistant. The most urgent matter at hand was to quickly find the person who was pretending to be him. Reduce the losses to the minimum. Orochimaru had already realized that when he had just teleported over through the summoning seal on the scroll, the other party had already turned around and taken the initiative. Ah! The assistant hesitated slightly after hearing Orochimaru's words. However, he suddenly realized something important. Regardless of whether the person in front of him was the real Orochimaru-sama or the fake Orochimaru-sama, he should not care if the person in the laboratory was the real Orochimaru-sama or the fake Orochimaru-sama. He firmly believed in one thing. The fake Orochimaru-sama could not beat the real Orochimaru-sama. Suddenly, he immediately raised his hand and pointed at the laboratory at the end of the corridor. Because his body was raised, the angle of his arm was a little tilted, but it was still obvious. Orochimaru-sama is in the laboratory, the assistant said in a deep voice. After he finished speaking, he added, if you are afraid, then scram. Swish! Just as the assistant finished his sentence, his eyes instantly spun. He felt a sudden and terrifying power. This power threw him away. After a round of spinning in the air, he finally landed heavily on the ground. Bang! The assistant's back hit the ground again. Compared to the previous impact, this time it was much lighter, but it still made him very painful. It hurts. The assistant held his waist. His body, which was lying on the ground, turned slightly toward the end of the corridor. His eyes flashed with dissatisfaction. He was even more angry with this fake Orochimaru. He wished that Orochimaru-sama could teach him a lesson. Orochimaru-sama will avenge me. The assistant lay on the ground and took a deep breath to relieve the pain in his body. Then, he was ready to get up. He could not fall like this. He was going to the laboratory to watch Orochimaru-sama tear off the fake. Just as Orochimaru heard the assistant's words, he immediately realized that something was wrong. He was no longer in the mood to care about the assistant. He directly used his fastest speed to walk toward the door of the laboratory. He quickly opened the laboratory. Orochimaru stopped at the door, his pair of snake eyes sweeping fiercely into the laboratory. In the dark laboratory, only the cylindrical container containing nutrient fluids emitted a faint light, and no one could be seen anywhere. No one? Orochimaru's face became serious. He did not believe that there was no one here, and he felt that the person who pretended to be him was hiding. I know you are inside. Orochimaru's solemn voice sounded. As he spoke, his tongue licked the corner of his mouth. He cautiously entered the room and closed the door of the laboratory with a backhand. After he entered the laboratory, he saw that there were no problems with the experimental machines. His heart, which was hanging in the air, was suddenly relieved. It could be seen. The other party's purpose was not to destroy his laboratory. Still not coming out. Orochimaru listened carefully to the movements around him. He did not hear any sound, so he realized that something was wrong here. Then wait for me to find you. Orochimaru flung his hand out, and snakes immediately crawled out from his sleeve. They slithered along the ground, searching every corner of the laboratory. Half an hour later, after searching every corner of the laboratory, Orochimaru finally confirmed one thing. That person had already disappeared. Too hateful. You actually ran away. I don't even know how you ran away. A hint of anger appeared on Orochimaru's face, and then his anger turned into a smile. Things are getting more and more interesting. Orochimaru did not expect that he would meet such a magical person tonight. Most importantly, he did not even know who the other person was. You won't come to my office without a purpose, will you? Let me guess what you want. It should be the corpse dissolving water. Orochimaru walked to the desk in his laboratory. From the words of the two root ninjas that appeared before him, he determined that the target should be corpse dissolving water. Then, Orochimaru opened the second drawer of his desk. It was an empty drawer, and there was only a folded piece of paper lying inside. Ha 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 ha. Orochimaru suddenly laughed wildly, his laughter full of self-mockery. It really is corpse dissolving water. And not a single bottle is left for me. It really is you. I will remember this grudge. Orochimaru smiled and gradually calmed down. His eyes stared at the piece of paper in the drawer. He knew that this piece of paper was left behind by that person. He didn't even need to open it to know that it was provocative words. However, he still picked up the paper. He opened the paper. Lines of text with slightly hidden handwriting came into his sight. Thank Orochimaru-sama for sending the corpse dissolving water. The goods have been received. 5 stars of good review. There were many good things in the laboratory. It will come again. Since Orochimaru-sama is kind enough to worry about the problem of my technique, I will also kindly remind Orochimaru-sama of the thing you got wrong. In fact, I am older than you. Finally, I advise you to mind your own business. Otherwise, Orochimaru-sama, the thing in your laboratory, I will let the entire Konoha know. The content was very simple. And there was no signature. When Orochimaru saw this, his snake eyes shot out a fierce light, his hands tightly clenched into fists. You actually dare to threaten me? Orochimaru stared at the words on the letter, as if he wanted to see some flaws in these words, but he did not find anything. Interesting. Interesting. Truly interesting. Orochimaru put the letter into his pocket, shook his head with a sneer, and walked towards the entrance of the laboratory. This matter will definitely not be settled like this. Orochimaru silently muttered to himself. He had never suffered such a loss before, and he had already begun to ponder who the other party might be. Just as he opened the door and walked out, he immediately saw the assistant waiting at the door. The assistant's eyes lit up when he saw Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sama, did you get rid of the impostor? The assistant was still holding his waist as he spoke. He had been hurt from the fall just now, so he did not have any good feelings for the impostor. He ran away, Orochimaru said indifferently. Damn it! He actually ran away. He hurt me so much just now. The assistant complained helplessly. I was the one who threw you just now. Orochimaru rolled his eyes at the assistant. He didn't know what to say. Hey! The assistant was stunned. He stared at Orochimaru with his eyes wide open. His eyes were full of confusion, and the expression on his face gradually became complicated. On the other side of Konoha, on the second floor of the tower, Aoba rubbed his forehead with both hands, and a faint smile hung on his face. Now, his heart was much more comfortable. I was almost fooled by Orochimaru. Aoba did not know how many routines Orochimaru had left behind in his words. For example, what would happen if he agreed to be Orochimaru's student? This Orochimaru was simply full of routines. Now, let me take a closer look at this assistant's memories. Aoba closed his eyes and went through the assistant's memories in his mind. He could faintly feel that the assistant's mind should know a lot of things. After all, he had been following Orochimaru all this time. In an instant, the scene after scene, the image appeared in Aoba's mind. Now, he had already put himself in the assistant's perspective to see what Orochimaru had done during this period of time. Chapter 246, Aoba was reading the memory of Orochimaru's assistant. When he was reading the memory, his other two advanced paper clones had already begun to carry out their own tasks. These two advanced paper clones had both turned into root ninjas. It just happened to correspond to the two root ninjas he imprisoned in the tower. These two advanced paper clones arrived near the Hokage building, found the special secret door to root, and walked down the stairs. The mission this time was very clear. It was mainly to find out information about Harry, find out his specific location, and his current situation. However, he must first reinstate their identity. If he couldn't do it, then he would remove his shadow clone. The two of them had just entered the root base, and they immediately saw many root ninjas wearing masks. There were several people standing guard at every distance. Aoba was not surprised by this situation. He had already read the memories of the three root ninjas. He was very clear about the process of returning after completing the mission. For a moment, these two advanced paper clones, who had transformed into the two root ninjas, did not say a word and quietly walked forward. After walking down several floors, the two of them arrived at a platform. There was a man wearing a dark green robe with half of his face wrapped in bandages. This person was the root leader, Shimura Danzo. Danzo-sama. Aoba's two advanced paper clones had completely put themselves into the role. They began to enter the acting mode. Why did you come back so late? Danzo's exposed eyes glanced at the two of them and slowly said, how is the completion of the mission? Reporting to Danzo-sama, the mission has been successfully completed. Fujita Yoshino has been killed and dealt with very cleanly. No one will find any traces. Among the two root ninjas that Aoba imitated, the older one said. The mission is very smooth. Why did you waste a day? Danzo's tone was very deep and cold, giving people a very oppressive feeling. Reporting to Danzo-sama, while we were chasing Fujita Yoshino, she constantly circled around various different areas and delayed the chase. However, the overall process of the mission was smooth. The older root ninja continued. I see. Danzo gave the two advanced paper clones a meaningful look, then waved his hand and said, you must be tired. Stay here and rest for a while. Don't go anywhere. Yes. Aoba's two advanced paper clones responded. They could feel that Danzo did not really believe their words. He was already mentally prepared to remove the shadow clone at any time. After Danzo finished giving instructions to these two people, he beckoned to the darkness. Almost in an instant, a black shadow flashed out and appeared beside Danzo. Danzo whispered a few words into the black shadow's ear. After saying that, the black shadow disappeared. Just like that, another 10 minutes passed. A tall and thin ninja wearing a mask walked over from the other side and walked in front of Danzo. Danzo-sama, are you looking for me? When this lanky ninja walked in front of Danzo, he directly half-kneeled and salutes Danzo. Whether it was his form or tone, it could be seen that he was very respectful toward Danzo. Akira, come and see if they are lying. Danzo said to the lanky ninja wearing a mask. This root ninja was called Yamanaka Akira. He was a ninja responsible for reading memories. He was highly valued by Danzo. At that time, when the remnants of the old era broke out, Akira was the one who was responsible for reading Tetsu's memories. Yes. Akira turned to look at Aoba's two advanced paper clones. His dark pupils fell on the two advanced paper clones through the mask peepholes and then he stepped toward the two advanced paper clones. Such a scene. Aoba's advanced paper clone had both seen and heard it. He was going to read his memories. If it were in the past, he might have been afraid, but now there was no problem at all. To be able to prove his words through this method was simply the most suitable. Aoba was afraid that Danzo would directly attack his two advanced paper clones. If the attack exceeded the shadow clone limit could bear, it would be directly cancelled the technique. At that time, there would be no possibility of continuing to pretend. Under the gaze of Danzo, Akira took the lead to walk in front of the root ninja who was acting as the elder among Aoba's advanced paper clone. "Excuse me." Akira's voice sounded faint. He only said this, but he didn't care at all. Whether it was him or the two root ninjas in front of him, they all belonged to Root, serving Danzo-sama. As long as they obeyed orders, everything else was useless. This advanced paper clone of Aoba nodded. He didn't resist at all. Instead, he closed his eyes and presented his brain to Akira. This scene fell into the eyes of Danzo, making his vision less sharp. Perhaps these two people really had no problem. Akira raised his hands and touched the head of the eldest root ninja disguised by Aoba. Then he immediately used the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan, controlling the chakra to rush towards the brain of Aoba's advanced paper clone. At this moment, Aoba's advanced paper clone did not resist this chakra at all. He was in a state where his brain was completely open. Ding! The system has detected the invasion of external forces. The automatic protection program has been activated. Part of the host's memory fragments has entered a state of isolation. Along with the system's prompt, Aoba's advanced paper clone entered the same state as the last time when his memory was read. He could freely choose the memory fragments for Akira to check. Suddenly, Aoba's advanced paper clone took out all the memories of the root ninja he transformed into and presented them to Akira. Except for the last memory before his death. Everything else was directly and perfectly restored. As for the last memory, Aoba did some tricks to magnify the chase process between them and Fujita Yoshino infinitely, showing a feeling that Fujita Yoshino was very good at running. Well, when Akira read Aoba's advanced paper clone memory, he easily got the memory of the root ninja into his mind. The missions he had done over the years. The mission he had just executed. The process of the mission. The scene was very clear. This was much easier than when he was reading other people's memories. It even gave him the illusion that his mental strength had increased. This person must have a good memory. Phew! Akira breathed a sigh of relief. He moved his hands away from Aoba's advanced paper clone's head and turned to look at Danzo. His eyes met Danzo's one-eyed eyes and he shook his head slowly. "Danzo-sama, there is no problem." After saying that, Akira walked in any direction of the other root ninja. He came in front of the young root ninja. His dark pupils looked through the mask peepholes. "Excuse me." Akira said the same thing. After he finished speaking, he raised his hands and touched the head of Aoba's advanced paper clone. In a split second, a stream of chakra poured into the mind of Aoba's advanced paper clone. Ding! The system has detected the invasion of external forces. The automatic protection program has been activated. Part of the host's memory fragments has entered a state of isolation. The crisp sound of the system prompt once again sounded in Aoba's mind. Aoba's advanced paper clone also had Aoba's memories and experiences. He did not panic at all and sent the memory of this root ninja to Akira's secret technique. One scene after another. It was all the memories of the young root ninja. The memories were also just some changes in the last part. He did not stare at the tower curiously. In fact, there was no tall tower in their memories. After completing the mission, this root ninja was mischievous and wanted to go shopping in the village. This kind of thing was not allowed. However, he wanted to take advantage of the convenience of completing the task and let them take a look around. The older root ninja couldn't resist him, so he simply went with him. As a result, they found two sneaky people on the street. The appearance of the two people. It was the appearance of Tsunagakure's spy. They even said something similar to Third Kazekage and Mani. However, this ninja did not know what it meant. Phew! Akira took a deep breath. He let go of his hands and turned to walk in Danzo's direction. The expression behind the mask had changed slightly. "Danzo-sama, I found something." Akira immediately reported to Danzo. He was the typical type of person when found something, he had to go to the leader to take credit for it. He definitely did not hide anything and did not play the low-key trick. This kind of character might not be very popular among colleagues. But inside Root, on the level of reading memories, Danzo was very satisfied with this characteristic of Akira. He needed people who could help him find the details. They have problems. Danzo's face instantly became cold, and his body was already surrounded by a faint killing intent. No, it's not them. Akira waved his hand repeatedly. He did not want these two root ninjas who had no problems to be threatened by death for no reason because of his question. Danzo-sama, I found something else. Listen to me slowly. Akira stared at Danzo with a serious look in his eyes, and then slowly said. These two have no problems. They just happened to bump into two ninjas after they finished their mission. The two ninjas did not notice their existence and said something special. Akira did not continue to speak halfway. He began to keep him in suspense, waiting for Danzo to take the initiative to ask him questions. What are you talking about? Danzo immediately asked, giving Akira enough face. The two people they met were all talking about Tsunagakuer, Third Kazekage, and Anbu's spy Mani. They seemed to be saying that they wanted to sneak attack the village, but they did not hear the specific time and situation. Akira immediately said. There is actually such a thing. Danzo nodded and praised Akira, you are very careful and found something very important. Now, lead a root team to capture those two people for me. I suspect that they are Tsunagakuer's spies. Yes. Akira was originally going to pass the appearance of these two people to Danzo through the mind-body transmission technique. However, when he thought about it, he knew that this was impossible. Danzo-sama would not easily extend his head to any member of the Yamanaka clan. It contains the big secret of Konoha. You two have worked hard. Go and rest. Danzo waved his hand at Aoba's advanced paper clone. With Akira reading their memories, he no longer had any doubts. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Yes. Aoba's two advanced paper clones responded at the same time. They understood that they had already gotten away with it and sneaked into the route. The next thing to do was to find the specific location of Harry. After that, the two of them walked toward the place where they lived in their memories. Neither of the two advanced paper clones spoke. However, they were thinking of the same thing at this time. That was the map of the root base. Based on their strength and authority, they could reach 2/3 of the area where Root Ninja was active. The rest of the area was their blind spot. Harry was locked in the blind spot. Right now, the two advanced paper clones were quickly calculating the blind spots in their mind and preparing to find an opportunity to sneak into the blind spot to check. But no matter what, the two of them had successfully infiltrated Konoha, Tall Tower. Aoba slowly opened his eyes. He had already read a large portion of Orochimaru's assistant's memories. It was worth mentioning that he saw the corpse dissolving water formula from the memories of Orochimaru's assistant. Of course, not only was there only corpse dissolving water formula, there were also many strange things. Orochimaru was very busy with experiments every day. Some unimportant experiments were handed over to this assistant to complete. It seems that it is necessary to choose a room on the second floor of the tower to set up a laboratory. Aoba silently planned in his heart. After reading Orochimaru's assistant's memories, it was almost the same as reading a tenth of the laboratory version of Orochimaru's memories. At the very least, there were still some things that could be done. Bang! 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 However, right at this moment, on the first floor of the tall tower, there was a series of explosions. A series of memories poured into his mind. These shadow clones had already used up all their chakra after practicing the scroll of water release ninjutsu for an entire day. After all, each shadow clone only had 1/1000th of his chakra, and they continuously consumed it. In a split second, a sense of exhaustion surged into Aoba's consciousness. The exhaustion of these shadow clones would also be transmitted to him. This situation lasted for almost 3 minutes. Only then did Aoba slowly react. Very good. A smile appeared on Aoba's face. These shadow clones had made great progress in learning water release ninjutsu and were already able to grasp several advanced water release ninjutsu. With Aoba's current attainments in water release, Kirigakuru's ordinary ninja would not be able to compare with him. Tomorrow, I will practice for another day, and I will be able to use it. Aoba's eyes flashed with confidence. These water release ninjutsu would provide him with great help, allowing him to use them perfectly in the future. Now it's time to go back and rest. Aoba did not immediately set up Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique. He had just experienced a lot of consumption, and now he needed to make up for the consumption of his body through rest. That way, he could put his full mental state into a new day of work and training. In fact, with his strong physical fitness, Aoba was able to make it so that he wouldn't need rest at all. But there was no need to do that. Aoba just wanted to stir up some trouble and let this chaotic ninja world vent its suppressed emotions. He was not going to fight on the battlefield. Now, the hypocritical piece of various forces was like a fragile piece of paper that could be torn apart at any time. Rather than that, it was unknown when Konoha would be attacked. It would be better to directly ignite the flames of war. Then, he would let Minato break this situation and become the Hokage. Konoha Konoha Military Police Force, in the office. Now, 2 people were sitting opposite each other with a table between them. These 2 people were the current Konoha Military Police Force Captain, Uchiha Akeru, and Uchiha Fugaku, who was sitting opposite him. Fugaku, don't get too excited. Kumigakuru's envoy group will be here in 2 days. We can wait and see what the effect of the final negotiation is. Don't be in a hurry to directly attack Kumigakuru's envoy group. That will not benefit our Uchiha clan. Akeru said in a low voice. He changed his radical approach from the past and became conservative instead. This made Fugaku, who was sitting opposite Akeru, silent. Fugaku, do you understand what I mean? Akeru opened his mouth again and said seriously, what we have to do is to protect Konohagakure, not to start a war. This thing must not go wrong. I understand. Fugaku nodded indifferently, then got up and walked out. As he walked, he said, Akeru-sama, I am tired. Give me a few days off. It is good for you to rest. Akeru nodded without hesitation and directly gave Fugaku a holiday. Thank you, Akeru-sama. After saying this, Fugaku directly left Konoha Military Police Force's office. After he came out, facing the moonlight in the streets and alleys, he walked in the direction of the Uchiha clan. Now, Captain is starting to fear me. Fugaku said to himself. He could already feel that when Akeru was talking to him, it was a completely different feeling from before. This feeling was especially obvious after Sekai's death. It seemed he threatened Akeru's current position. Hee. Fugaku sneered. He suddenly felt that the entire world was different from before. All of a sudden, a word flashed through his mind. Before, he was seriously researching something, but it was shelved because of Sekai's death. The Uchiha Stone Tablet. Chapter 247. Fugaku instantly thought of this word in his mind. That was the answer he got from asking Aoba before. But now, Aoba did not admit this matter. Madara-sama. The stone tablet. Is there any connection? I went to see the stone tablet before, but I didn't see anything. Now. Is it okay now? Fugaku pondered as he walked. Just as he thought of the last sentence, his eyes instantly turned into 3 Tomo Sharingan, which then transformed into a special pattern. It was the Mangekyo Sharingan. Thinking of this, he immediately walked in the direction of the Uchiha shrine. In his heart, he faintly felt that he would obtain some important information. Another morning, Aoba woke up early in the dormitory. He directly used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, and arrived at the tower. The wind and rain are coming. Aoba stood on the tall tower and looked at the forest outside. He was in Anbu's dormitory all year round and could not see any weather at all. At this time, the sky above Konohagakure was cloudy and the cold wind was roaring. The trees in the surrounding forest were shaking back and forth. The air pressure was very low, and it seemed like it could rain at any time. Only, right now, the rain had yet to fall. There seemed to be something missing. But he felt that the rain was about to pour down and already ready to come out. Looks like 2 days later, when Kumagakure's envoy group arrived, there will be a rare storm coming to Konohagakure. The corners of Aoba's mouth curled up slightly, and then he left the watchtower on the 3rd floor of the tower and walked down. This kind of rainy weather is most suitable for practicing water release ninjutsu. Aoba walked all the way to the dojo on the 1st floor of the tower, and his hands began to form seals. The seal he made was Taj Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique, S seal. Bang! 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 In an instant, one shadow clone after another suddenly appeared on the empty ground of the dojo. After each shadow clone appeared, they immediately began to form hand seals for practicing water release ninjutsu. They cherished every minute and second, and everyone knew what their mission was. Swish! After Aoba was done, his figure disappeared in a flash and returned to Anbu's dormitory. He packed up and prepared to go to work in the Konohagakure Intelligence Division compartment. Tsunagakure. The weather here was completely different from Konohagakure's. As the first rays of the morning sun shone on the earth, the dry climate immediately caused the surroundings to become hot and dry. Every grain of sand on the ground seemed to be burning and constantly heating up the environment. Between this up and down, it made Tsunagakure, which was made of yellow sand and earth walls, seem to be in a steamer, and everyone felt extremely hot and dry. In the center of Tsunagakure, there was a 3-story building with the word wind on the outer wall. It was Kazekage building. 3rd Kazekage-sama. At this time, a masked Tsunagakure Anbu appeared behind the 3rd Kazekage in Kazekage's office. Did something happen? The 3rd Kazekage asked in a deep voice. There's news from Konohagakure. The masked Tsunagakure Anbu immediately said. Let me see. When the 3rd Kazekage heard this, his eyes lit up. During this period of time, he had heard that Konohagakure was going to have a war with Kumagakure. The collision between these two great villages would definitely cause a great war in the ninja world. When he found out about this matter, he knew that this might be an opportunity for Tsunagakure. As long as he could get rid of the harsh climate here and obtain green land in the forest of the country of fire, he could move Tsunagakure there. At that time, the problem of the village could be solved. In the future, the villagers would not have to face this kind of hot life every day. Here. The Anbu took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to the 3rd Kazekage. The 3rd Kazekage immediately took the piece of paper. He recognized it at a glance. It was the handwriting of Mani, who had sneaked into Konoha Anbu as a spy. For 10 years, Mani had written countless secret letters to Tsunagakure. The 3rd Kazekage had already imprinted Mani's handwriting in his heart. Instantly, the 3rd Kazekage read the words on it. From head to tail. After reading it, the 3rd Kazekage's face revealed an irrepressible joy. The heavens are really helping my Tsunagakure. The 3rd Kazekage's chest heaved up and down. The joy in his heart had already reached a very high level. Konohagakure and Kumagakure have temporarily stopped fighting, but Konohagakure does not intend to really negotiate with Kumigakure internally. Instead, he wants to take advantage of the time when Kumigakure's envoy group enters Konohagakure to paralyze Kumigakure and send elite forces to attack Kumigakure from the rear. The third Kazekage's eyes flashed with excitement. He stared at the Anbu who sent the letter to him, and the corners of his mouth almost reached the root of his ear. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In order to plot this matter, Konohagakure did not spread any news. In this way, the various forces are biding their time and observing the situation on their side. This way, Konohagakure can take advantage of the chaos to defeat Kumigakure in one fell swoop and quickly end this war that has not yet completely begun. How sinister! This is definitely not something that a coward like the third Hokage can come up with. It should be Shimura Danzo. The third Kazekage said with a smile. The 5 Kage were very clear about each other's personalities and how they often deal with each other. If it were just a matter of the third Hokage's strength, then he would give the third Hokage a little respect and acknowledge his strength. But in terms of being a Hokage, in front of the third Hokage, there was the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, who suppressed the entire ninja world, as well as the famous fastest ninja in the First Ninja World War Senju Tobirama. These two Senju were in front. It could be said that they crushed the faint light of third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Once Konohagakure makes a sneak attack on Kumigakure, he must carry out an idea, the kind that is fast, accurate, and absolutely fatal. In this way, Konohagakure's internal situation is bound to be in a state of emptiness. This way, we, Tsunagakure, can break through Konohagakure in one fell swoop. When that time comes, Kumigakure's strength has been greatly reduced, Konohagakure's strength has been greatly reduced, and our Tsunagakure's strength has doubled. We will stand at the peak of the ninja world in one fell swoop. Ha 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 ha. The more the third Kazekage thought about it, the more comfortable he felt. He could not help but raise his head and laugh. Tell the Jonin in the village to prepare well. During this period of time, prepare to attack Konohagakure at any time. The third Kazekage ordered the Anbu next to him. Yes. The Anbu immediately responded. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared. The third Kazekage was the only one left in Kazekage's office. The third Kazekage walked to the window. He slowly opened the window. Suddenly, a hot wind that carried the hot smell of the wind blew on his face, giving him a feeling of heat. Our Tsunagakure is about to turn over. The third Kazekage clenched his fists tightly. He was very clear that the goal of Tsunagakure's past generations of Kazekage was to move the village out of this barren desert and wait for the place where there were mountains, rivers, and forests. Konohagakure. It had always been the village that they, Tsunagakure, yearned for. It was sunny there and had a pleasant climate. Compared to Tsunagakure, who was standing in the desert, it was simply heaven on earth. Mani. You have done a great service this time. Leaving the village for 10 years, this kind of spy's life is not easy. Actually, it's not a grievance to you. After all, you went to Konohagakure 10 years in advance and enjoyed the life there in advance. As Kazekage, I will take good care of your family. Don't worry. The third Kazekage turned around and walked out of the office. Now that Mani had sent back such important information, he had to tell Mani's wife. What's more, Mani had left the village for so long that his family needed to be taken care of. This kind of thing. As the village's Kazekage, he was duty-bound. Almost at the same time, 3 figures came to a place where the rain gathered. The climate here was completely different from that of Konohagakure. Almost all year long, the rain continued to fall, like a crying country. This was the country of rain. These 3 figures were all Aoba's advanced paper clones. They were part of the last few shadow clones that Aoba had sent out. After leaving Konohagakure, they directly ran in the direction of the country of rain. With Aoba's strong physical fitness and Kij, Gan no Jutsu, ultra-lightweight rock technique, his traveling speed was extremely fast. Finally, on the morning of the next day, the 3 advanced paper clones came to this crying country. At this moment, the 3 advanced paper clones all transformed into 3 root ninjas. The ninja standing at the front. It was a Barame Tatsuma who had died not long ago. Tatsuma was Danzo's right-hand man. He had brought a root team to Country of Rain to talk with Hanzo before and finally brought back 2 elite teams to ambush Tsunade in the forest. It was precisely the ambush. It helped to fulfill the fate of Tsunade and Aoba as teacher and student. At this time, Aoba used the appearance of Tatsuma and the 2 root ninjas to come to the Country of Rain. The reason why he used Tatsuma was that he deeply believed that Danzo would not tell the news of Tatsuma's death to Hanzo. It was precisely because of this. Aoba felt that the identity of Tatsuma was the best. They had worked together before. Aoba's 3 advanced paper clones stood in front of the river that was watered by rain and waited here silently. About half an hour later, bubbles emerged from the river under the feet of Aoba's 3 advanced paper clones. Then, 2 ninjas came out of the water. They wore gas masks on their heads, and they had the symbol of a Megakure on them. After the 2 ninjas appeared, their eyes fell on Tatsuma. "What's the matter?" One of the 2 AIM ninjas asked Tatsuma. "I have something to see Mr. Hanzo." Aoba's advanced paper clone imitated Tatsuma's tone. From his appearance, he was wearing a black cloak, a hat, and a pair of sunglasses. It was almost impossible to see any expression on his face. It just gave people the feeling of pretending to be cool. "Come with me." The eyes of this AIM ninja swept across Aoba's 3 advanced paper clones. They were responsible for guarding here and contacting the ninjas of other villages. They had all seen Tatsuma. That was not a simple identity. The one standing behind him was Shimura Danzo. Instantly, the 2 AIM ninjas led the way. Aoba's 3 advanced paper clones followed behind. The 5 of them walked toward the residence of the leader of the Country of Rain, Hanzo of the Salamander. Not long after, the 5 of them arrived in front of Hanzo's residence. This was a magnificent house. Just from the appearance, one could tell how rich Hanzo was. You have to know, the Country of Rain was an exceptionally poor country. Along the way, they saw many children who had lost their homes because of the Second Ninja World War. They did not even know when it would be time to eat. Under such circumstances, as the leader of the Country of Rain, Hanzo's private life was extremely rich, which could be said to have aroused the dissatisfaction of many people of the Country of Rain. Aoba's advanced paper clones saw all the scenes along the way and gradually understood in his heart. It's not that Yahiko has to create the Akatsuki organization. It was that this environment required an Akatsuki organization. Even if Yahiko did not do it, there would still be people who would do it. In this environment of Country of Rain, the appearance of the Akatsuki organization could be said to be an inevitable product. People complained. When this kind of resistance accumulated to a certain extent, it was the time when they rose up. Aoba gradually understood why when he saw the anime, the forehead protector of the ninjas of the Country of Rain all had this horizontal line that symbolized betrayal. The 2 AIM ninjas brought Aoba's 3 advanced paper clones to Hanzo's residence, then stopped and turned to look at Aoba's 3 advanced paper clones. At the same time, Aoba's 3 advanced paper clones also stopped. "You guys wait here. I'll go inform Hanzo-sama." The AIM ninja said to Aoba's 3 advanced paper clones, then turned and left, walking into the residence of Hanzo. Aoba's 3 advanced paper clones did not speak. They all showed a very cold look, which was consistent with the usual characteristics of root ninjas. After a while, the AIM ninja who had just reported came out. After his gaze swept across Aoba's 3 advanced paper clones, it landed on Tatsuma, who was at the front. "Of the 3 of you, only one can go in. Now, decide who will go in." The AIM ninja said. "I will go in." Tatsuma said without hesitation. The other two root ninjas were just passers-by. Hanzo wouldn't even look at the two of them. And Tatsuma was at least Danzo's right-hand man, so he was more or less qualified to speak. Come with me. This AIM ninja led the way in front and Tatsuma followed behind. When they entered a wooden corridor, the surrounding walls were decorated with murals and potted plants as if they had entered another world. It was completely different from the continuous rain outside. The two of them walked for about 5 minutes. They arrived in front of a room. This AIM ninja bowed slightly at the door and said respectfully, "Danzo-sama's people have arrived. Let him in." A low voice came from inside the room. It could be clearly transmitted to the ears of Aoba's advanced paper clone. "Yes." The AIM ninja immediately responded. Then he opened the door and nodded to Tatsuma. Then Tatsuma walked in. He just entered the room. He saw a middle-aged man with long hair wearing casual clothes. From the muscles on his body, he looked very strong. His slightly messy hair was casually draped over his back. He wore a gas mask on his face. This person. It was the leader of the country of rain, who was known as a demigod. Hanzo of the Salamander. Is there a reason why Danzo is looking for me? Hanzo's deep voice slowly rang out. At this moment, he was holding a sharp katana in his right hand. His left hand was carefully wiping the blade. His eyes were fixed on the katana. It could be seen that he loved it very much. "Hanzo-sama, Danzo-sama asked me to send you a message. I hope you can send a ninja to ambush Tsunagakuer." Aoba's advanced paper clone said in a neither arrogant nor humble manner. "Tsunagakuer." Hanzo's action of wiping the sword slowed down slightly. Then, he continued to wipe the sword and asked, "Why?" Chapter 248. Hanzo looked at Aoba cautiously. He knew that the person in front of him was Shimura Danzo's subordinate, and the news he brought was news about Shimura Danzo. However, for him, he had to be careful with any problems. Just like how there were many ninjas on duty outside his residence. In 2 days, Konohagakuer will have a peace negotiation with Kumagakuer. At that time, Tsunagakuer's elites will come out in full force and head straight for Konohagakuer. At that time, Tsunagakuer will be an empty village. Isn't it the best time for Uramegakure to attack? Tatsuma said slowly. As soon as this sentence came out, Hanzo fell silent. His eyes were fixed on Aoba's advanced paper clone and there was a hint of hesitation in them. The two of them remained silent for a while. Hanzo didn't say anything. He was thinking carefully, trying to determine the feasibility of this matter. Aoba's advanced paper clone didn't say anything else. He was a cautious person, and he knew very well that the more he spoke, the more likely it would cause the opposite effect. All of a sudden, the atmosphere became silent. The two of them remained silent for more than 10 minutes. Hanzo looked back at the katana in his right hand, and there was a doting light in his eyes. "Tatsuma Dano, what do you think of my sword?" Hanzo said indifferently. This sentence seemed to have nothing to do with this matter. But Aoba was very clear. There was a hidden meaning in Hanzo's words. "Hanzo-sama. Danzo-sama has never treated you as a knife," Aoba said in a deep voice. He was now Tatsuma, so he had to put this into his identity and make this matter clear. "Is that so?" Hanzo raised his left hand again and wiped the blade of the katana. Because he was wearing a gas mask, he could only reveal a part of his face, so Aoba couldn't see his exact expression. "Then why did you come to me for this kind of thing?" Hanzo's tone became somewhat unfriendly. After he finished speaking, he waved the katana in his hand. He swung it towards the screen. Swish! Along with the sound of air breaking, he raised his hand and the sword fell. The screen was directly split in half by the katana and fell to the ground with a thud. "Isn't it because my sword is very sharp?" Hanzo said again. His way of speaking was like a riddle. If his reaction was not quick enough, he would not know how to answer him. However, Aoba was not surprised at all. According to Tatsuma's memory, Hanzo had always used this method to communicate with Shimura Danzo. The two of them spoke in a pleasant tone. To put it bluntly, that was sarcasm. Aoba took a deep look at Hanzo's half-hidden eyes. He maintained Tatsuma's image. Overall, he looked calm and cold. He was expressionless and unsmiling. Hanzo-sama is too serious. Danzo-sama only felt that this was an opportunity for Hanzo-sama, so he ordered me to bring this news to you. As for whether or not you want to take this opportunity, it is still up to you to decide. Aoba said with the attitude of Tatsuma. Danzo is a very bad guy. Don't think that I don't know anything. Everything he has done is for his personal interests. It's fine to not mention this kind of excuse. Hanzo did not take Danzo's words to heart at all. This was pure nonsense. Even farting was much better than this. If it really was an opportunity, then Danzo would do it. He would not find him. It was only when he needed to use him that he would find him. He was very clear on this point. Hanzo-sama, as the saying goes, there is no benefit to be gained. Danzo-sama sending you news is indeed an opportunity for you. Of course, this opportunity is also beneficial to Danzo-sama. However, it is definitely not because Danzo-sama is using you. It is your win-win situation with Danzo-sama. Aoba said slowly with an expressionless face. Now, as long as Hanzo was willing to talk to him, things would slowly fall into his control. He was afraid that the other party would not even talk to him about these things. Danzo used me as a barrow knife. If I help him kill Tsunagakuer, how can it be considered a win-win situation? There was a hint of disdain in Hanzo's tone. Hanzo-sama's surprise attack on Tsunagakuer can indeed remove Konohagakuer's current urgent need and help Danzo-sama a lot. However, Hanzo-sama can also obtain great benefits in the process of his surprise attack on Tsunagakuer by completing the expansion of the country of rain. Aoba was still not arrogant. He understood that the core of everything was profit. The benefits that Hanzo wanted were also very simple. That was the expansion of the territory. This was also the reason why the Second Ninja World War could be created. What's the point of Tsunagakuer's territory? It would be interesting if it were Konohagakuer's territory. Hanzo suddenly turned to look at Aoba's advanced paper clone. The face behind the mask seemed to be smiling. Danzo thinks that if I join up with Tsunagakuer and chops at the fat meat of Konohagakuer, I get a share of the pie. Hanzo-sama, you have to be careful. Even though this sword of yours is very sharp, if you cut the wrong target, it is very likely that the sword will break. Aoba said in a low voice, without any intention of backing down. Are you threatening me? When Hanzo heard this, he immediately raised the katana in his hand and slashed at Aoba's advanced paper clone. Swish! The katana sliced through the air. It slashed straight at Aoba's advanced paper clone. However, Aoba's advanced paper clone just stood there, not moving at all. It was as if he hadn't felt this katana. His cold posture was very calm. All of a sudden, the katana stopped in front of Aoba's advanced paper clone's head. It was only a finger away from reaching Aoba's head. Good courage. Hanzo looked at Aoba's advanced paper clone's calm and indifferent appearance. A hint of praise flashed in his eyes, and then he put away the katana in his hand. As expected of Danzo's right-hand man. Just based on your courage, I'm going to Tsunagakuer. Hanzo sheathed his katana and then placed the katana back on the shelf. Go back and tell Shimura Danzo that I will come to Tsunagakuer in 2 days. However, this matter can't be so simple. I want more benefits. Let him talk to me later. Hanzo said in a deep voice. He made a decision in that instant. A large part of the reason for his decision was the calmness and composure of Tatsuma. This was a symbol of confidence. Hanzo didn't know what was behind this Tatsuma's confidence, but he believed that this person definitely had a trump card. In that case, this meant that Konoha had confidence in this matter. Hanzo made a judgment at this moment. Although Konoha had Kumagakur in front of him and Tsunagakur behind him, Iwagakur was still watching him from the side. But Hanzo felt that Konoha was at ease. Not only were they not nervous at all, it seemed as if they could eat all of these opponents. This was not an easy matter. Hanzo felt that if he rashly joined forces with the villages with that he had no relationship, and attacked a well-prepared Konoha, the price he would have to pay would be too great. In the end, the gains might not make up for the losses. This would cause Megakure to fall further into an awkward situation. But if he joined forces with Danzo, he could launch a sneak attack on Tsunagakur, who was in the middle of nowhere. In this way, counting with one's heart, it is far better than having a mind to count. Most importantly, Hanzo was still rather wary of that old fox Shimura Danzo. He had no idea what kind of trap awaited him if he forcefully attacked Konoha. Hanzo-sama, please rest assured. After the matter is settled, Danzo-sama will definitely personally pay you a visit. He will give you all the benefits and will definitely satisfy you. Tatsuma said firmly. In any case, there was no need for him to give these benefits. He had only disguised himself as Tatsuma and made this empty check in place of Danzo. You can go back. Hanzo didn't say anything more but simply sent him off. He had already said everything he needed to say. He wasn't a person who would dawdle. Once he made a decision, it wouldn't change easily. Not to mention, he didn't like strangers staying too long in his residence. Yes. Aoba didn't say much either and directly left Hanzo's residence. Then Aoba followed the AIM ninja out of the residence. The three advanced paper clones gathered together. Then they walked out together and left Omegakure. When Aoba's three advanced paper clones were outside the border of Country of Rain and making sure that no one was watching them anymore, the three of them immediately looked at each other. They could see the meaning in each other's eyes. Bang! 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 Along with the sound of three explosions, these three advanced paper clones were removed one after another. They turned into three pieces of information and merged into the consciousness of Aoba's main body. At the same time, Country of Water, Kirigakur. Inside a tall house, Kirigakur's elder Genji held a snake staff in his hand and shakily opened up the scroll that recorded advanced water release ninjutsu. His old eyes were filled with mist. How many years has it been? How many years have I waited for this day? Finally, I have obtained Senju Tobirama's scroll of water release ninjutsu. The day of our Kirigakur's rise is finally coming. Genji's voice was filled with a deep sense of vicissitudes. After he said these words, he couldn't help but tear up. He recalled the sadness that Kirigakur had experienced for so many years, as well as the sacrifices he had made for Kirigakur. Now I will immediately practice this scroll of water release ninjutsu. After I learn all these water release ninjutsu, Kirigakur will become the strongest village in the ninja world. After he finished these words, his eyes fell on the scroll of water release ninjutsu, and he couldn't wait to start the first ninjutsu. Kirigakur. Somewhere 7 people sat on a tree branch. Everyone did not look very happy. These 7 people. They were Kirigakur's 7 ninja swordsmen. Boss, why is there still no news of Rentaro? Did something happen to him? Sukazan Fugyuki frowned and asked. Recently, they had been inquiring about Rentaro, but there had been no news about him. I also think that he might have been killed. Kuriarari Kushimaru echoed. They were all battle-hardened jonin. They no longer had any expectations for this fairy tale that could come back alive after going deep into the enemy camp. Rentaro is someone who has made unparalleled contributions to our Kirigakur. He can't die like this. I think we should save him. Akabino Jinan said after hesitating for a moment. Calm down. Bwaj, Z? Shook his head. The more impulsive the other 6 were, the calmer he became. Even he was aware of it. He was influenced by Rentaro. We have to trust Rentaro. If we give him a little more time, he might take care of this matter. If we attack Kumagakure now, we might destroy his plan. Bwaj, Z? Shook his head and said. Maybe in the few days you delay, Rentaro will already be cold. Sukazan Fugyuki had different opinions. What he said were his true thoughts. He felt that if they continued to wait, what was waiting for them was Rentaro's corpse. This is just your guess. Bwaj, Z? Shook his head and said. This is only your guess. Sukazan Fugyuki stared at Bwaj, Z? With burning eyes and said, Rentaro is our Kirigakure's future. Now that we know that he might be in danger and are still on the verge of being saved, what's the problem if we offend Kumagakure for the sake of Kirigakure's future? How about this? Bwaj, Z? Hesitated for a moment but still nodded. He felt that what Sukazan Fugyuki said was very reasonable. Let's not discuss this here anymore. We will head back to the frontline battlefield now. No matter what happens there, we will be able to react and arrive on time. Bwaj, Z? Said seriously. Sure. The other 6 said in unison. As they spoke, they stood up one after another. They had all decided on this matter and were ready to leave in a second. The next moment, the 7 ninja swordsmen set off in unison. One figure after another disappeared. Konoha Intelligence Division's compartment. Aoba had just walked into the dark compartment when he suddenly felt a piece of information coming from his head. Instantly, Aoba stood still on the spot. The entire process lasted for more than 10 minutes. Then, Aoba slowly opened his eyes. His eyes sparkled with joy. I succeeded. Aoba had just received information from the 3 advanced paper clones who had gone to the country of rain. Through the earlier process, he had successfully told the news to Hanzo. As for what choice Hanzo would make in the end, that wasn't something he cared about. It didn't matter if Hanzo went to ambush Tsunagakure or Konohagakure. As long as Kumagakure moved, the ninja world would become even more chaotic. At that time, this ninja world war was caused by many factors. It was not something that the 3rd Hokage could stop. Now, Tsunagakure, Omegakure, Kirigakure, and Kumagakure are all involved. There is only Uegakure left in the 5 major ninja village. I won't go to Uegakure. Aoba stood in the middle of Konohagakure Intelligence Division's compartment, silently thinking. Uegakure was a special place. If he wanted to go to Uegakure, you will pass a must-pass road, that is, the Konobe Bridge. It was the location of the famous Konobe Bridge battle. There was Gedo statue under the ground of that place that had already been summoned by Uchiha Madara using Rinnegan. Of course, there was also the existence of Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu. For Aoba, that place was too dangerous, and it was not suitable to go to Uegakure to cause trouble. Moreover, with Uegakure's characteristics, there was no need to do anything. As long as the Ninja World War went on normally, Uegakure would not be able to help but make a move. Just like the original Third Ninja World War, Uegakure could not be alone in the chaotic storm of the ninja world. Now that I am almost done here, I can only wait for Kumagakure's envoy to arrive. Aoba pinched his chin and said to himself. This time, he used all his strength to create chaos in the ninja world. The purpose of this was not to start a war but to redefine new peace. Step, 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 step. At this time, footsteps sounded outside of his compartment's door. It was the leader of the prison guards who came in with this group of prisoners waiting to be interrogated. Good morning, cat-faced demon. The leader of the guards was now completely blackened. Every time he brought people to Aoba's side, he would deliberately remind these people that the ninja who was waiting for them with a cat face mask was the famous cat-faced demon in recent times. In a split second. After hearing the name cat-faced demon, the fear in the hearts of these few prisoners all emerged, and everyone's faces turned pale. Aoba helplessly looked at the prison guard leader who seemed to be very happy in front of him, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. I sent you 11 people this time. They are all the people you need to interrogate today. I won't bother you again in the middle of your interrogation. I will come and take them away at night. The guard leader knew what to do now, and he gradually knew how to cooperate with Aoba to create a cat-faced demon's character. In this situation, there was no need to send the person to Aoba in batches. That would only ruin the experience of these people. After the guard leader thought about it, he decided to change the way in cooperating with Aoba. In the future, he would give all the prisoners in the morning to Aoba, the cat-faced demon. Let these prisoners experience Konoha Intelligence Division's sinister nature. In this way, in the future, these prisoners will have less hope. Only, during this period of time, the guard leader did not intend to bring the people who were sent to the prison to disturb Aoba. First, it was to let these people experience the immersive experience under the fear of the cat-faced demon. Second, he had to let the other interrogator ninjas do some things and could not throw all the tasks to the cat-faced demon alone. Because of this, the guard leader made this decision. In the future, he would arrange for the prisoner to be interrogated according to this method. Then, the guard leader waved to the guards behind him. The guards immediately understood and tied all the waiting prisoners to be interrogated to Aoba's compartment's pillar. At this time, there were already more prisoners than the pillars. As a result, there was a phenomenon of two people tied to the same pillar. After the guards had tied up all the prisoners, they followed the guard leader and left. All of a sudden, inside Konoha Intelligence Division's compartment, only Aoba and the 11 people were left. These people looked at Aoba, their eyes trembling. No one dared to look straight at Aoba, all of them avoiding his gaze. Is this your first time? Aoba's dark eyes swept through the eyes of the people present through the cat-faced mask. His gaze landed on everyone, taking in the expressions on everyone's faces. No one dared to speak at the scene. They did not dare to admit it or deny it. They all knew that this interrogator ninja in front of them was the current famous cat-faced demon in Konoha. Seeing that none of these prisoners spoke, Aoba took a step forward and walked toward these prisoners one step at a time. In the following time, Aoba touched the heads of these prisoners one by one. What surprised him was, among these people, there was someone who he couldn't read his memories and belonged to the people who he had read before. After touching everyone's heads, Aoba walked to the prisoner who he had once read his memory. This is your second time here, right? Aoba stared at the prisoner in front of him. When he asked this question, a thought flashed through his mind and he instantly pulled out the memories of the prisoner in front of him. The time gap was about half a year ago. At that time, this prisoner had stolen a lot of watermelons and was finally caught by a genin, who was doing the novice mission. I don't. This prisoner instinctively wanted to explain, but when he met Aoba's gaze, he immediately swallowed his words. This time, was it still a watermelon? Aoba stared at the prisoner and asked indifferently. He was telling the person in front of him through the way he spoke. He still remembered him, and quibbling had no effect at all. In a split second, the person's face suddenly turned pale. He had already realized. This cat-faced demon had recalled him. Before he committed this crime, he had heard the name of the cat-faced demon that everyone had spread around. He also thought of the experience he had experienced when he first came to Konoha Intelligence Division. At that time, it was a ninja wearing a cat face mask that interrogate him. Only, at that time, this ninja wearing a cat mask did not have the title of the cat-faced demon. He had originally thought that the cat-faced demon would not remember him at all. He had never expected that. The cat-faced demon had actually recognized him in just a single glance, and even remembered what he had done. It was too terrifying. What a terrifying memory! After Aoba said this, everyone in Konohagakure Intelligence Division's compartment was dumbfounded. Everyone looked at Aoba with fear in their eyes. Looks like, as long as he came once, it wouldn't be so easy to hide it. All of a sudden, everyone here had a new concept of the cat-faced demon. No. No. This time, it's not. The face of the person who was pointed out by Aoba for the second time instantly became extremely ugly. Almost every cell in his body was filled with fear for this matter. I don't care why you came here this time. Aoba's faint voice sounded. As he spoke, he had already reached out his hand and began to untie the rope on this person. You are a second-time offender. Now, my rule is, the lucky one who was chosen today is you. After saying this last sentence, Aoba had already untied the rope on this person and then dragged this person to the compartment's side. This position just so happened to allow this person to appear in everyone's line of sight. This way, it was completely possible to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. In the following time, Aoba's compartment can be heard screamed again and again. Even the guard leader who occasionally passed by the compartment felt that something extremely cruel had happened inside. Just as Aoba was interrogating these people in the compartment, the entire ninja world was filled with undercurrents. Most of the forces had already focused their attention on the meeting between Konohagakure and Kumagakure. In 2 more days, Kumagakure's envoy was about to enter Konohagakure again. At this time, the ninja world was maintaining a peace that anyone can feel will soon disappear. All the major powers had their own plans. They knew that once Konohagakure and Kumagakure clashed, the entire ninja world would undergo a drastic change, and they would all make different preparations accordingly. Time passed by. Unconsciously, under the tight arrangements of the various major powers. 1 day passed. There was only 1 day left before Kumagakure's envoy entered Konohagakure. There was less and less time left for them to deploy. However, right at this moment, in the compartment that no one noticed in Konohagakure Intelligence Division, Aoba had just handed these 11 people to the guard leader of Konoha's prison. He was cleaning up body remnants in the compartment, then prepared to leave the compartment and return to the Anbu dormitory. Aoba's body suddenly trembled. 2 memories, along with the dissolution of the shadow clone, had already entered his mind. Suddenly, Aoba stopped what he was doing. He slowly closed his eyes. He began to carefully look at the information he received. These 2 messages came from the 2 advanced paper clones who had sneaked into Root Base. These 2 advanced paper clones had been cancelled at the same time, bringing Aoba very important information. The location of Hari's imprisonment has been found. The corner of Aoba's mouth behind the cat-faced mask curled up slightly, revealing a smug smile. Now, the key to the most crucial negotiation of Kumagakure's envoy. It was already in his hands. Chapter 249. Aoba did not immediately leave Konohagakure Intelligence Division's compartment. He sat on the small stool again and slowly closed his eyes, carefully checking the details of what happened in the past. After passing Danzo's verification, the 2 advanced paper clones successfully infiltrated the roots. After this day of time, the 2 of them tried their best to conceal themselves as much as possible, exploring the blank area of Root. Finally, in a stone room at the bottom of Root Base, he found several Root ninjas guarding it. Through the faint light, he could faintly hear some sounds. From this, he determined that this was the place where Hari was imprisoned. Of course, the 2 also conducted a new round of verification. One of the advanced paper clones had left a black circle pattern on the wall not far away. It was the Flying Thunder God formula. After he was done with the Flying Thunder God formula, he directly cancelled the shadow clone and let out an explosive sound. Bang! Along with this sound, the guards at the base all looked over. They just happened to see a person walking toward them. This person wore a mask and had a thin figure. From his clothes, it was easy to recognize that this was Danzo's new right-hand man, Yamanaka Akira. "How is he?" Akira asked indifferently. When he spoke, the eyes from the mask looked in the direction of the stone room. From his appearance, it was obvious that he was asking the person inside. "He is all right," one of the root ninjas immediately replied. He had not figured out why Akira came to ask, but he had instinctively taken Akira's question as Danzo-sama's question. As soon as this person answered, Aoba's advanced paper clone understood. The person imprisoned in this stone room was Harry. Just this answer alone can confirm it. However, Aoba's advanced paper clone felt that it was necessary to further verify it. Then, he nodded to this root ninja. "Danzo-sama asked me to tell you that Kumigakure's envoy group is coming. We have to strengthen our guard during this period of time." Aoba's advanced paper clone imitated Akira's tone. "Yes." These root ninjas nodded at the same time. This time, Aoba's advanced paper clone was completely certain. The person imprisoned in this stone room was Harry. After that, Aoba's advanced paper clone turned around and left. In fact, these few root ninjas had a little doubt in their hearts. Didn't Danzo-sama come over yesterday to personally explain? Why did he send Akira over again? However, as a root ninja, they had long understood that they should not ask too much. Just like this, this matter was over. The advanced paper clone, who had become Akira, immediately removed the shadow clone after leaving the corridor. It was at that time Aoba, who was in Konohagakure Intelligence Division's compartment, received the two pieces of information that flooded into his mind one after another. "Now that I have Hari's position, everything has become much simpler." Aoba walked out of Konohagakure Intelligence Division's compartment and headed back to Anbu's dormitory. One more day. It was the time when Kumigakure's envoy group would come to Konohagakure again. It was the time for the Third Ninja World War to officially break out. Aoba returned to Anbu's dormitory. He changed out his Anbu's ninja outfit and took off his cat face mask. To outsiders, these things seemed to hide their identities, but after his title became famous, it could be said that it exposed his identity. Aoba changed into a casual outfit. He did not immediately return to the tower but walked in the direction of Ramen Ichiraku. There was still a little bit of time until the next step. He was hungry. He could also chat with Tuki. It was just that. When Aoba just walked out of Anbu's dormitory, he coincidentally met Eden, who was looking for him. "Aoba, are you going out?" Eden stared at Aoba doubtfully. As he spoke, he quickly walked in front of Aoba. I want to eat a bowl of ramen." Aoba did not expect to meet Eden at this time. Logically speaking, he had already given Eden enough chapters. There was no reason for him to rush the update so quickly. "Have you forgotten what I told you?" Eden frowned and pretended to be angry. However, he was not really angry. Instead, he walked to Aoba's side and raised his right hand to pat Aoba's shoulder. However, he still took it back when he lifted it into the air. "Aoba, it is very dangerous outside now. Every village has different thoughts. Things are far more dangerous than you think. If there is nothing else, don't go out during this period of time," Eden said meaningfully. His tone was like that of an old father. "Brother Eden, do you know something?" Aoba stared at Eden and asked. He vaguely felt that there was something in Eden's words, but he did not completely explain them. "Actually, it's fine if I tell you, but you know that you have to promise me in the future. Stay in Konohagakure Intelligence Division for this period of time and don't go anywhere," Eden said with a serious face. This time, he was not rushing or joking. In his opinion, since Aoba was in Konohagakure Intelligence Division, He had the responsibility to take care of Aoba's safety. If something happened to Aoba, he had no way to explain it to Tsunade-sama. "Well, I won't go out. Brother Eden, you can say it." Aoba nodded. He knew it when he saw Eden's expression. No matter what he said or whether he listened, Eden would not allow him to go out. There was no need to go against Eden's words at this critical moment. Eden stared at Aoba, his eyes flashing with relief. Very good, very good. The reason why he had always liked Aoba was because Aoba was very obedient. Right now, he was only revealing a little bit of information. This was nothing at all. In a few days, Aoba would naturally know. In addition, Aoba had promised him that he would not leave Konohagakure Intelligence Division, and Aoba had always been very tight-lipped, so there was no need to worry about the possibility of revealing the information. "Aoba, the matter is like this. The day after tomorrow, Kumagakure's envoy group will come to our Konohagakure again. The purpose of this visit is to carry out a peaceful negotiation." Eden told Aoba what Aoba already knew. Speaking of this, his voice was slightly slow. His tone paused for a moment. According to the intelligence obtained by Konohagakure Intelligence Division, many forces in the ninja world do not wish for us, Konohagakure, to successfully negotiate with Kumagakure. Therefore, in the recent period of time, Konohagakure will become the focus of the entire ninja world. Not only will there be people from other villages sneaking into Konohagakure to do some things, but the spies in the village have already begun to stir. Relatively speaking, it is still very dangerous. We need to face it carefully. Eden said in a low voice. As he spoke, his eyes were fixed on Aoba. He wanted to see a reaction on Aoba's face. Only Aoba's expression did not change much. This was not something that could be faked. All along, Aoba always acted like this in front of Eden. "Brother Eden, I understand. I won't go out for this period of time. If I have nothing to do, I will update the book quietly." Aoba suddenly grinned. He stared at Eden and asked, "When will you be able to return my book to me?" He, what a coincidence. I brought it over for you." Eden smiled as well. Then, he reached into his bosom and took out a book. It was the book that Fugaku had given Aoba. After that, Eden handed the book to Aoba. "If you have any inspiration during this period of time, you can write more," Eden said meaningfully. Anyway, he just didn't want to say that the number was not good enough. "Okay." Aoba took the book that Eden handed over and nodded at Eden. He could feel it. Eden was indeed worried that something would happen to him. Even though he did not think that the spies from Tsunagakure would attack him. However, it was always a good thing to take precautions. Eden did not know Aoba's true strength. To be able to do this was already very good. "Brother Eden, I understand everything you told me. If there is nothing else, I will go back to the dormitory to write," Aoba said to Eden. "Go quickly." Eden waved at Aoba with a smile on his face. He was obviously very supportive of Aoba going back to the dormitory to write. Then, Aoba turned back. This time, he understood that something had already happened. The village had already realized that there might be a crisis. At the very least, people at the level of Eden had already realized this matter. Aoba returned to the dormitory and closed the door. He understood that it was almost impossible for him to leave with his identity. Then wait here for the news. Aoba sat at the table in the dormitory. He opened the book he had just picked up and found the part where he had written the latest chapter. He first looked back at the content in front of him and then began to write the story behind with a pen. Sha sha sha. The sound of the pen tip rubbing against paper kept ringing in the room. Gradually, time ticked by. All of a sudden, the pen in Aoba's hand stopped. At this moment, he was in a trance. Then, he quickly returned to normal. "Everything is ready." Aoba clearly felt that at this moment, all the shadow clones he sent out to carry out the mission had returned to his body. First, there were 2 shadow clones that had turned into Tsunagakure's spy to buy things, then 2 shadow clones turned into Root Ninja to find Harry at Root Base, and then 2 shadow clones turned into Root Ninja to find Orochimaru for the corpse dissolving water. Apart from this, there were only 4 people left. 3 of them turned into Root Ninjas and went to the country of rain to find Hanzo. The last clone has now come back into his body. Then, Aoba made a series of hand seals. He immediately cast Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. A person who looked exactly like him directly appeared in Anbu's dormitory. Continue writing here. After Aoba instructed the Shadow Clone, he used his perception to communicate with the Flying Thunder God formula on the tower. Then, he used Hiration no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Technique, and instantly appeared on the 3rd level of the tower. At this moment, on the 3rd level of the tower, there were 2 Root Ninjas and a Shadow Clone monitoring this place. Come back, Aoba said to the Shadow Clone. After that, Shadow Clone made an explosion sound, and it directly turned into pieces of information, drilling into his body. All the information about the 3rd floor this day appeared in Aoba's head. Tomorrow night is the time for you to climb up. Aoba's gaze fell on the 2 Root Ninjas who were suppressed by the seal. The breathing of these 2 people was still balanced, but the energy of their bodies was obviously extremely insufficient. The past few days had passed. Even though the 2 of them were in a state of sleep, they still consumed a lot of energy. After all, they had not eaten for a long time. However, Aoba had no intention of giving them food at all. They were all dead anyway. Even if they starved to death, it was nothing. Then, Aoba walked toward the dojo on the 1st floor of the tower. When he arrived at the dojo on the 1st floor, the Shadow Clone inside was currently practicing water release ninjutsu from the scroll of water release ninjutsu. His control over water release ninjutsu had reached a very high level. Apart from those extremely difficult water release ninjutsu, he had more or less mastered the rest. This was not only because the system had helped Aoba increase his body's innate talent, but also because of Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple Shadow Clone Technique, continuous practice to shorten the time. Most importantly, the records on Scroll of Water Release Ninjutsu were too detailed. This was simply a guidebook for idiots. Tobirama was afraid that the person who got the Scroll of Water Release Ninjutsu would not be able to learn these things. Aoba could understand Tobirama's feelings. It was like a scientist invented something and still hoped to pass it on to future generations. Of course, all copyrights. It was still necessary to mark it as an original of Senju Tobirama. Come back. Aoba nodded at these shadow clones. Although these shadow clones had not completely learned all the water release ninjutsu on the scroll of water release ninjutsu, they had already mastered the basics. Bang! 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 All of a sudden, a series of explosions rang out. Accompanied by these sounds, the shadow clones on the 1st floor of the tower all disappeared and returned to Aoba's body one after another. At this time, only Aoba was left in the dojo. The memories of water release ninjutsu flooded into Aoba's soul. I won't practice anymore. After Aoba took back all these shadow clones, he immediately made up his mind. He raised his hands, crossed his fingers in front of him, and made a hand seal gesture of Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. Aoba's faint voice sounded, and one shadow clone after another appeared in front of him. Everyone, draw up an explosive tag for me now. You have to draw as many as you can. The more, the better. Draw it overnight until I take you back tomorrow. Aoba said to these shadow clones. In fact, He didn't need to take back those shadow clones just now. If he let those shadow clones continue to draw an explosive tag, they could still do it. However, Aoba needed to take back the information first, bring the water release ninjutsu that they had already mastered into his memory, and then arrange the shadow clone which was full of chakra. Yes. These shadow clones responded at the same time. Blank paper tags appeared in their hands, and they began to make explosive tags. Aoba nodded with satisfaction. Then he used Hirei Shin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. His figure disappeared in a flash. He directly returned to Anbu's dormitory. The long and quiet night passed just like that. The entire Konohagakure was in peace. Except for a small number of people. Most of the people in the village did not know what the current situation was like. Only compared to Konohagakure's peace, the other villages in the ninja world seemed to be in a hurry. Country of Wind, Tsunagakure. The third Kazekage personally led Tsunagakure's elite ninja team and quietly moved toward the borders of the Country of Fire. These people passed through the edge of the desert at an extremely fast speed and entered the lush forest. This is the border of the Country of Fire. Please stop. Suddenly, 4 ninjas with Konohagakure's forehead protector on their heads suddenly appeared. They stood on the branches and looked coldly at Tsunagakure ninjas in front of them. An ominous premonition appeared on their faces. We are in charge of stopping them. Quickly report to the station. The captain, who was among Konoha ninjas, whispered to the ninja beside him. Yes. The Konoha ninja nodded and prepared to leave. It's too late. However, at this time, a low voice sounded. At the same time, the forest shook gently. Black iron sand flew out like a swarm of bees, sweeping through the woods where the 4 Konoha ninjas were. None of you will get out alive. The black iron sand became denser and denser, forming sharp needles in the air. The direction of the needles was all aimed at the 4 Konoha ninjas. Not good. This is iron sand. Magnet release bloodline limit. The captain of Konoha's ninja team suddenly widened his eyes and looked at the man who was covered in black iron sand on Tsunagakure's side. The man was wearing a white cloak with a blue robe inside. The color was similar to his blue hair, and his pupils were filled with indifference. This is... The breathing of Konoha's ninja team captain suddenly became rapid. He had already realized what level of opponent they were facing. Third Kazekage. As the team captain cried out in alarm, the expressions of the other 3 people on the team became ugly. They all understood that the current situation could be said to be ominous for them. Chapter 250. This team of Konoha ninjas was stationed at the border of the Country of Fire all year round, responsible for the defense and intelligence investigation work of the border. On the other side of the border of the Country of Fire was Country of Wind. Third Kazekage was the ruler of the Country of Wind and Tsunagakure, and he was also known as the strongest Kazekage in history. Magnet release bloodline limit. They recognized this terrifying talent in an instant. Whoosh! 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 Just as the Konoha ninja team cried out in alarm, numerous black iron needles that seemed to be controlled by the magnetic force quickly flew toward their bodies and instantly penetrated their bodies. Puchi! 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 The sound of piercing flesh sounded one after another. The bodies of these 4 Konoha ninjas seemed to have been penetrated into sieves and were covered in bloody holes. Fresh blood poured out. The blood continued to spurt out from these bloody holes. The 4 Konoha ninjas widened their eyes, which were filled with shock. They knew that the moment they died, they still couldn't believe that the difference in strength between the 2 sides was so obvious. As these 4 people lost their breath, they fell down from the trees. Deal with the corpse. Don't leave any traces behind. What we need to do now is a surprise attack. We can't give Konohagakure any chance to get any information. The third Kazekage said in a deep voice. Yes. These ninjas of Tsunagakure immediately responded. Then, they specially sent a few people to deal with the corpse. The other people followed the third Kazekage and continued forward. With third Kazekage leading the elite ninja team, it would be easy for them to invade the country of fire. There were very few ninjas stationed here, and most of the captains were just chunin. Their strength was nothing in front of the third Kazekage. They were not on the same level and had no ability to resist at all. Country of Fire, Konoha, Anbu's dormitory. A burst of information suddenly awakened Aoba. It was the shadow clones that had completed creating the explosive tag. It's not enough. Aoba slowly opened his eyes. After calculating the number of explosive tags in his mind, he immediately used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to lock onto the tower's position and reappeared there. Aoba did not stop on the tower. He went straight to the dojo on the first floor. Then, he formed a seal with his hands and used Taj Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. In a split second, thousands of Aoba's clones appeared in the dojo. You guys continue to make explosive tags, Aoba said to the many clones in front of him. Right now, explosive tags still had some use for him. After all, this kind of thing has no attributes, and it was impossible to judge who was using it. Yes. These clones responded in unison. Then, they picked up the blank paper tags and began to draw on them. After so many attempts at drawing up explosive tags, the success rate for Aoba to draw up explosive tags was already getting higher and higher. Aoba watched as these shadow clones began to draw up explosive tags, and then he walked toward the other side. He was not walking alone. Behind him was a shadow clone. The shadow clone understood what Aoba was thinking. After all, they all have Aoba's thoughts. The two of them walked until they were near the stairs. Aoba stopped. The shadow clone also stopped. I'll leave today's interrogation to you, Aoba said to the shadow clone beside him. Understood. The shadow clone immediately nodded. Make sure to interrogate a little longer to leave a deep impression on them and let them know that you never left the compartment, Aoba said again. Understood. This shadow clone nodded again. Right, this is for you. Keep it with you. If you meet Brother Eden, give this to him, and everything can be settled. Aoba took out a book from his pocket. It was the book that Fugaku had given him. On it were the latest chapters of the Ninja Academy's teacher Bai from the shadow clone that had written it overnight. Understood. The shadow clone took the book that Aoba handed over. Well, there is one last thing. It was the first time that Aoba had handed over the interrogation work to the shadow clone, so he had to make it clear. After all, he could not be sloppy in his work. He stared at the shadow clone and said seriously, if the reward for the prisoner awaiting interrogation is special, don't let him go for the time being. Let's see what happened based on his memory. Don't worry. The shadow clone nodded at Aoba. He stared at Aoba with a very strange feeling. He said, we are the same person. I know all these thoughts. Go. Aoba nodded. He also understood this matter, but he still had to remind him again. This way, even he would be more at ease. Yes. After this shadow clone was warned by Aoba, it immediately used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, and instantly disappeared, returning to Anbu's dormitory. After Aoba's shadow clone returned to Anbu's dormitory, according to the usual trajectory of Aoba's life, he changed into Anbu ninja clothes, put on the cat face mask, left Anbu's dormitory, and strode towards the direction of Konohagakure Intelligence Division compartment. Not long after, Aoba's shadow clone came to the compartment and helped Aoba complete the day's work. On the tall tower. After Aoba finished giving instructions to the shadow clone, he strode toward the top of the tower. When he arrived at the top of the tower, his eyes were focused on the two root ninjas. You will be useful in a while. The corners of Aoba's mouth curled up slightly. He planned a very interesting thing. He believed that as long as these things were successfully completed, they would produce a very interesting effect. But before that, I want to invite someone over. Aoba slowly closed his eyes and instantly communicated with the Flying Thunder God formula on the wall at root base. Swish! Aoba's figure instantly flashed away. Almost at the same time, Aoba's figure appeared on the wall of the underground stone room at root base. Not far ahead of him, he could see root ninjas wearing masks guarding the front of the stone room. Swish swish swish! The paper on Aoba's body began to change. In just the blink of an eye, he directly transformed into the appearance of Kumagakure ninja, Gasui. Then, a paper crane floated out of Aoba's sleeve. The paper crane quickly flew up, creating a sound that broke through the air as it headed straight for the stone room's door. What is it? The eyes of these root ninjas instantly focused on the paper crane. They had never seen such a thing before. Just as the paper crane flew to the door of the stone room, it instantly turned into a piece of white paper. As soon as the white paper was exposed to the sight of several people, various symbols began to appear on it, which was the summoning seal. Something is wrong. These root ninjas immediately realized that there was something wrong with this piece of paper, but before they could react, this piece of paper immediately trembled. Swish swish swish! Like magic, this piece of paper changed from one piece to dozens. The paper produced was not ordinary paper. All of them were explosive tags. Not good. These root ninjas all reacted, but everything came too suddenly, and it was already too late. They could only watch helplessly as explosive tags floated in the air. The seal patterns on the paper tags began to gradually change, and a shocking flame broke out. Boom! 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 Terrifying explosions rang out one after another, directly causing violent tremors in root base. The stone door of this stone room was directly blown to pieces. The surrounding root ninjas even had their masks blown to pieces. Their bodies were badly mangled, and all of them were sent flying, falling to the ground. At the same time, Harry, who had been sitting in the stone room with his eyes closed, was suddenly awakened by the sound of the explosion. He was completely dumbfounded. Just as he instinctively looked in the direction of the stone door, a rock that had been shattered by the explosion smashed right into his face. Pachi! Harry was directly smashed to the ground by this rock. The bridge of his nose was shattered directly, his entire face became flat, and blood kept flowing out. Ah! Harry screamed in pain. This sudden disaster caused him incomparably pain. The intense pain constantly stimulated his nerves. Harry-sama, I'm here to save you! Aoba suddenly roared. Now, he had changed into Gasui's appearance. In an instant, he rushed in front of Harry at an extremely fast speed. He directly grabbed Harry by the collar and pulled him out. Aoba's movements were very rude and arrogant and did not care about Harry's physical condition at all. With such an instant pull, he almost pulled out Harry's soul. You! Harry's eyes were mixed with sand and blood. His vision had been blurred and he could not see the face of the person in front of him. However, he could tell from his rude actions that this person was a Kumagakure ninja. Who are you? Harry immediately asked doubtfully. He squinted his eyes but could not open them. Although the situation was very miserable now, he was still very happy when he thought of someone coming to save him. Gasui! Aoba said with a grin. As soon as he said this, Harry instantly fell silent. His face turned ugly. Are you really Gasui? Harry asked coldly. His heart was filled with intense anger. Are you touched? Aoba said with a smile. It's all your fault that I am in this situation. Harry's tone became even colder. Right now, what he did not want to see the most was this pig teammate. He suddenly had doubts about being saved. Aya, Harry-sama, you can't say that. I deliberately broke into root base to save you. Aoba imitated Gasui's tone and said. When he pulled Harry over, he grabbed Hari's hair in an extremely rude manner and ruthlessly pulled him in front of him. Ding dong! Memory reading successful. Obtained, Raiden Chakra M2, Lightning Release Chakra Mode. A crisp electronic prompt sounded in Aoba's mind. At the same time, scenes after scenes were added to Aoba's mind. These memories were all Hari's memories. Not bad. Aoba lowered his head to look at Harry. He didn't expect to be directly rewarded with Raiden Chakra M2, Lightning Release Chakra Mode. Now he clearly felt that he could enter the first stage of Raiden Chakra M2, Lightning Release Chakra Mode. His physical activity would increase by using the Lightning Release Chakra to stimulate the muscles and cells around his body. As long as he practiced a little more, he would be able to enter the Raiden Chakra M2, Lightning Release Chakra Mode. At that time, not to mention Gasui, he could even imitate the third Raikage. Who? Just as Aoba walked out of the stone room with Harry in his hand, the root ninjas quickly gathered around and focused their gazes on Aoba and Harry. Aya! There was a hint of regret in Aoba's tone. He looked at Harry and said indifferently, Harry-sama, we have been discovered. There is no other way. I can only abandon you. A lot of question marks appeared in Hari's head. At this time, he felt that he could confirm one thing. That was, Gasui had a grudge against him. He wouldn't do such a thing without a big grudge. Harry was very clear about the current situation. He sat firmly in the stone room at root base, not fearing the current environment at all. What's more, he had already received some information. Tomorrow, Kumagakure's envoy group would come to Konoha for a peace talk. At that time, he would be rescued. He could walk out of here openly, not in such a brainless way to be rescued. And now it seems that the rescue has not been successful. Gasui, what are you doing? Harry almost roared. His anger towards Gasui had reached the limit, and he wished he could tear this person apart right now. But during this period of time, his diet only contained the most basic condition of not dying of hunger. He had already lost all of his strength. Not to mention killing Gasui, he didn't even have the strength to struggle now. In addition, he had just been hit in the head by the stone, and his entire face had been flattened. Now, even his vision was extremely blurry. It could be said that Harry had been unhindered his entire life. He had never been defiled like this. This feeling was simply like a dog and could no longer be described as feelings. Step 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 step. As the dense sound of footsteps rang out, more and more root ninjas were gathering here. Aoba's gaze swept past these root ninjas and landed on Hari's face. Harry-sama, I have set up a reverse summoning technique outside. It can save both of us. Aoba said slowly. After that, he whispered a few words into Hari's ear in a voice that only Harry could hear. But I can go out, but I won't take you away. It's just a play. Aoba's words immediately provoked Harry. The latter's mood instantly became unstable, and he was on the verge of rage. Infuriating. It was too infuriating. Pig teammates were just like that. I'll tell you one more thing. I'm here to kill you. Because of your existence has affected the progress of Country of Lightning's conquest of the world. Don't ask me who instructed me to do this. Do you understand the word great merit? After saying this, the corners of Aoba's mouth curled up slightly. Finally, he whispered into Hari's ear. Farewell. Finished speaking. Aoba grabbed Hari's body and rushed toward the group of root ninjas in front of him. Chi chi chi. At this moment, Aoba's body began to glow with lightning, and his body seemed to be covered in a layer of lightning armor. His speed instantly soared to the extreme, directly charging at the root ninjas. Boom! 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 Aoba and Harry crashed into the root ninjas as if taking Harry as a humanoid weapon and did not care about the latter's life or death at all. Several waves of attacks came down. All the bones in Harry's body were about to scatter. However, he did not die. The most fundamental reason was that when Aoba was attacked, he relied on his medical knowledge to let Harry avoid being hit in his vital points, causing the latter to suffer a very painful blow. However, he did not die. Aoba pretended not to understand. When he saw that Harry was in a semi-conscious state, he threw Harry away like he was throwing away trash. Goodbye, Konoha ninjas. Aoba suddenly stretched out his hand toward his ninja bag and took out 3 smoke bombs. In an instant, he directly threw the 3 smoke bombs on the ground. Bang! 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 The 3 smoke bombs produced a series of loud noises and instantly caused thick smoke to rise from the ground, blocking the line of sight in front of them. Reverse summoning technique. Aoba roared, then controlled his perception to lock onto the position of the Flying Thunder God formula on the tower, and instantly cast Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. Swish! Aoba's body suddenly disappeared, leaving only thick smoke. Cough cough. Cough, 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 cough. Cough, 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 cough. The root ninjas were choked up by these smoke bombs. When they came here, they planned to attack Gasui, who was Aoba. However, he was too fast. They could not catch up at all. At this time, one of the root ninjas arrived in front of Harry, who was lying limply on the ground. He reached out his hand to touch Harry's neck. He is still alive. This root ninja was a medical ninja. He instantly determined that Harry's bones and muscles were all broken, and his chakra pathway was also all broken. However, he still had a breath left, so he did not die directly. Inform the medical ninja team to do their best to treat him. The rest of the people stay here to prevent any accidents from happening again. I will report to Danzo-sama. A root ninja who could speak up immediately gave the order, and then his figure flashed and disappeared. On the tall tower. After Aoba used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to return, he had already changed back to his original appearance. It's so comfortable. Aoba stood on the observation deck of the high tower and looked at the green trees outside. His mood had not been so good for a long time. This wave of profit. Aoba had the training method of Raiden Chakra Do, lightning release chakra mode, in his head, but that required lightning chakra and body muscles to complement each other. This meant that it needed Aoba's real body to practice. There was no way to replace it with a shadow clone. Because of this special nature of training, Aoba chose to delay it indefinitely when there was no time for him to learn ninjutsu. If he still had enough free time to practice, then he would learn it at that time. All along, the Gasui that Aoba simulated was just superficial. The traces of lightning radiating from his body were simulated by lightning chakra, and then the explosive heavy fist attack was performed by using Kai, Gan no Jutsu, ultra added weight rock technique. Now that he had the real Raiden Chakra Do, lightning release chakra mode, the rest of the things were much easier. I don't know what kind of change will happen after Harry knows that someone wants to harm him. Aoba deliberately did not take Harry away, nor did he kill Harry, but he let Harry smell the smell of death. The entire process was extremely realistic. At the very least, what Aoba was certain of was, Harry would not think that this was all an act. After all, Harry really almost died at Root's side. After experiencing this kind of life and death, that would change a person's mind. Aoba was very clear that Harry was very loyal to Kumagakure, but this kind of loyalty could not affect the suspicion that burst out at the last moment of life and death. Regardless of whether Harry returned to Kumagakure or not, Aoba had already planted a seed in his heart. This would become a hurdle. It lay across Harry's heart. Aoba was certain. The relationship between Harry and Kumagakure was no longer the same as before. As long as Kumagakure doesn't have Harry, it will be like a strong body without a brain. The direction of this ninja world war will change completely. Aoba took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. His eyes stared at the forest outside the tower. I didn't think it would go so smoothly because Kumagakure's envoy is coming soon. Most of the power of Root is concentrated on the external defense, which leads to the weakening of Hari's guard in the innermost area. Aoba can make this successful because he had taken advantage of Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. Usually, if he wanted to invade Root, he would have to enter through the entrance. Most of the defensive power of Root was concentrated at the entrance. Harry is done here. Now it's Kumagakure's turn. Aoba's eyes suddenly lit up. The paper on his body flew up and instantly changed into another appearance. This person's appearance. It was Satsuma Rentaro, whom the 7 ninja swordsmen from Kirigakure had seen before. Then, Aoba raised his hand and grabbed the 2 Root ninjas lying on the ground and instantly used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. Swish! Aoba disappeared with the 2 Root ninjas. The next moment, Aoba appeared on a tree outside of Konohagakure. As far as he could see, not far in front of him was the camp of Kumagakure ninjas. This Flying Thunder God formula was left behind by the last shadow clone he had been waiting for. Aoba had previously sent out 4 shadow clones. 3 of the shadow clones imitated the appearance of Root ninjas and headed to the country of Rain to negotiate with Hanzo. The last shadow clone remained. He quickly found the place where Kumagakure was staying. It's here. Aoba placed the 2 Root ninjas on the branches. A piece of paper appeared on their bodies and fixed them on the branches. The next moment, Aoba's eyes flashed with a cold light. Kumagakure. I haven't liked you for a long time. Now, consider it as giving me a chance. Let me punish you. Aoba quickly formed seals with both hands and immediately used Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone technique, directly summoning 9 shadow clones beside him. The bodies of these 9 shadow clones were all flying in the air, and then they changed into different appearances. However, from the looks of it, they were all Kirigakure's ninjas. After that, Aoba brought along 9 shadow clones, and a total of 10 people rushed in the direction of Kumagakure's encampment. The 10 people made a seal at the same time. The method of forming seals was the same. Streams of water chakra condensed in their throats. The 10 people, including Aoba, all took a deep breath. Their chests instantly swelled up, and they sprayed a large amount of water in the direction of Kumagakure's encampment. Sudden, Dai Bakuzui sh, ha, water release, great exploding water colliding wave.